336. The small inns at the border were filled with all sorts of people tonight. After the 5 people walked out of the house, Yao Lingji's breathing became heavy. This made her feel incredulous. Her fear of the young retainer was more of an intuition that was mixed with many complicated emotions. When a weak woman faced a man with evil intentions, the inferior woman would revere the invisible power. There were also those who were kind by nature who would instinctively avoid evil people. However, when Yao Lingji looked at the 5 people on the same floor, her suffocation was very direct. In the same forest, the rabbit and deer would flee when they saw the tiger. In the same river, the fish and shrimps would meet the dragon. Yao Lingji had been a scout for the border army for 3 years and had been in 2 life-and-death battles. Yao Lingji had never thought of backing down. Logically speaking, she should not feel this way. She was the most outstanding martial arts genius in this generation of the Yao family. She was only 14 years old but had already reached Realm 4 and had the potential to break through the bottleneck. Regardless of whether it was a 15-year-old Realm 5 martial artist or a 17-year-old Realm 5 martial artist, they were all worthy of the word genius. In the Great Quan dynasty, regardless of whether it was the army or the pugilistic world, Yao Lingji was a top-notch unpolished jade. With a little polishing she could shine brightly. No one doubted that she could successfully reach the wind-controlling realm in the future and become a powerful martial arts master. Especially experts who were born in the army, their killing power was especially great. This was undeniable. In the pugilistic world, grandmasters often fought in pairs. Most of them were evenly matched. On the battlefield, the pursuit was to fight against 100 or 1,000 people. Yao Lingji clenched an item that looked like a silver ingot in her hand. It was the invaluable armor of the military school. Furthermore, it was the dew armor that was ridiculed by the Qi refinement warriors in the mountains as the pond armor. It was the pond armor golden crow warp and weft armor that was a grade higher in quality. It was a true immortal treasure. From this, it could be seen that the Yao family of the border army had high expectations of Yao Lingji. The young retainer looked at the 5 people on the second floor. He slammed the table and pretended to be angry. "Are you trying to scare me because you have more people?" When the young man said this, there was a smile on his face. There were 3 tables of people in the inn and hundreds of elite cavalry outside. Probably because he felt that he was a little shameless, he could not help but laugh out loud. The 2 tables of elite retainers who looked like retainers also laughed along. They did not take the commotion on the second floor seriously. Although the people on the second floor had a strong aura and were even a little intimidating, so what? He was just a boorish man. The Jianghu people of the Great Spring Dynasty had long lost their backbone. They were just a bunch of lackeys lying in front of the temple, wagging their tails and begging for mercy. And the person who had personally broken the backbone of the entire Jianghu happened to be sitting at a table in the inn today. Those who came did not come with good intentions. The innkeeper, nicknamed Jianyang, didn't let out a sigh of relief because of Qin Pingan's appearance. Instead, her mood became even heavier. Third Master had already announced his name, yet the other party was still so overbearing. It was obvious that they were here for the Yao character. Once there was a dispute, he was afraid that the other party would take action. At that time, the Yao family would be in a difficult position. The old hunchback nodded to the woman behind the curtain. The woman smiled bitterly. The other party clearly had ulterior motives. Perhaps he wanted to stir up trouble and wanted to drag the entire Yao family down with him. She clearly knew that the Yao family was currently in a state of turmoil, and that it was better to be quiet than to move. As for her and the inn, they could only endure as much as they could. However, she couldn't persuade the people on the second floor to retreat. The other party was kind enough to stand up for you, but you wanted him to be a coward instead. This woman really couldn't do such a thing. The green-robed scholar was puzzled. "These people are?" The woman smiled bitterly. "They are nobles from the capital. We can't afford to offend them." The scholar hesitated for a long time and was about to speak. The woman said helplessly, "Zhong Kue, I beg you. Don't make trouble. Things are very troublesome now. I'm not in the mood to deal with you." The scholar sighed and shut his mouth. Qin Pingon looked down at the lobby on the first floor and asked, "Bullying a woman like the innkeeper, isn't that not very kind?" The young retainer smiled and said, "We're here to do business and pour a few cups of wine for our customers. How is that bullying?" Qin Pingon pointed at the young man's heart. "Ask yourself." The young man was stunned at first. Then he picked up the wine bowl and drank a big mouthful. He wiped his mouth and smiled. If Master Chu of the academy said this, I would definitely think twice. As for you, are you worthy? Qin Pingon said with a smile. Logic is logic. Is there a need to talk about who says it? Aren't you bullying the weak and fearing the strong? I believe that as long as your fist is hard, you listen to reason no matter what, right? The young man nodded. I've heard these words. They do make sense. Then he threw the wine bowl and raised his arm high. He opened his fingers and gently clenched his fist. Then whose fist is harder? I'd like to see how many people in the Great Spring region dare to arm wrestle with me. The woman was worried that Qin Pingon was young and impetuous. He would be in the wrong if he made the first move. She quickly reminded him, young master, don't be impulsive. These people were ordered to leave the capital. They have an imperial edict. If you make the first move, you won't be able to explain yourself. The young retainer's eyes were gloomy. He turned to the woman. Shut up. What right does a broken widow have to interrupt? Do you know who I am? The woman's face was pale. The young retainer pointed at Junyang and then at Qin Pingon and the others on the second floor. He sneered. Junyang of the Yao family secretly colluded with the Jianghu people of other countries and tried to steal the prisoner carriage. She is guilty of the most heinous crime. The woman was inconsolable. Finally she cursed, Who are you, you little bastard? The young man pointed at himself and said innocently, Me? Little bastard? He coughed and straightened his clothes. He smiled and said, According to what Madame Yao said, Gao Shirzhen is really an old bastard. Aha, don't you think it's funny? When I get home I'll tell this joke to Gao Shirzhen. Madame Junyang and the hunchbacked third master looked at each other. They were both shocked. Dukshin Gao Shirzhen. He was the only remaining duke of the Great Quan dynasty and was highly relied on by the current emperor. The Great Quan dynasty had been peaceful for a long time. The Lu family had ruled for 200 years. At the beginning of the dynasty, they were bestowed with nobility from outside the family. In total, they were bestowed with the titles of 3 princes and 7 dukes. However, only the line of Dukshin remained hereditary. The others had already lost the rice bowls that their ancestors had fought for with their lives. Dukshin only had one son, an old one. It was the junior duke, Gao Shi. This guy was famous in the capital for being a domineering prince. He enjoyed a good reputation in the court. Time and time again he relied on the shadow of his ancestors to get into big trouble. However, every time he came out unscathed. The emperor treated Gao Shi with tolerance that none of the other princes and princesses could compare. Therefore there was a saying in the capital's officialdom, when the junior duke left the manor, the earth would shake and the mountains would shake. How could such a notorious disciple participate in this trip to the south? Although the emperor favored the line of Dukshin with the emperor's wisdom, he would never treat it so lightly. In the Great Quan dynasty, the person who was least afraid of getting into trouble was probably this lawless Gao Shi. After Gao Shi bullied his eldest grandson, the general Song Shao, who was also the minister of war, could only curse Gao Shi as a shit-stirrer. On the second floor, Wei Xian softly explained the background of Dukshin to Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon nodded. When everyone thought that he would retreat in the face of difficulties, in the blink of an eye he shrank from the second floor and arrived in front of the junior duke. On the road outside the inn, a horseman who sat behind a coachman was chewing dry food that was hard to swallow. Occasionally he picked up the water bottle and drank a few mouthfuls. He raised his head and saw a carrier pigeon fly up from behind the inn. Immediately, someone rushed over and waited for the horseman's order. A handsome snow-white falcon perched on the man's shoulder. The horseman waved his hand. Don't bother. The man silently retreated. The horseman was the one who first came to the inn to deliver the message. The coachman beside him straightened his back and did not dare to move. An old man lifted the curtain and asked with a smile, Your Highness, why don't you follow us into the inn? The man smiled and shook his head. Self-discipline was a great skill. For people who were born in the royal family, it was not difficult to control people. They had been influenced since childhood and could learn from history. 2 chi cultivators, one old and one young, were sitting cross-legged in the carriage. They were responsible for escorting the most important prisoner to the Mirage City in the capital of the Great Quan dynasty. The person who spoke to the horseman was an old man wearing a purple Taoist robe and a fishtail crown. He held the end of a rope in one hand and a horsetail whisk in the other. The prisoner's hair was disheveled and his body was covered in blood. He lowered his head and did not speak. His face could not be seen clearly. His golden robe was tattered. His wrists and ankles were nailed with a Vajra pestle. In addition, his neck was tied with a black rope. One end of the rope was held in the old cultivator's hand. The most miserable part of the prisoner was between his eyebrows. A flying sword pierced through his head. The tip of the sword came out from the back of his head and stabbed into his head. This prisoner was an orthodox god of mountains and rivers. He was once a chi cultivator at the peak of the 7th realm. In his territory, his cultivation was at least at the 8th realm. He was the king of mountains and rivers and had the power to fight against a 9th realm golden core. However, he did not know why he was reduced to such a state. In addition to the old man from the Taoist sect, there was also a young woman in the carriage. She looked at the horseman with eyes full of love. Although she did not speak, her meaning was obvious. The woman's appearance could only be considered delicate. However, her temperament was outstanding and her skin was whiter than snow. She was a beauty in the eyes of ordinary people. After all, in the eyes of mountain cultivators, beauty in the mortal world was ultimately a stinky skin bag. Her skin was rough and there were all kinds of strange smells. If one looked carefully, they were all flaws. The horseman suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction of the inn. He seemed to be a little surprised. The old man revealed a hint of surprise. What a shocking martial aura. And there are so many of them. A small inn at the border has so many hidden talents? Could it be that the young High Duke has hit the jackpot? Are the masters of the North Jin Kingdom going all out to kidnap the prisoner? The woman asked tentatively, "Do you want me to remind the High Duke?" The horseman shook his head and smiled. "We are already in the territory of the Daquan Kingdom. Unless the Yao family is rebelling, there is no danger." The old man in the Taoist robe's eyes flashed, but he did not say anything. After a while, just as the old immortal master was about to speak, the horseman had already jumped off the carriage and went straight to the inn. After the horseman left, the young woman from the mountain deity family asked softly, "Master, the young High Duke is forcing the Yao family. His Highness did not restrain them. Is it really okay?" The old man waved his hand and said, "Everyone in the world can rebel, but not the Yao family. They have been loyal to the country for a long time," the old man sneered, "but it will be addictive." The prisoner still had his head down and laughed happily. "When it comes to loyal officials and the cornerstone of the border, you actually treat them as a joke. Even if the Daquan Kingdom is temporarily in power, what can you do? How dare you still be so stubborn?" The old immortal master shook his wrist and the rope instantly tightened around the prisoner's neck. The prisoner trembled all over and clenched his teeth, refusing to make any sound. In the inn, a strange phenomenon suddenly occurred. A man in a white robe appeared in the hall without warning. The young High Duke, Gao Shui, sensed that something was wrong and was about to retreat in fear. But in a flash, his shoulder was already grabbed by the man. The three people at the other table, except for the eunuch who was still drinking, turned a blind eye to this. Immortal Master Laurel and the silver-armored general had already stood up abruptly. They wanted to save Gao Shui, but they both stopped. This was because there was a scarlet long sword from the second floor that was suspended between the two tables. The tip of the sword was pointed directly at Immortal Master Laurel. The silver-armored general stopped and turned his head to look. Someone on the second floor had moved a few steps to the side with a smile on his face. The narrow blade in his hand stopped in the snow and was about to be unsheathed. The short man jumped over the railing and landed on the threshold of the inn on the first floor. It seemed that he was going to stop the hundreds of riders outside by himself. The stooped old man squatted on the railing and lowered his head with a smile, staring at the eunuch who was the calmest. The middle-aged eunuch in the red robe looked like he was in his 30s. But in fact he was already 80 years old. He was one of the martial arts grandmasters of the Great Spring Dynasty and was known as the Pagoda Scholar of the Great Spring Imperial City. After he became famous, there were no longer any strange rumors in the Great Spring Imperial City, which had always been haunted by ghosts. However, the real power of this senior eunuch was that he had recruited a large number of Jianghu henchmen and wiped out more than a dozen top martial arts sects in the Great Spring Dynasty one by one. In 3 years the whole Jianghu was set off a bloody storm. Both the good and the evil had tried to assassinate this old eunuch many times, but without exception, none of them returned. There were 2 people at the same table with the eunuch. Immortal Master Laurel was called Su Tong. He was the current master of the Tsaomu Nunnery, the first immortal sect in the Great Spring Dynasty. He was good at thunder magic and could order ghosts and gods for his own use. He was also a medical expert and proficient in refining elixirs. The elixirs he refined were crazily sought by the rich and powerful officials of the Great Spring Dynasty. The silver-armored general Su Qingzhou was one of the few top masters in the Great Spring Army. He was less than 40 years old, but his Henkung Fu had reached the peak. The saber daqiao on his waist was also a military treasure. Could be said that it was good at both offense and defense. Every time he broke through the enemy lines on the battlefield, he would take the lead and be invincible. Gao Shi ran his qi and struggled for a while, but it was useless. Instead of being afraid, he smiled even more. Is your Yao family really going to rebel? The man slightly increased his strength. Gao Shi felt a burst of pain, but he still tried to maintain his smile. The man said to him, I'm just a passerby. Since you like to provoke me so much, then after I kill you I'll just escape to the northern Jin kingdom. As for whether the Yao family belongs to the Yao family or not, you can slander me however you like. I don't care. Who would believe such a nonsense? Gao Shi grimaced, sweat oozing from his forehead. Kill me if you can. Qin Pingon stared at him. Gao Shi whispered to Qin Pingon in an extremely soft voice. Do you know that the mother and daughter are lucky? Otherwise, after the Yao family's property was confiscated, they would be sent to the musical house soon and become promiscuous official prostitutes. At that time you can also have a taste of it. As soon as the young duke finished speaking, Qin Pingon's fist arrived. It directly hit Gao Shi's forehead. It was so powerful that it was like a boulder attacking a city. Gao Shi's head swung back. Although the jade pendant on his waist lit up with a burst of colorful brilliance and instantly gathered on his forehead, he was still hit by this punch and fainted on the spot, foaming at the mouth. After the punch, cracks appeared on the amulet jade pendant. Because his shoulder was always held by Qin Pingon, Gao Shi's head swung back and forth like a swing. Qin Pingon's second punch hit the man. Pull one hair and the whole body will be affected. There was a bang. The young eunuch put down his chopsticks heavily and said in a soft voice, Young man, it's about time. Although he didn't have a good impression of Gao Shi, he couldn't let Gao Shi beat him to death right under his nose. After the eunuch spoke, the immortal master Su Tong and the military general Su Qingzhou were relieved. But the man still didn't stop his punch. Gao Shi's ancestral jade pendant shattered with a bang. As the jade pendant shattered, Gao Shi woke up. His face was flushed and his eyes were bloodshot. He said with a ferocious expression, Son of a bitch, I will definitely make you and the Yao family die without a burial ground. The eunuch in a bright red robe suddenly stood up, furious. How many years had it been since someone dared to be so presumptuous in front of him? The lady boss screamed, Stop. Qin Pingon turned his head to look. The woman shook her head lightly. Her eyes were full of anxiety. She wanted to say something but didn't dare to. She could only mutter, Young master, if you have something to say, let's sit down and talk. I believe that the young duke was just joking with us. The young eunuch, who was angry out of humiliation, concluded, There's no need to talk. Your Yao family collaborated with the Northern Jin dynasty to rebel. Death is not enough. As he spoke, the eunuch put 2 fingers together and wiped the table. Qin Pingon's blade-strengthening gourd flew out of his waist and smashed the pair of chopsticks that were as fast as lightning. The third punch sent Gao Shi flying. Wei Xian, who was at the door, moved aside, allowing the young duke's corpse to fall outside the inn. The horseman happened to be not far from the door. Looking at the corpse on the ground, he was still in a daze. Obviously, he didn't dare to believe that this was real. Qin Pingon turned to the woman and said, Do you know why old General Yao almost died in an assassination attempt? It's because you guys are too easy to talk to. It's obvious that someone thought that the old general was dead, so none of the Yao family dared to be angry or say anything. The woman didn't seem to hear Qin Pingon's words. Her expression was blank as she muttered, Dead. If he was killed by you like this, Duke Shen will definitely go crazy. His Majesty the Emperor will also be furious. The Yao family is finished. The hunchbacked old man who worked as a cook in the inn was also at a loss. The young girl Yao Lingji was even more shocked. In the inn, there was only the sound of the little girl reading weakly on the second floor. At this moment, the down-and-out scholar patted the woman's shoulder. His back was clearly facing Qin Pingan, but his voice clearly sounded in Qin Pingan's heart. You only need to kill, I'll take care of burying. 337. Qin Pingan was skeptical about the scholar's words. The old Taoist had once brought him to the lotus blossom blessed land to see all kinds of people. Qin Pingan was more or less familiar with the structure of the officialdom. With such a mess, Qin Pingan had already planned to flee to the south. He might even be chased by the Qi cultivators of the Great Spring Empire. Even if the abject scholar was from one of the 4 major sects in the Tongye continent, such as the Tongye sect, the Yugui sect, the Fuyao sect and the Taiping sect, it would still be difficult for him to deal with the current situation. As for whether the scholar was from a certain Confucian academy, Qin Pingan was inclined to think otherwise. Because in his impression, the sages of the academy were not willing to and could not casually interfere with the family affairs of the secular dynasties unless it involved the orthodoxy of the country. Regardless, Qin Pingan still appreciated the scholar's good intentions. However, Qin Pingan did not recklessly look at the scholar in order to avoid revealing any clues. Because the person that Qin Pingan was most wary of was the palace eunuch wearing a red python robe. His aura was so condensed that it was said that not even a drop of water could leak out. Only his dantian was like a lantern hanging in the residence of Qi. With each long breath, it would brighten and darken. The light lasted for a long time and the darken was short-lived. It was not able to stay bright for a long time. Even if he was not a real Jindan Earth immortal, he was probably only a step away from it. Although the difference of one step was like the difference between heaven and earth. Only those who had reached the Jindan realm were of my generation. However, only the mountain immortals who had reached the earth immortal realm were qualified to say such words. For all the Qi cultivators of the 5 states and pure martial artists below the wind-controlling realm, this kind of half-formed Jindan realm was still high and mighty. Outside the inn, or rather the entrance, Zhou Xian's vision. One by one, the Qi cultivators flew over and landed beside the young rider. The old immortal master in the carriage held a horsetail whisk and the young female cultivator. Behind the dozens of Qi refinement warriors, hundreds of elite cavalry quickly spread out in formation, surrounding the inn so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Every time the bows and crossbows specially made by the imperial court left the armory, they had to be reported to the Ministry of War. Regardless of whether they were damaged or lost, they had to be checked and inspected carefully. The young rider squatted down. His friend of many years died with his eyes wide open, full of shock and confusion. The young man gently touched the face of the young duke and asked him to close his eyes. Obviously he was the master. The corpse on the ground, Gao Shi, who had drowned in the Jianghu, was actually this person's study partner. In fact, other than Gao Shi, there were 2 other young men in the inn. They were the study partners of the princes who had no official position and no salary when they were young. They were the descendants of noble families so that one day they could change the title of prince to crown prince. It would be better if they could change the title of prince directly from prince to emperor. The young rider was the 3rd prince of the Great Quan dynasty, Lu Mao. Although the elder brothers of the 1st and 2nd prince had high prestige in the officials and generals, Lu Mao was the most favored prince of the current emperor. Moreover, it was rumored that this prince liked to sneak out of the palace to travel when he was young. Every time he returned to the palace, he would bring back a basket of stories of the Jianghu and interesting stories of the countryside, which always made the emperor laugh. Moreover, Lu Mao's birth mother was the emperor's most beloved concubine. She died early, so the emperor Lu Zhen cared for Lu Mao very much. Probably because he loved the house, he also treated the study partners of Gao Shi and the other old officials who were sent to the 3rd prince's residence very well. Lu Mao stood up and ordered people to carry away Gao Shi's corpse. He said to the inn, "I'm very curious. Since you want to save the Yao family, why did you insist on killing the son of Duke Shen? Why didn't you wait until the inn's messenger pigeon sent the news to the Yao family and let old General Yao come out to solve this matter? Is there any room for discussion after killing Gao Shi?" Wei Xian leaned against the door, feeling that this was a bit interesting. The great general of the southern expedition, Yao Zhen, had just been ambushed and suffered heavy injuries. Even if he received the news from the inn, he might not be able to come in person. Most likely he would send a direct descendant of the Yao family or a trusted aide to mediate with Gao Shi, who was biting like a mad dog. The reason why this hidden descendant of the Great Spring imperial family purposely stopped at the inn and drank the plum wine was obviously a scheme to take advantage of the situation. The sheep he wanted to take advantage of was naturally the leader of the Yao family's iron cavalry, Yao Zhen, who was far away at the border and controlled the army. Gao Shiyi's arrogance and domineering attitude was not completely faked. He jumped out and made enemies with all of the Yao family's descendants except for Yao Zhen. If Yao Zhen came in person, Gao Shiyi would not be suitable. After all, he was not Duke Xin Gao Shiyi and there was a difference in seniority between him and Yao Zhen. However, other than Yao Zhen, everyone else was a soft persimmon that Gao Shiyi could easily bully. Therefore, no matter how many people came from the Yao family, they would only add fuel to the fire and exhaust their own vitality. The situation would only worsen. Wei Xian dared to say that Emperor Lu Zhen, who had already missed several ceremonies this year, such as the Zhuangyuan banquet and the spring and autumn sacrificial ceremonies, had not made an appearance. This meant that Lu Zhen was either critically ill or very likely to have encountered some unforeseen event. He had completely lost control of the imperial court. Originally, the competition for the position of crown prince required the various princes to spread their feathers like peacocks. Now it had become a competition for the dragon throne. Naturally, it would become cruel and bloody. If Lady Yao had not married her daughter into one of the major clans in the capital and had not tried to establish a relationship with the Minister of Appointments because of her son-in-law, Li Xiling, she would have followed the teachings of her ancestors. She would have had a chance to continue to sit on the border and wait for the battle to come to light in the treacherous capital. When the time came, Yao Zhen would either have sent his legitimate son to the capital to meet the new emperor to express his loyalty, or the new emperor would have directly patrolled the border to the south to buy Lady Yao's support. Outside the inn, the third Prince Lu Mao's words were not for Qin Pingon to hear, but for Jianyang and the old hunchback who were inside the inn. Once they heard it, the situation at the inn became even more interesting. You Qin Pingon risked your life to protect the Yao family. If Lady Yao did not understand the situation and turned around to complain that your actions were unnecessary, framing Lady Yao as disloyal, would Qin Pingon, who acted in a righteous manner, still be hot-blooded? A chivalrous heart had always been able to withstand the ravages of mountains of swords and seas of fire. Jianghu affinity, a promise of 1,000 pieces of gold could be exchanged for life and death, but it could not withstand a cup of ungrateful wine. Lu Mao laughed coldly and said, "Are you trying to force Lady Yao to rebel? You only know how to take revenge for a moment. Are you really a hero of Jianghu?" Just as expected. The human heart could not withstand scrutiny and probing. Furthermore, people were often like this. Before things were completely rotten, even if they were in a hopeless situation, they would still hold on to a sliver of hope. Although the head of the family Yao Zhen had encountered a treacherous assassination attempt, he had only been injured in the end. As for the Yao family's in-law, old Minister Li of the Ministry of Appointments, when he had submitted a letter to resign, the emperor had replied with a rather humorous reply in his memorial. "You're only halfway there, it's too early to resign." Then the emperor had ordered people to send a few tributes to the Li manor. The combat strength of the Yao Iron Cavalry was still one of the best in the south, and no one dared to underestimate them. The Yao cultivators that had secretly infiltrated North Jin with the imperial court had probably returned to Yao Zhen's side. The son-in-law of the Yao family, Li Xiling, was said to have a chance to enter the Confucian Academy in Tongye continent. The Yao family and the Li family were the pillars of the country in the Great Spring dynasty. They were noble families. Even if the two families were to be connected by marriage, the people would not think that it was ambitious. Instead, it was a match made in heaven. It was the icing on the cake of the Great Spring dynasty's prosperity. It was a well-deserved story. Since that was the case, how could Lady Yao have died? Jianyang's expression changed slightly. Old Hunchback's expression was uncertain. The girl on the second floor, Yao Lingji, looked at the white robe. Her beautiful face could not help but reveal a bitter expression. There was gratitude from the bottom of her heart, but there was also uncontrollable resentment. It was not that she was like this because she was afraid of death. Instead, it was because ever since the Lu family of Daquan had established the country in the Yao family's border army, within the Yao family's ancestral hall, there were layers upon layers of memorial tablets and memorial archways. Each and every one of them had the surname Yao. These ancestors who had died on the battlefield, other than giving their descendants the courage to face death, also gave their descendants a formless pressure. The purity of the Yao family could not be allowed to be tarnished in the slightest by their descendants. This was human nature. The descendants of the Yao family could die, but the reputation of the Yao family could not be tarnished. Otherwise, how could they face their ancestors? It was tragic and respectable. Qin Pingon did not respond to the third prince Lu Mao's 2 questions. Lu Mao spoke for the third time. Since it seems like you will not change your mind, then how about we ask the unrelated people in the inn to leave? These young people are the descendants of the nobles of the Great Spring Lu family. They did not lie in the shadows of their ancestors and enjoy the benefits. Instead, they personally went into the enemy's territory to kill the enemy. They should not die here. Reason, emotion, and Zhanghu ethics. The young retainers at the 2 tables in the inn were all filled with righteous indignation. They glared at Qin Pingon. Especially the 3 people sitting at the same table with Gao Shi. Their eyes were burning with anger. They could not wait to chop off Qin Pingon's head and bring it to Gao Shi's grave as an apology. Wei Xian turned to look at Qin Pingon, waiting for his answer. Should he let them go or kill them? Qin Pingon ordered Wei Xian, "Don't let anyone go. As long as they don't go near the gate, don't bother." Wei Xian smiled and nodded. The eunuch was the only one who could act on his own in front of the third prince, Lu Mao. He said coldly with a feminine voice unique to eunuchs, "Your Highness, this is a group of ungrateful people. I beg you to allow me, General Su, and Mr. Su to take down this group of North Jin Kingdom thieves. So what if they are swordsmen? They are just trash with 1 or 2 more flying swords." The woman was about to speak when the scholar comforted her. "Junyang, things have already come to this. Anyway, it can't get worse. Why don't we wait and see? No matter what you say now, it's meaningless." The little cripple who was hiding behind the curtain of the kitchen nodded vigorously. This Zhong guy's words make sense in this lifetime. The old hunchback turned and said angrily, "You are already a cripple. Do you still want to be a mute?" The crippled teenager kept quiet out of fear and immediately shut up. In the inn, the 5 people, including Qin Pingon, were all pure martial artists who were good at close combat. On the other hand, other than the General Su Qingzhou, the eunuch and Su Tong were Qi refinement warriors. There were also 2 tables of young retainers who belonged to them. They would only be restrained. On the 2nd floor, Yao Lingji suddenly shouted at Qin Pingon, "Stop killing people. Otherwise, our Yao family will be destroyed by you." The door on the 2nd floor opened. Pei Qian stared at the young girl and said angrily, "Stupid girl, shut your stinky mouth. If you dare to order my father around again, I will stab you to death with the supreme swordsmanship that my father taught me." Then the little girl asked the 1st floor, "Father, I have finished reading the book once. What should I do?" Qin Pingon's back was facing the 2nd floor. "Read it again." Then Qin Pingon added, "If you dare to shout again, I will make you eat books instead of reading." Pei Qian nodded vigorously. "Hey father. I will listen to you." The moment Pei Qian closed the door, everyone from both sides attacked almost at the same time. On the 2nd floor, Sui Yuyu controlled the long sword Infatuation, which looked like a magic weapon, and used the crescent moon style to slash the neck of the immortal master Su Tong. Su Tong used the dipper steps, which was dazzling. Not only did he dodge Infatuation time and time again, but he also made a gesture with his 2 fingers. His sleeves were filled with spiritual aura, and on his robe, a scene of 5-colored cloud seal appeared. At the same time, several black-armored generals appeared around him. They had armor but no body, but they were very agile. Although Infatuation could easily pierce through those armors, it did not seem to damage the combat power of these talisman soldiers at all. Once the long sword pierced through the face of an armored soldier. It actually raised its arms and clenched the blade tightly with its 10 fingers. Sizzling sounds were heard and a large number of sparks splashed out. Su Qingzhou, who was protected by the military school's armor pill, and Lu Baixiang, who was holding a narrow saber, stepped forward at the same time. Their sabers collided and a silver thread seemed to flow out from the tip of their sabers. In an instant, the 2 of them swapped positions after striking each other with their sabers. Outside the inn, 7 or 8 immortal spiritual weapons in the hands of Qi cultivators were smashing toward Wei Xian, who was blocking the door. It was especially bright in the night. Wei Xian suddenly grasped the armor pill of the deity and infused it with his spiritual aura. In an instant he was covered in armor which was exactly the same as Su Qingzhou, the general of Dequan. His fists were like dragons and as fast as thunder. His body was condensed like a waterfall, and with the protection of a low-grade dew armor, Wei Xian did not directly hit the weapons of the immortal masters. Instead he just deflected them. Between the two sides, the fireflies that were drawn by the magic weapons slanted in front of Wei Xian, making clanging sounds. In the blink of an eye Wei Xian was wrapped in the light. However, the more he fought the braver he became and his momentum soared. In the inn, the woman of Lotus Blossom Blessed Land was on the right side of Sword Fairy Sui. She looked indifferent. She put 2 fingers together in front of her chest and controlled the infatuation to attack Su Tong. Her other hand was as white as mutton fat. She gently twisted her wrist. Half of the chopsticks on the first floor turned into flying swords, as if they had received a military order. They flew past the soldiers and assassinated Su Tong. The remaining half flew to the second floor and hovered around her to deal with the unpredictable thunder art under Su Tong's palms. Every time they collided, a chopstick would turn into powder. Martial madman Zhou Xian squatted quietly on the railing, not saying a word. In his eyes, there were only Qin Pingon and the eunuch in the official's robe. These 2 people who could really decide the outcome had a tacit understanding. They went all out when they attacked. Using the mind talisman, Qin Pingon's first punch was the deity drum-beating style. The guardian of the Great Quan dynasty Huai Guang used his yin spirit and yang spirit at the same time. The 2 dharma forms were illusory, but they had the majesty of a deity. Not only was Qin Pingon's punch blocked, but the eunuch's yin spirit also reached into his chest. Fortunately he was wearing a golden robe. Although there was a heart-wrenching pain in his chest, Qin Pingon was still as immovable as a mountain. He stomped his foot. He stomped on the ground. His soul separated and 3 Qin Pingon appeared. The other 2 once again used the deity's drum-beating style. After the first punch there were countless punches. 338. When they arrived at the door of the room on the second floor, Pei Qian had already run past Qin Pingon and opened the door first. Qin Pingon strode in. Pei Qian hesitated whether to follow him in. Qin Pingon turned his head and ordered, "Go to the inn and ask for 3 more rooms. Let Junyang put the money on the bill first. At the same time, tell Wei Xian that I will be in seclusion for a few days. During this time I won't see anyone. The 5 of you better not stray too far from the inn." Pei Qian looked at Qin Pingon and asked, "Are you okay?" Qin Pingon didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Did he look like he was okay? He casually said, "I won't die." Pei Qian carefully closed the door and said, "Call me if you need anything. I'm right next door." Qin Pingon nodded. The 2 flying swords, number 1 and number 15, hovered in the room. Qin Pingon first took out a stack of dust-cleansing talismans and pasted them all over the room. Then he took out 2 porcelain bottles. The quality of the materials was worlds apart. One was a red porcelain bottle given by Lu Tai. Could grow bones. Qin Pingon had personally experienced the miraculous effects of this bottle of elixir in the forest outside the Flying Eagle Fortress. The other bottle was a secret elixir unique to the Yang family pharmacy. It could stop the pain no matter how great it was. Qin Pingon didn't have the chance to use it during his 2 travels and encountered so many monsters and demons. He didn't expect that he would take it out in a small border town. Qin Pingon took off the severely damaged robe on his body. It involved a lot of his flesh and bones. Qin Pingon was in so much pain that he broke out in cold sweat. He sat at the table and reached out his trembling hand to open the plain white porcelain bottle of the Yang family pharmacy. He poured out a pitch-black elixir and forced it into his mouth. He even took off the wine gourd and drank a mouthful of green plum wine. Then he began to apply the thick ointment in the red porcelain bottle. His hands, arms and shoulders were another round of torture. The strength of the eunuch in the python robe was beyond Qin Pingon's expectation. In order to deal with this crisis, Qin Pingon had been cautious enough. In addition to the martial madman Zhou Xian, he also invited the other 2 people in the picture scroll, Sui Yuyu and Lu Baixiang. However, he did not expect Li Li, the palace guard of the Great Spring Dynasty, to be so unreasonable. Apart from the realm of Qi cultivator, his body was actually comparable to a pure martial artist of the 6th realm. Previously, Qin Pingon only had 3 pieces of grain rain money left. Following the thoughts of the old Taoist and the Taoist child carrying the golden blade strengthening gourd, Qin Pingon took a small gamble. He threw one piece of grain rain money to the picture scroll on the right of Sui Yu, which was the least likely to be touched. As expected, with just one piece of grain rain money, the female sword fairy of the lotus flower blessed land slowly walked out of the picture scroll and came to this world. Obviously, the Taoist child had predicted that Qin Pingon would be the last to invite the right of Sui Yu. If it were not for the little figure of Lotus Lake's guidance, according to Qin Pingon's order of choice, he would invite the martial madman Zhou Xian who lost to Ding Ying first, followed by the founding emperor Wei Xian, the devil cult's Liu Baixiang and the right of Sui Yu. Then Zhou Xian, who cost a total of 15 pieces of grain rain money, was a great show of strength. Perhaps Qin Pingon would really put the other 3 picture scrolls on the shelf. Qin Pingon sat at the table and closed his eyes. His hands hung naturally, but he visualized himself sitting in the posture of a sword furnace. His breathing gradually calmed down like an old monk in meditation or a Taoist in forgetfulness. He looked like an old housekeeper of a small family and sat at the table closest to the door. Qin Pingon sat on the doorstep, took off his wine gourd and handed it over. The scholar in green shook his head and stared blankly at the woman who was laughing with the guests. "I'm not drinking. If it's not given to me by Junyang herself, it's tasteless." Qin Pingon retracted his hand and drank a mouthful of wine. Who was the prisoner that Gao Shui and the others were escorting back then from the northern Jin state in the south? The scholar named Zhong Kui didn't hide anything and said casually, "It seems to be the remnants of the water god temple in Pine Needle Lake, as well as the followers of the orthodox mountain god, His Excellency Jin Huang and his wife." In any case, the third prince of the Great Spring Empire caught all of them in one fell swoop. If you hadn't interfered, I'm afraid there would have been many Yao family members in the prisoner carriage. But don't worry, I promised you that I would clean up the mess. You don't have to worry about the Great Spring Empire seeing you as an enemy. But whether it's the third prince or the Duke Shin's mansion, I can't stop them if they hate you. You can't even deal with this. Qin Pingon laughed. It's okay to deal with this. I believe that the Great Spring Empire will not have a second pagoda scholar. The Great Spring Lu Empire was indeed much stronger than the Combe country and Tsai country in the central part of the Aquarius continent. As for His Excellency Jin Huang, who had a good impression of Qin Pingon, suddenly became a prisoner of another country from a mountain god. It was clear that the green water buffalo great demon beast had died in Qin Pingon's hands, and his property had been confiscated after that. Qin Pingon wasn't interested and he wouldn't get to the bottom of it. When Qin Pingon mentioned the Imperial Horse Supervisor Li Li, the scholar's face turned gloomy as if it was a big worry. Qin Pingon saw that the scholar was silent and turned to look outside the inn. He was still worried, so he stood up and walked to the side of the official road. He looked in the direction of Hue Town, worried that Pei Qian would cause trouble there. When Qin Pingon returned to the inn, he ordered a table of food from the housekeeper and asked Zhu Lian to call Liu Baixiang and the other 2 downstairs. After the meal, Pei Qian swaggered back to the inn looking very happy. When she saw Qin Pingon, she felt a little guilty and her eyes wandered. Qin Pingon did not ask her in detail. He only asked her if she had eaten. The little girl with a round belly shook her head and said no. Then she ate the leftovers on the table. Qin Pingon walked out of the inn alone and took a walk to relieve his boredom. In the end, when Qin Pingon returned to the inn, he found that the entrance was blocked by people who were cursing at the inn. It was very lively. 339. Sorry to keep you waiting. There were at least 20 men and women cursing at the entrance of the inn. The young, strong men had angry looks on their faces, the women had their hands on their hips, and the children were heartless. They were either licking the candied haws with their heads tilted to one side, or secretly shooting at the drunkard with their slingshots. Qin Pingon stayed in the crowd for a while, but he still couldn't figure out the reason because they were speaking in Hu Town's dialect. However, when he saw Pei Qian on the second floor panicking when she saw him, Qin Pingon had an idea. Pei Qian was originally squatting by the railing on the second floor, either picking her nose or picking her ears. She didn't take it seriously and even deliberately made a disgusting gesture. The fiercer the cursing outside, the happier Pei Qian was. Fortunately, the men and women of Hu Town didn't dare to enter the inn. The little cripple found the noise too annoying, so he gloomily cleaned up the leftovers on the table. The old hunchback sat in the distance, smoking a pipe. Junyang sat behind the counter eating melon seeds and didn't mind making a big deal out of it. The abject scholar, who was half an accountant, originally wanted to be a peacemaker, but he was pushed hard by a man and staggered back to the inn. He resentfully returned to the woman's side and pretended to pick up the snow-white account book. Junyang rolled her eyes at him. When Qin Pingon crossed the threshold with a straight face, Pei Qian wanted to sneak back into the house, but she was stopped by Qin Pingon, who asked her to go downstairs. Pei Qian timidly went down the stairs. Without waiting for Qin Pingon to ask, she confessed everything. According to her story, she went to Hu town to look for a pharmacy to buy some herbs for Qin Pingon. Then her peers there bullied her and ganged up to bully a foreigner like her. At first, they snatched the stick of candied haws that she intended to leave for Qin Pingon. She tolerated it, saying that she had read a lot of books and understood that harmony was the most important thing. Those people also liked to follow behind her and say nasty things. They formed a group and even threw stones at her, but she ignored them. Later, when she bought a dragonfly kite, someone was jealous and pulled it over and let it go. With a whoosh, the kite floated out of Hu town and completely disappeared. She was so angry that she fought with them. 5 or 6 people couldn't beat her, and she even cried and went home to call her parents and elders to beat her. She wasn't stupid, so she quickly ran away. Besides, the dragonfly kite cost 20 copper coins and it was gone just like that. She was so heartbroken that she had to search for it outside Hu town for half a day. Although Pei Qian didn't have much confidence, she had been paying attention to Qin Pingon's expression when she lied, ready to be beaten at any time. When the time came, she just needed to protect her head. It didn't matter if her stomach or arms were kicked or pinched a few times by Qin Pingon. After eating a full meal, she would be a good man again. However, Qin Pingon only listened to Pei Qian's explanation quietly before saying, "After lying, tell me the truth again. It's okay if you don't want to. You can stay at the inn in the future. You won't starve to death." Pei Qian didn't speak. Qin Pingon went to the counter. Junyang glanced at the skinny little girl at the top of the stairs and chuckled softly. "Young Master Qin, how did you raise such a little devil?" She almost turned an alley of Hu town upside down. First, she cheated the children of their food and scared the little guys who were playing with mud. They all believed that she was a princess from Great Springs' capital city who lived among the common people and would sooner or later return to live in the palace. After getting familiar with her, she played with those children all day long and became the king of the children over there. Later, they had a falling out over a kite and fought fiercely. It seems that she was beaten twice by an adult who rushed over. If it were an ordinary person, he would have stopped after suffering a loss. But your girl claimed to be my distant relative and relied on this to hire a few ruffians in Hu town to beat that man up in the dark. After that, she became even more lawless. Most of the children were neighbors in the alley, and when ghosts appeared at night, not to mention the children, even the adults were so scared that they did not dare to turn off the lights at night. Young Master Qin, you know that Hu town is really haunted now. Because of this, several constables guarded the place for a whole night before they found the little girl who was pretending to be a ghost. Guess what the result was? Your girl was stunned and politely sent her back after saying something to them. You have to say, a group of constables in the guise of officials escorting a little girl into an inn really does look like a princess. Qin Pingon nodded and said, Young Master Qin, you know that Hu town is really haunted now. Because of this, several constables kept watch for a whole night before they found the little girl who pretended to be a ghost. Qin Pingon felt a headache coming on. He turned his head to look at Pei Qian, but he did not see him. He only saw a pair of legs. He must have been sitting at the top of the stairs. Junyang covered her mouth and laughed. Spending money to avert disaster is not a big deal. It's just a small amount of money, at most 10 taels of silver. You must not get involved in this matter. Just leave it to me. Young master, with your good temper, those people will be even more motivated. It's just a small matter, but they can make it sound like a disaster that pierces through the sky. Qin Pingon helplessly said, Put it on the tab. I'll settle it with the room later. Junyang stopped laughing and said seriously, Young Master Qin is the benefactor of our Yao family. If I still have to fuss over such a trivial matter, won't I, Junyang, be ashamed? Qin Pingon shook his head and said, It's not the same thing. Junyang still wanted to say something, but Qin Pingon had already said, I'll have to trouble madam with today's matter. Junyang agreed and walked out of the counter leisurely. She elbowed the bookkeeper and took out some money from the drawer. She then went to the entrance of the inn to settle the matter. Wuxia town, located at the border, was a place where good and bad people were mixed together. Not everyone was capable, but they were certainly insightful. With so many people coming and going, there was nothing new that they had not heard before. There were still some people who had some ambition. Moreover, there might be some experts who concealed their identities, such as Junyang and third master of the Yao family. Previously, there was such a big commotion at the inn, especially the fight between Wei Xian and the Qi cultivators, which was very eye-catching. It was truly a scene of immortals fighting. Looking from afar at Wuxia town, other than the commotion, of course, there was awe. Later on, there was a valiant cavalry detouring to the north, and all kinds of rumors began to spread. Some said that the inn's Junyang was a vixen who liked to seduce men. He was really a vixen. Most of the people who believed this were the aunties of Wuxia town. There were also some who said that Wuxia town had not been peaceful all these years because of demons and devils. This time there was a real dragon crossing the border. Junyang swayed her waist and stood at the entrance. The atmosphere outside was suddenly reduced. The scholar Zhong Xian laughed and asked, "Since when did Tongye continent have such a big sect in the pugilistic world? A sect in the pugilistic world that is equivalent to a clan of immortals?" Speaking of this, the scholar laughed to himself, as if he felt that his theory was very novel and interesting. The strong man who guarded the pass alone, the bloodthirsty and violent hunchbacked old man, the man who used a saber to feed the martial general Su Qingzhou, and the beautiful woman who suppressed the immortal master Su Tong with her sword-riding skills. The most important thing was that these four people, whether it was their aura or cultivation, were all improving in the battle. Of course, there was also a young man who was not a Qi refinement warrior but could ride a sword. He was just a little handsome and had stolen his limelight from Junyang. Otherwise, he would definitely hold arms with this person and call him brother. Qin Pingon hesitated for a moment but still chose to be honest. "We are not from Tongye continent." Zhong Xian nodded and said, "Are you from Hassa continent?" The Hassa continent was very famous. Even though the Tongye continent was a place that liked to look down on the heroes of the world, they were still convinced by the Hassa continent that was closest to the inverted mountain. That was because the Qin family of Yingyin lived there, and Qin Chunan, who was almost the only one who had the title of mellow scholar. Zhong Xian had admired Hassa continent for a long time. It was only because of his status in the academy and the teachings of his teacher that he could not travel there for a long time. Other than the Qin family of Yingyin, Hassa continent had many famous places. Zhong Xian wanted to visit all of them. Tongye continent was too boring. Both the people at the foot of the mountain and the cultivators on the mountain did not like to walk around. Qin Pingon pointed to the north. Zhong Xian's eyes lit up. "Do you know Mr. Qi from Cliff Academy?" Qin Pingon choked and did not know how to answer. Zhong Xian laughed and said, "Most likely you know Mr. Qi and Mr. Qi doesn't know you. It's okay. We are the same." As for the nearest neighbor to the north, Baoping continent, Zhong Xian did not think much of it. There were probably only a pair of brothers, Qi Jingchun from Cliff Academy and Cui Dong from Dolly's imperial tutor. However, it was said that Li Zhu Cave fell and Mr. Qi died. Even Zhong Xian's teacher felt sorry for him. He told Zhong Xian in private that if Qi Jingchun was in Tongye continent, he would not have been humiliated like this. At the very least, he would not have been alone and hated by the whole world. Qin Pingon smiled and asked, "Shall we chat over a drink?" Qin Pingon was willing to drink with Zhong Xian just because of the words Mr. Qi. Zhong Xian looked at the woman at the door and said in a low voice, "We can drink, but if Junyang complains, you have to help me." Qin Pingon nodded and said, "Of course." Zhong Xian carried 2 jugs of green plum wine. As the accountant, he ordered the little cripple to bring them a few dishes to go with the wine. Zhong Xian sat cross-legged on the bench and did not look serious. Qin Pingon asked, "I heard that you are from Defu Academy?" Zhong Xian did not take it seriously and said casually, "Yes, I am. I am a gentleman." Impressive, right? Qin Pingon toasted a bowl of wine. "Respect for gentlemen." Zhong Xian quickly reached out to stop him, but Qin Pingon had already finished it. This gentleman from the Jianghu Academy sighed and said, "Is this worth a toast? I think you just want a drink, right?" Qin Pingon remembered the sage from the academy that he met in Shushui country, Zhou. He was very different from this gentleman in front of him. Zhou was at old Senior Song's Swordwater Villa. He could decide a person's life and death just by reciting poems. Scholars, after reading different books, would probably have different graces. Zhong Kui suddenly thought of something. The man who blocked the Qi refinement warriors outside that night was wearing the dew armor. If I am not wrong, it should be the West Peak, recorded in the ancient books of the military school. It is one of the 8 ancestral armors of the dew armor. Is it passed down from your ancestors? Qin Pingan's heart trembled slightly. He shook his head and said, I bought it from Lingji shop in Inverted Hanging Mountain. Zhong Kui asked, how much did you spend on it? Qin Pingan shook his head and said, I only spent some money on it. It is not expensive. I plan to give it away in the future. Zhong Kui smiled and said, Lingji shop did not know the value of the goods and let you pick up a big bargain. But it is normal. The West Peak set up a restriction for the expert. If not for the fact that the academy had the secret manual that was about to be broken into pieces and was familiar with the inside story of the military school of the armor pill, I would not have recognized it. I advise you to keep it. It is such a valuable item. Moreover, it has so many stories. It is a pity to give it away. Qin Pingan did not say whether he would give it away or not. He asked curiously, the 8 ancestral armors? Zhong Kui picked up a peanut and threw it into his mouth. The full name of the dew armor is Deity Dew Armor. Let me ask you, what deity? What dew? Qin Pingan shook his head and did not know. Zhong Kui smiled and said, in addition to the West Peak, the other 7 earliest dew armors are Buddha Land, Flower Bud, Mountain Ghost, Narcissus, Sunglow, Colorful Clothes and Sea of Clouds. Most of them were destroyed in the war and completely disappeared. There are not many left. Only the Mountain Ghost and Colorful Clothes are left. Although the West Peak in your hand is very shabby, it is considered good compared to the other 2 that were left in the world. If you meet someone who knows the value of the goods, you just have to ask for the highest price. I guarantee that you will make a lot of money. However, these ancestral armors have lost their foundation. Their supernatural power to protect the owner is less than 1 in 10. It is really regrettable. For this, I have to drink a glass of wine. Zhong Kui lifted the bowl and drank it up first. Qin Pingan had to drink a bowl. Zhong Kui took the initiative to talk about the storm. Those 2 princes are not good people. If you still stay in the Great Spring, take it easy. There are rules at the foot of the mountain and there are many masters at the foot of the mountain. For example, when the 3rd prince met you, he was drenched in dog's blood because there is always someone better than him. Qin Pingan nodded and said, that's true. Zhong Kui suddenly smiled and said, thinking about the fight between you and the pagoda scholar of the Great Spring that night, and seeing you agree with me at the table today, I am not used to it. What's wrong? You have suffered at the hands of the academy in your hometown, so you are afraid of such a gentleman title? Qin Pingan could not help laughing. Zhong Kui said again, that day you said that everyone's reason is reason. I think you said it very well. As for asking the young marquis to ask himself, although it sounds more domineering and reasonable, in fact, it is a little impolite. Qin Pingan drank a mouthful of wine and said, it can't be helped. Zhong Kui nodded and said, indeed the world is like this. When you are in a cesspool you think it is natural to eat shit. When someone serves you a dish you are not willing to eat it. Qin Pingan was speechless. Was this the reason that a Confucian gentleman would say? Zhong Kui sighed and said, but even if the world is rotten into a cesspool, it is not a reason for us to eat shit. At this moment Qin Pingan was holding a dish with one hand and a bowl of wine with the other. He felt a little awkward. Zhong Kui noticed Qin Pingan's strange behavior and hurriedly comforted him. We are not eating shit and urine. It is good wine and good food. Don't worry and eat. Qin Pingan ate and drank in silence. He could not keep up with this guy's thoughts when chatting with him. For a moment, Qin Pingan missed Little Treasure Bottle. At the door, Junyang came out and quickly solved the problem. In the eyes of Hu Town's residents, the inn was mysterious and evil. Therefore they did not even have the courage to enter and complain. Qin Pingan thanked the woman and went to the stairs. Pei Qian was still sitting there and drawing. When Qin Pingan told her to follow him, she obediently followed behind him. She looked embarrassed and downcast as if she had made a mistake and was repentant. However, Qin Pingan did not need to think to know that the little girl behind him was secretly delighted. He could even imagine Pei Qian's arrogance the next time she went to Hu Town. When they reached the room, Qin Pingan sat down. Pei Qian did not dare to sit down. She closed the door and stood across the table. Qin Pingon went straight to the point and said, "You will stay here from now on. I will give the inn a sum of money." Pei Qian suddenly looked up angrily. She was about to speak when she saw Qin Pingon's cold expression. She lowered her head again and said, "I know I was wrong. I won't do it again. I'll go to Hue Town later and give Xiaomei a butt curtain. I'll buy her a big butterfly that costs 40 copper coins. It's colorful and much prettier than a dragonfly. Xiaomei and the others have been eyeing it for a long time, but they can't afford it for a bunch of poor kids who eat tonghulu as if it's the new year." Qin Pingon asked, "Where did you get the money?" Pei Qian looked up and blinked. "I borrowed it from Jianyang. It's not much. Together it's only 2 taels of silver." Qin Pingon asked, "How are you going to pay it back?" Pei Qian said timidly, "I will put it on the tap first. I will be your slave in the future and pay you back bit by bit." Qin Pingon said, "You will stay here from now on. You can do odd jobs for the inn and pay Jianyang back slowly." Pei Qian frowned and looked like she was about to cry. Qin Pingon pointed at the door and said calmly, "Get out." Pei Qian wiped her eyes hard and said loudly, "I know. You have always liked that little bookworm called Chao Qinglang. You've always been worried about him. If you could, you wouldn't want me. You would only keep Chao Qinglang by your side. He made a mistake, but you wouldn't be like this. You would only reason with him. You would even tell him not to be like me in the future. Qin Pingon, you always want to cast me aside." Pei Qian turned and ran out. She slammed the door and went back to her room. Qin Pingon began to think about the route to the north of Tongye continent. After all, the immortal ferry to Baopian continent's old dragon city was in the north of Daquan. If they took a detour, they would have to travel another 2,000 to 3,000 miles. Now that they were on bad terms with the third prince of the Lu family of Daquan, it was almost an irreconcilable relationship. If he were the third prince, he wouldn't be able to endure it either. Even if the third prince was scared by him and the gentleman from Dafu Academy, a prince who could lead an army to the hinterland of the enemy country and kill the His Excellency of another country and the water deity temple, even if the third prince wasn't determined to kill him, he would most likely cause a lot of trouble for him. If it didn't work, they could only take a detour. On the same floor, not to mention Pei Qian, who was in seclusion, Wei Xian was flipping through a miscellaneous book bought from Hue Town. The founding emperor didn't treat him badly. There was wine and meat on the table, and there was the military armor pill on the table. After the battle, Wei Xian pondered for a long time. He couldn't help but marvel at the immortal methods of the qi cultivators in the world and the heavenly materials and earthly treasures in this world. Further away was the room of martial madman Zhou Xian. He was walking in circles around the table with his hands behind his back and his waist bent. Lu Baixiang stood by the window of his room and looked into the distance. The narrow saber snow-stopping was hanging on his waist. It was said to be a relic of an earth immortal of the nascent soul level. It was indeed not comparable to the so-called divine weapons in his hometown. Sui Yu sat cross-legged on the bed and breathed in and out. The infatuated sword was on the table. Qin Pingon took out a blank picture scroll. Thinking of the killing intent that flashed by that night, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. One shouldn't have the intention to harm others, but one should always guard against others. In the dusk, Qin Pingon went downstairs for dinner. Of the 4 people in the painting upstairs, only Zhou Xian was on time. He sat with Qin Pingon and even helped to pour wine. Lu Baixiang and the other 2 didn't go out. As for Pei Qian, he stayed in the room and didn't make any movements. Qin Pingon went out alone and walked slowly along the official road to Hue Town. Walking on the bumpy yellow mud road, Qin Pingon turned his head and looked to the west. Then he turned around and walked back to the inn. He arrived at the entrance of the inn at about the same time as a group of people. Unexpectedly, there was the injured head of the Yao family, Great General Yao Zhen. He brought along the youth who was in danger with him. In addition, there was also the martial arts genius Yao Lingji, who personally experienced the incident at the inn, as well as a young woman with a curtain on her head. Behind these people were 5 or 6 riders. They were no longer the Yao family's side riders, but rather the accompanying cultivators who didn't need to deliberately wear armor. In Dali, these mountain people who joined the army should be called Secretary Wu. After seeing Qin Pingon dressed in a long green robe, the dispirited old general who still insisted on personally going to the inn immediately dismounted from his horse and walked quickly to Qin Pingon. He cupped his hands and said, "Righteous man, you've saved us twice. Our Yao family is moved to tears. Tonight we've come to visit our benefactor. Please accept my Yao Zhen's bow." After the old general finished speaking, he was about to bow deeply to Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon could only stop the old general's arm and dispense with this grand bow. He had only stopped Yao Zhen. The rest of the Yao family disciples and the cultivators who were on the same side as the Yao family had already bowed in unison. The old general's face was pale. He had a forthright personality that had been honed on the battlefield. He asked straightforwardly, "How should my Yao family repay you?" Seeing Qin Pingon remain silent, the old general smiled and said, "It's not that I'm looking down on young master's chivalrous heart. It's just that if the Yao family were to turn a blind eye to such a great kindness, the Yao family would be too ashamed to hang the Yao character on the border army's banner." Qin Pingon was also not polite. He asked, "Does old general have a way for me to avoid the eyes and ears of the imperial court and go to Tiankai Peak on the northern border?" Yao Zhen asked, "Benefactor, how many people are there?" Qin Pingon originally wanted to say 6 people, but when the words reached his mouth he immediately changed his mind and said, 5 people. Yao Zhen thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "That's fine. If Benefactor trusts the Yao family, just wait here for a few days. After that we will definitely let Benefactor's group of 5 safely reach Tiankai Peak in the northern border." Qin Pingon asked, "Will it cause trouble for you?" Yao Zhen laughed heartily and said, "We've already survived all the trouble as big as the sky. Right now there's nothing that can be called trouble." When the old general said these words, his entire body was relaxed. Although his injuries were not light and the bumpy ride made things worse, his words were as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. However, the people behind Yao Zhen all had heavy moods, and their expressions were filled with unwillingness. Yao Zhen did not seem to want to enter the inn, so he suggested that he and Qin Pingon take the official road. Qin Pingon did not object. The two of them distanced themselves from the crowd by a dozen steps. Yao Zhen revealed the secret and said softly, "I don't dare to lie to Benefactor. I've fought and killed my entire life. This time His Majesty has shown mercy and allowed me to retire in the capital and take up the post of Minister of War. I can bring my family and retainers with more than 100 people so Benefactor can stay with them. I need to spend a few days to arrange a suitable position for you in the army. Truth be told, the imperial court will definitely investigate these 100 people carefully. They will investigate them one by one, so Benefactor and you will have to suffer some grievances." The old general felt somewhat guilty. After thinking about it, Qin Pingon nodded in agreement. Being able to escort the Yao clan elder to the capital allowed Qin Pingon to feel a little more at ease. The old general's first words did not conform to the rules of officialdom. Entering the capital to take up the post of Minister of War was a transfer, and it was not even a demotion. The Minister of War of the Great Quan dynasty was an important position in the imperial court, a seat that many great generals could only dream of. But for Yao Zhen, if there came a day when he had to dismount, he would be retiring. Moreover, he would need to leave the southern border where the Yao clan had been rooted for generations and go to Mirage City, which could be considered leaving his home. Given Yao Zhen's age and his status as the stabilizing force of the Great Quan dynasty, Emperor Lu Zhen's actions caused the entire court to ponder. But one thing was certain. The imperial court was prepared to protect the Yao clan, or perhaps His Majesty had already made up his mind to throw the Yao clan out of the maelstrom, granting Yao Zhen a pretty good ending where he could protect himself and live out his remaining years in comfort. Although the Great Quan Lu clan's War of the Princes was abnormally intense in this generation, the current 3 princes, even the first prince who had been presiding over the northern border at such a young age, placed great importance on their reputation in court. To put it bluntly, it was not strange for Yao Zhen to die of old age on the border, on the battlefield, or inexplicably on the battlefield, but it was impossible for him to die at the feet of the Son of Heaven in Mirage City. This was because it was rumored that a highly qualified gentleman of the Fu Academy had left the academy and taught in Mirage City for many years. Yao Zhen did not want Qin Pingon to think that they were going to Mirage City together so that Qin Pingon's group could protect the Yao clan as they went north. Thus, he helped Qin Pingon organize the Great Quan Imperial Court, explaining in detail the Yao clan's current situation and how they had managed to escape danger. This was partly due to the efforts of that gentleman of the Fu Academy in the capital and partly due to the invisible deterrence of that young gentleman at the inn. Qin Pingon said almost nothing, mostly listening to the old general's explanation. The only question he asked was regarding the third prince's matter of escorting prisoners. Yao Zhen had always been a rigid and inflexible person, paying even more attention to the relationship between ruler and minister, father and son, but after this calamity his heart had been completely broken, and his style of doing things had changed. Many of the secrets of the Great Quan imperial court that he would not have told anyone even if he was beaten to death were now casually spoken of. Presumably, other than being sad, the old man was also somewhat relieved and able to retire in peace. The conflict between Excellency Jin Huang of the Northern Jin Kingdom and the water god of Pine Needle Lake had resulted in both sides suffering losses, destroying the foundation of the Northern Jin Kingdom. The number one mountain god of the Northern Jin Kingdom, second only to the 5 mountain gods, had been imprisoned in the Tensum prison carriages. The third prince had plotted for 7 or 8 years, mobilizing many secret factions of the Great Quan imperial court. As long as he could successfully escort Excellency Mountain God back in the eyes of Mirage City, he would have made an unparalleled contribution, no different from a general opening up a vast frontier. Alas, all his efforts had been for naught in that inn on the border. Imperial Horse Supervisor Li Li had died, and so had Duke Shen's only son. After 10 years of hard work he had only gained face and suffered losses. Yao Zhen casually chatted with Qin Pingon as they walked down the official road. He regarded Qin Pingon as his benefactor and did not feel awkward because of Qin Pingon's age. While Qin Pingon and the old general were chatting outside, the atmosphere in the inn was strange. Junyang was leaning against the door, the old hunchback was drinking wine for the first time, and the scholar Zhong Kue was sitting on the doorstep, looking up at the woman's side profile. There was only one table of guests in the entire inn. The beautiful woman with a sword on her back, the dignified man with a saber, and the lean man who claimed to be a huge drinker did not drink. They casually ordered 3 dishes from the inn. The little cripple was also starving. When he saw that there was still an empty table, he sat down with the 3 of them and ate. He did not take any food, only eating the white rice in his bowl. The little cripple stole a few glances at the woman opposite him from time to time. She was much prettier than the lady boss. How could there be such a beautiful woman in the world? She carried a sword on her back. She must be a heroine. He did not know if she would pass by the inn in the future. By then he should be able to be a chef and would no longer need to sweep the floor, wipe the table and serve tea and wine. At the thought of this, the young man felt that the rice in his bowl was no worse than the delicacies of the scholar Zhong. When Qin Pingon returned to the inn, it was already closed. Only Zhong Kue was left on the first floor waiting to close the door. After closing the door, Zhong Kue took the initiative to invite Qin Pingon to drink, but they did not chat much. They drank separately. After drinking, Zhong Kue made a bed on the floor near the counter, and Qin Pingon went to the second floor to rest. In the end, Zhong Kue laughed and said that the money for the wine would be recorded on the bill. Qin Pingon felt somewhat helpless at that time. He did not understand why a Confucian gentleman with a high cultivation base would live under someone else's roof and live such a cowardly life. Qin Pingon had seen and heard many so-called experts along the way, but none of them were so unparticular. The hidden Madame Gui, the sword-wielding guard at the inverted mountain, and the old Jindan sword cultivator who served as his and Fan Air's coachman were all not very approachable. In the end, Zhong Kue said, "In the Jianghu, money is hard to earn and shit tastes bad. As long as you don't spend money to buy shit to eat, it's a good life." On the main road, the Yao family and the inn were getting further and further away. There was a woman riding alongside Yao Zhen. It was the woman wearing a veil hat. She lifted the veil hat, revealing a face that was naturally bewitching. She should be the Yao clan's femme fatale that Zhong Kue had mentioned. Although her appearance was charming, her temperament was cold. Her pair of peach blossom eyes were innately flirtatious throughout the year. Because the old man was injured, he didn't ride his horse. This old general who had been on the battlefield his entire life was becoming more and more convinced of his old age. The young woman softly asked, "Grandfather, why don't you go in and see Ninth Aunt? So many years have passed and we still have to go to the capital this time. Don't tell me we can't even see her once?" Yao Zhen shook his head. "Forget it." The young woman turned to look at the saber-wielding girl and the silent youth. "Lingji and Xianxia aren't feeling too good right now." Yao Zhen smiled. "They don't have to think that they are number one in the world every day. This is a good thing. Once they arrive at Mirage City they will have to suffer. The young woman hesitated to speak. The old man was silent for a moment. This is good. She couldn't help but ask, Grandfather, do you not blame little aunt and little uncle at all? The old man didn't answer. In the darkness of the night the old man suddenly smiled. I heard you say that they are profound, intelligent, eloquent and upright heroes. What are their aptitudes? Although the young woman was puzzled and didn't know why her grandfather would mention this matter, she still replied, they are first, third and second. The old man smiled and asked, then what do you think their benefactor is? The young woman shook her head. I don't dare to say that they are benefactors. The old man nodded and turned his head. Jinji, you shouldn't have gone to Mirage City. Don't you want to reconsider? It's not too late to regret now. The young woman named Yao Jinji smiled and said, since the fortune teller said. Before she could finish, Yao Jin glared at her and said, you can't say it. When we arrive at the capital you can't say it. Yao Jinji giggled and put down the veil again to cover his face. For the next 2 days the inn and Hu town were peaceful. The little girl Pei Qian rarely went out. Even if she went out to look for food she would deliberately avoid Qin Pingan. During this time, Qin Pingan accompanied Zhong Kue to sit on the threshold and drink. The scholar said that he had to keep an eye on Hu town, but this wasn't the most important thing. He wanted to see Junyang every day. Qin Pingan asked him why he liked Junyang so much. Zhong Kue thought for a long time and could only say that he was obsessed with her. Qin Pingan jokingly asked him how much he liked her. Zhong Kue sighed and said that he didn't like her much, so he always felt sorry for Junyang. Qin Pingan was at his wits' end. He was a weirdo. Before the Yao family's team arrived at the inn, Sui Yu knocked on Qin Pingan's door and said that he had a few words to say. The two of them sat opposite each other. Sui Yu said slowly, after the longevity bridge is rebuilt, if you want to ascend to the upper 5 realms, you will need to refine 5 magic treasures that correspond to the 5 elements. The better the quality of the items you refine, the higher your cultivation achievements will be. Qin Pingan asked, for example? Sui Yu seemed to have expected this, or rather the person who asked her to pass the message had calculated everything. She answered Qin Pingan almost exactly as he said. For example, the metal of the 5 elements could be the bag of refined gold coins or the golden gall. For example, the wood of the 5 elements could be the locust tree from Pearl Cave, or the divine bamboo from Green Mountain. For the water of the 5 elements, it could be the water character seal. For the earth of the 5 elements, it could be the dragon beheading platform, or the earth of the 5 mountains of the Dali dynasty. For the fire of the 5 elements, it could be some snake gallstones or even a fire dragon on the wrist. Finally, Sui Yu said, these are just examples. As for what to refine, how to refine and when to refine, you still have to decide for yourself. After Qin Pingan sent Sui Yu out of the room, he began to practice the sword furnace stance. That night he slept soundly with the 1,000-year sleeping stance. Qin Pingan had a strange dream. In the dream someone was blocking in front of him. Both of his arms were broken and dripping with blood. This person bent his back with his back facing Qin Pingan. He bit the hilt of his sword with his mouth and performed an unimaginable horizontal sword stance. Qin Pingan woke up and opened his eyes. He tried hard to remember the dream, but he could only remember a vague back view. And when Qin Pingan was lying on the bed in a daze, far outside the inn, one big and one small were piling up a small mound. Zhong Kue and Pei Qian, the former squatted there and looked at it, the latter added soil after filling it with soil, building a mound that looked like a small grave. He also specially found a wide and thin stone and inserted it in front of the grave. After completing the task, the little girl whose face was covered with mud turned her head to Zhong Kue and said solemnly, "This is Qin Pingan's grave. From now on this day every year both of us will come to pay our respects." Zhong Kue was puzzled. What is this? Pei Qian sat on the ground and crossed his arms. He gritted his teeth and said, "In my heart Qin Pingan is already dead." Zhong Kue made a no sound. In that case this small grave can be called a cenotaph. Pei Qian frowned. What do you mean? Zhong Kue rested his chin on his arm and stared blankly at the small grave and small tombstone. Actually, he was looking at Pei Qian's bright eyes from the corner of his eyes. The scholar seemed to be deep in thought and seemed to have understood something. First, set a small goal such as 1 second to remember. Book guest residence. 3:40. Qin Pingon lay on his bed. That strange dream was still lingering in his mind. The last time was when he was reading in his dream on the ferry on Osmanthus Island. He didn't know what deeper meaning it had this time. Or was it just a dream? Was he being too paranoid? Qin Pingon sat up. Since he couldn't sleep, he went to the table and began to count his belongings. During the day, Junyang sent a message that the Yao clan's entourage would pass by Hue town tomorrow morning. At that time, the two parties would travel together to the Mirage City and part ways at a famous ferry outside the capital. Qin Pingon and his party would continue to head north to visit the Immortal Heaven Fault Peak. The old General Yao Zhen had already arranged 2 identities for them. The latter half of their journey would be smooth and unimpeded. Qin Pingon lit the oil lamp and placed the blade's strengthening gourd on the table. The 15th flying sword flew out. Qin Pingon took out the golden wine robe. He was a little distressed. He was distressed about the damage to the golden wine robe. He was even more distressed about the copper coin used to repair the golden wine robe. He had already used up the Guyu money. It wasn't some small summer money or snow money. It was one of the small bag of golden wine coins that Jing Dafeng gave to Qin Pingon as a reward for his breakthrough in Old Dragon City. Qin Pingon touched the neatly folded robe and sighed. No wonder people said that cultivation was a job that required mountains of gold and silver. No one should say that they had too much money to spend. However, Qin Pingon couldn't help but think of Lu Yuzhou from the Upside Down Mountains Ape Raven Prefecture. Lu Yuzhou's father was probably the same age as the god of wealth of the Snow Mountain continent. That was why he had the right to worry about having too much money. Qin Pingon took out the bag of golden wine coins again and gently poured them on the table. They piled up one by one and formed a small building that was less than the height of a palm. Qin Pingon smiled knowingly. It was just that the building was a little small and short. Otherwise he would be happier. None of these invaluable gold and fine copper coins had the same color. Instead they were all betting coins. On the front and back of the coins were engraved the words, "Eliminate Evil" and "World Peace." The characters were different from the betting coins that Qin Pingon had first encountered in the Liju cave. It seemed that every 60 years, there would be changes in the coins that were made. When Qin Pingon was at the Upside Down Mountain, he learned a seemingly shallow but actually extremely orthodox refining chant from the golden wine coins. Previously, when he refined the golden wine coins, it only took him the time to drink a cup of tea. The golden wine robe was torn in many places, and the warp and weft threads were like willow branches sprouting. It was very magical. Qin Pingon estimated that the robe would be restored to its original state in at most 10 days. Another unexpected surprise was that Qin Pingon discovered that the golden dragons on the robe were acting strangely. The pearl held by the largest dragon and the eyes of the 2 smaller golden dragons were not shining with a golden light. After eating the gold essence copper coins, it was like adding a finishing touch to a dragon's painting. In particular, the spiritual energy contained in the golden pearl was as thick as water. This discovery made Qin Pingon, who had never been obsessed with magic weapons in the world, somewhat moved. Because the appearance of this golden wine robe was the same as Wei Xian and Zhu Lian's martial arts realm. It was rising. One had to know what was above magical treasures. Immortal weapons. The wealthy Fu family of the old Dragon City, which had thousands of years of accumulation, did not have a true immortal weapon. However, Qin Pingon did not expect the golden wine robe to grow into a magic robe with the appearance of an immortal weapon. After all, only God knew how many golden wine coins were needed to supplement it. Moreover, now that the Pearl Cave no longer existed, the 3 types of golden wine coins were very likely to be cut off and never appear in the world again. Even if he was lucky enough to cultivate the longevity bridge, he still had to refine the 5 magic weapons of the 5 elements. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. However, for Qin Pingon this was actually not too bad. It was just practicing a million punches after practicing a million punches. As long as he could see the road under his feet clearly and know where he should go next, it would be fine. As for how far it was and how difficult it was, he did not need to think about it. Qin Pingon continued to take out some of the items that he had kept for a long time. The golden script gallbladder that Lord Xingwang Shenwen gave to him. It was a fragment of the golden body that was left behind after the god's death. There was a pile of green bamboo slips that could be traced back to the Green Immortal Mountain. Most of them had been carved with poems by Qin Pingon. There was also the snake gallstone that Huang Guan He Xiaoyang returned to him. Finally, Qin Pingon took out the water seal carved by Mr. Qi himself and gently placed it in the center of the table. Qin Pingon lay on the table. As the saying goes, mountains and rivers are inseparable. The mountain seal had been destroyed in the flood dragon ditch, and the water seal seemed a little lonely. Qin Pingon was in a daze. A thought came to his mind. On the way back he would find a chance to buy a white jade hairpin. The material was normal. After carving the words he could put it in his hair bun. It was not to show off, it was purely because he felt that with his current outfit, even if he did not wear the golden robe, he would still wear a long green robe and a jade hairpin. He was not a scholar, but he could still pretend to be one. Then when he returned to the Baoping continent he would go to the Cliff Academy of the Great Sui to find Li Baoping and the others. He would finally not have to worry about implicating them and causing them to be looked down upon by their classmates. After reading so many books and seeing so many sages, Qin Pingon still liked those words the most. The words of a gentleman were as gentle as jade. However, when he thought of the gentleman sleeping on the floor of the inn, Qin Pingon was a little curious about the Dafu Academy. If it was not for the fact that it was inappropriate to delay his journey in the Tongye continent, Qin Pingon really wanted to visit the academy. One by one, Qin Pingon kept everything back into the square-inch object. Jing Dafeng wanted to settle the old and new debts. Other than a bag of gold and copper coins, there was also a legendary item close to him. It was a piece of jade without any seal characters. It was extremely simple and elegant. However, Qin Pingon was used to dealing with the 15 flying swords. It was convenient for him, so he did not touch the items close to him. Even earth immortals of the nascent soul realm might not have a treasure. Qin Pingon just hid it away. The Du armor West Peak was temporarily given to Wei Xian. The narrow saber Still Snow was hung on Lu Baixiang's waist. The sword of infatuation was carried on Sui Yu's back. The golden demon binding rope made from the old flood dragon's long beard could be used as a belt if it was not for its color being too eye-catching. Regardless of whether it was the usual snow-white color of the golden necklace or the 2 green robes bought from the marketplace, it did not match. After putting away his rich belongings, Qin Pingon was in a good mood. The only way to ease his worries was through money and wine. He stood up and walked to the window to open it. Suddenly he found that Pei Qian next door did not move at all. The walls of the inn were not soundproof. The little girl often snored when she slept. Qin Pingon thought that Pei Qian was like before, acting like a mouse in the middle of the night and stealing food from the kitchen on the first floor. However, after waiting for about half an hour, he heard the sound of the inn's door opening and closing. Qin Pingon casually flicked his finger and instantly extinguished the light. Soon he heard the sound of Pei Qian going upstairs. When the door next door closed, Qin Pingon calmed down. He lit the oil lamp again and took out 3 books to read. They were borrowed from Gu Qin, given to him by Li Shixing and given to him by Jing Dafeng. By now he had already memorized the chapters in the book by heart. However, other than the mountain quaking fist sleeping stance, 1,000 years, which he had recently started studying, there was almost no progress in talismans and sword techniques compared to before he accidentally entered the lotus flower blessed land. He really could not afford to be distracted. Qin Pingon believed that he could try writing some of the talismans that were slightly higher in quality than the demon-suppressing pagoda talisman. There was a chance that he could finish them in one go. Qin Pingon read until dawn. Before the sun rose, he heard a light rustling sound coming from next door. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. Qin Pingon put away the 3 books and got up to open the door. In the end, he saw Pei Qian, who seemed to be ready to go. She had a cotton bag on her back and a walking stick in her hand. She looked up with a bright smile and asked, "When are we leaving for Mirage City?" Qin Pingon asked, "Didn't I tell you to stay in the inn?" Pei Qian's smile did not change as he continued to play dumb. "Do you want me to wake up the little cripple to cook for us? We can only set off when we are full. I heard that Hure town is 2,000 to 3,000 kilometers away from Great Spring City. It is very far." Just as Qin Pingon was about to speak, a down-and-out scholar yawning appeared at the top of the stairs and walked over to the 2 of them. Zhong Kuei slapped the back of Pei Qian's head and asked Qin Pingon with sleepy eyes, "The Yao family came so early? Yao Zhen wants to be the Minister of War so much." Pei Qian, who was slapped for no reason, was furious. She raised her walking stick and was about to cut Zhong Kuei in half. But after seeing Qin Pingon, she immediately stopped and complained in a low voice. A gentleman uses his mouth and not his fists. How can you be a scholar? You deserve Junyang to look down on you. Little cripple is right. Poor scholars like you are the most hateful in the world. Zhong Kui ignored the little girl's nagging and pressed Pei Qian's head with his palm. He smiled and said, Qin Pingon, you'd better take her with you. I don't want to face such a girl every day. It's too tiring. I reckon that the plum wine will be tasteless. Besides, town is not peaceful. If you keep her here, it will go against your original intention. Pei Qian immediately stood up and straightened her chest. She looked down and tried to make herself look well-behaved. Qin Pingon did not immediately give an answer. Let me think about it. Zhong Kui nodded and smiled. You have to think about it. Qin Pingon went downstairs for a walk. Just as Zhong Kui opened the door to the inn, Junyang and the others were already up and busy with breakfast. Zhou Xian and the other three opened the door to the second floor almost at the same time. It became lively all of a sudden. When Pei Qian and Zhong Kui went downstairs, she secretly tugged on Zhong Kui's sleeve. When he turned around, Pei Qian whispered, I will put in a good word for you in front of Junyang. Is this returning the favor? Zhong Kui gave her a thumbs up. You are so righteous. Qin Pingon went out for a walk for a few miles. He walked slowly on the official road with the 6-step walking stance. He felt refreshed. He looked at the silhouette of town in the distance. Qin Pingon almost could not hold back. He wanted to take out the Yang lighting talisman, the only one made of golden material. He wanted to see what kind of deity was hiding in town. If it was really a demon with a high cultivation level, the ordinary lighting talisman might not be able to reveal it. If it could make the gentlemen of Dafu Academy stay here to guard, it could not be some great demon of the 5 realms from Colorful Clothes Kingdom. However, Qin Pingon forcibly extinguished the thought. If he really took out the golden lighting talisman, if there really was a demon lurking in town, the talisman would burn. It would be a warning and also a provocation. Qin Pingon would not find trouble for himself if he had nothing better to do. Besides, it was a rare golden talisman. Every time he used it, there would be one less. He would not be so wasteful. After Qin Pingon returned to the inn, he sat by the door and felt a headache coming on. It turned out that Pei Qian and Zhong Kui were sitting at the same table. Zhong Kui had drunk a little wine and was misleading the other students. Pei Qian listened attentively with a look of enlightenment. Zhong Kui asked, Do you know why a gentleman uses his mouth and not his fists? Pei Qian replied, Scholars can't fight. Zhong Kui lowered his voice and said mysteriously, The true meaning of this saying is that a gentleman only needs to use his mouth and the other party is already dead. Pei Qian was puzzled. Gentlemen are so good at arguing. Can they scold each other to death? Zhong Kui put one leg on the bench. His face was full of pride. He raised his eyebrows and signaled the little girl to pour wine for him before telling the truth. Pei Qian rolled her eyes, full of disdain. She looked at Zhong Kui from the corner of her eyes. Her tanned little face clearly said, Who do you think you are? Zhong Kui was not angry. He stretched out a finger and poked the charcoal-like little girl. He laughed and said, Only you don't like to be taken advantage of. Pei Qian was angry. She stood up and bent over to slap Zhong Kui's finger away. Zhong Kui moved his body and was about to point at Pei Qian, but Pei Qian kept waving her hand. Junyang looked at Zhong Kui from the counter in the distance. She didn't think that a man's childlike innocence was worthy of a woman's respect. But since Zhong Kui could do this, he shouldn't be a bad person. Pei Qian had never met such a shameless scholar. She was so tired that she panted and sat back down. She sneered, Since a gentleman is so powerful, why do they say it's better to offend a gentleman than a villain? Zhong Kui smiled and said, That's because you didn't meet me. Pei Qian's mouth twitched. You're just making things up. How could you have read more books than my father? Zhong Kui slapped his own face. He was speechless. It was as if he didn't have the face to face the sages and teachers on the altar. Consider it my loss. Qin Pingon walked over to Junyang and took out the silver he had prepared. Junyang didn't refuse this time. The silver was only 20 to 30 taels. Since this benefactor of the Yao family was willing to give it, she could only accept it. She smiled bitterly and said, Young Master Qin, I hope you can help me take care of Lingji in the capital. She is arrogant and not likable. Young master, please accommodate her. Take it as me asking for a yard after getting an inch. Qin Pingon nodded and agreed. He then smiled and stretched out his hand. Junyang was confused. Qin Pingon smiled and said, the reward for taking care of Miss Yao is at least 20 to 30 taels. Junyang hadn't laughed so happily for many years. She slapped the silver into Qin Pingon's palm. The woman was overjoyed. Oh, I didn't expect young master to be such a shrewd businessman. Qin Pingon kept the silver and joked, you need to know how to make money when you are away from home. Zhong Kui turned his head to look at Junyang and Qin Pingon, who were happily interacting with each other. He shouted towards the kitchen, when breakfast is served later, remember to bring me a bowl of aged vinegar. I want a big bowl. After breakfast, the sound of horses galloping on the road outside the inn became clearer. Farewell was imminent. Qin Pingon suddenly thought of something and asked Zhong Kui tentatively, can you help me write a spring festival couplet? Qin Pingon thought that the scholar in green robes in front of him was a gentleman from the academy. He must be good at writing. It would be a good omen for him in the coming year. Zhong Kui's eyes lit up. Will you pay? Junyang laughed angrily. Do you only care about money? Zhong Kui was resentful. He ran to the counter and rubbed his hands. Junyang, give me a brush and ink. Junyang rolled her eyes. You are an accountant. Can't you find it yourself? The inn had a brush, ink and red paper cut into blank spring festival couplets. This was because the old hunchback had always done it himself during the past New Year's. He was Yao Zhen's third brother after all. Although the Yao family was one of the wealthiest families at the border, they were not negligent when it came to poetry and writing. If the Yao family's disciples were really unrefined martial artists, they would not be able to do it. Qin Pingon said that there was no need to prepare a brush and ink. He had it. Before he said this, he had already flipped his wrist and took out a small snow awl from his fengsuan object. Pei Qian very flatteringly took the pair of red paper couplets and spread them on a wine table. She did not forget to remind Zhong Kui, who was standing in front of the table with his sleeves rolled up. You have to put in more effort and write better. You have to hang it on the wall of my house in the future. Zhou Xian and the other three gathered around, curious about what this gentleman would write. As for where Qin Pingon got the brush and how he could write without dipping it in ink, Junyang pretended not to see anything. After Zhong Kui took the brush, he concentrated his qi into his dantian. His expression was solemn. With a light shout, his brush moved like a dragon and snake as he wrote down 5 words. The words were proper, but they did not seem to have the strength of character or charm. The content was, the brush drops to shock the wind and rain. It was obvious that this was not a spring festival couplet. Instead, it was as if Zhong Kui had finally found an opportunity to show off his scholarly identity. Zhou Xian had been bending over and carefully looking at the words with a smile on his face. Sui Yuyu had already turned his head to look at the inn's entrance. The Yao family would be arriving soon. Junyang expressionlessly said, little cripple, go get a broom. Someone is itching for a beating. Zhong Kui innocently said, don't. I wrote it with all my heart. If it doesn't work, I'll write another one. The cost of these 2 spring festival couplets on the table will be on me. Qin Pingon smiled and said, it's pretty good. I'll take this one. Just write another 5 words. Junyang glared at Zhong Kui. The latter quickly pushed the gloating little cripple away. Go to your master's room and get another pair of couplets. Forget it, I'll just write 2. If Junyang is not satisfied, I'll change it. Zhong Kui wrote the first couplet. The poem after the first couplet was like weeping ghosts and gods. Perhaps he felt that he had written too big. Zhong Kui laughed dryly and found a way out for himself. I'm rusty. I didn't write it well. It's not even half of my usual skill. Zhong Kui wrote the next 2 couplets in a proper and festive manner. They were proper spring festival couplets and were not as sloppy as the first couplet. The new year brings joy to the rest of the year. After writing the second couplet, Zhong Kui was extremely satisfied. He said that the content of this couplet was the ancestor of all spring festival couplets in the world. Junyang was most satisfied with the third couplet because it was suitable for the occasion. It said that the country was prosperous, the family was prosperous, the country was prosperous, and the old and the young were safe. Even Pei Qian felt that it was pretty good. He finally gave Zhong Kui some face. Qin Pingon carefully put away the 3 couplets and thanked Zhong Kui with cupped fists. Zhong Kui accepted it calmly. Then the two of them looked at each other. Qin Pingon reminded him helplessly, brush. Zhong Kui asked, I've already given you 3 couplets with such beautiful meanings. Can't you just give me a brush? Qin Pingon shook his head and said, I can't. Zhong Kui wanted to bargain, but he saw that Junyang's face was dark. He guessed that she would personally sweep him out of the house without the little cripple looking for a broom. He sighed and reluctantly handed the little snow cone back to Qin Pingon. He muttered, the brush on the pole has the word, God. It's fated to be with me. What a perfect match. Qin Pingon, you're breaking up an affectionate couple. You're killing the mood. Qin Pingon didn't try to hide it. He put away the little snow cone that Li Shixing had given him and said with a smile, I really can't give it to you. Seeing Zhong Kui's pitiful expression, Junyang smiled and said, I'll waive the cost of the couplets. Not only that, but for the sake of the 3 couplets, you can take a jug of 5-year-old plum wine. Zhong Kui immediately beamed with joy. The official road outside the inn was already filled with dust. The saber-wielding girl Yao Lingji and the youth Yao Xianji dismounted their horses and went to the entrance of the inn to welcome Qin Pingon and his party. Junyang told Yao Lingji to be careful on the road and then choked with sobs. The girl's eyes also reddened. She lowered her head and turned away, no longer looking at her mother's worried face. Yao Zhen, dressed in casual clothes, stood beside a carriage. In the Yao clan's party entering the capital this time, other than the 3 intentionally empty carriages, there were also 5 tall steeds specially prepared for Qin Pingon. They were all first-class warhorses from the Great Spring Border Army. Even the children of the capital's top-notch nobles might not be able to own one. Yao Zhen didn't expect that other than the skinny little girl and the stunning woman with the long sword on her back, the rest of Qin Pingon's group of 4 would all choose to ride warhorses north. Yao Zhen had no objections to this. After greeting Qin Pingon, the old general returned to his own carriage. There were a dozen or so books on the art of war, all of which were passed down through the Yao clan's ancestors. Each book had many notes and insights of the Yao clan's ancestors as they flipped through the pages. Almost every page was like this. Perhaps this was the orderly inheritance of a noble clan, the continuous flow of incense. This time, Yao Zhen only brought 3 Yao clan children. The 3 of them belonged to the same generation. Yao Jinji sat alone in a carriage, while Yao Xianji and Yao Lingji rode side by side at the rear of the party. 7 or 8 accompanying cultivators were scattered among the group. Yao Zhen and Qin Pingon frankly admitted that 2 of them were secretly worshipped by the Great Spring Dynasty. If they hadn't been ordered to enter the capital this time, even he, as the highest-ranking general of the Great Spring Dynasty, had no right to mobilize those 2 cultivators. The other 60 or so riders were all old border soldiers who were familiar with archery and horses. There were also a few family members of these old soldiers. Most of them were stewards of the Yao clan's manors, servants and so on. Qin Pingon was mixed in with the group, riding slowly. Even though Zhou Xian was sitting on a horse, his body was still curled up, rocking up and down with the horse's back. He seemed to be the most casual and amiable of Qin Pingon's 4 retainers. Lu Baixiang was resting with his eyes closed. Wei Xian was like a fish in water in the cavalry group. He was very natural. At the inn, Junyang was unwilling to withdraw her gaze for a long time. The old hunchback was squatting at the door, smoking a pipe. The spirals of smoke covered his wrinkled, weathered face, like the mountain mist between the ravines of the mountains. The little cripple climbed to the roof and looked into the distance. They had just parted, but he was already looking forward to the next reunion with that sword-bearing sister. Zhong Kui came to the small grave. The stone tombstone had already fallen. Someone had even dug up the soil and taken away the items inside the cenotaph. It was a bit fun. Children after all. Zhong Kui rubbed his head and turned to look at the majestic group. He withdrew his gaze, put his hands behind his back and staggered back to the inn. He muttered to himself, "The sun rises from the eastern sea, melting gold for 10,000 miles. When the moon sets in the west, the night apes rise. It's a pity that it's not a good book, or else it would be a masterpiece passed down from generation to generation." Zhong Kui thought for a moment, hesitating whether or not he should make a trip to Hue town. Master was a little too timid. He was, after all, the mountain lord of Defu Academy, and was born in the residence of a saint in the central divine continent. Although that nine-tailed fox's name was at the very front of the second page written by Lord Bai, since he knew her real name, wouldn't it be a simple matter if he wanted her to die? Zhong Kui hugged the back of his head with his hands. A cool breeze caressed his face. It was as if the autumn wind was still swirling in his raised sleeves. The women in the inn had never seen Zhong Kui like this. First he set a small goal. For example, 1 second. 3:41. After Zhong Kui left the post house, the old Taoist kept him in an old pagoda tree that looked like a piece of jingtang wood. The old Taoist suddenly turned around and arrived at Qin Pingan's courtyard in just one step. Qin Pingan, who was still in a daze, quickly bowed and cupped his hands. Junior Qin Pingan greets the old immortal master. Zhong Kui mentioned his death casually, but when he mentioned the Taoist of Taiping Mountain, he didn't hide his closeness. The old Taoist waved his hand. No need to be so polite. Qin Pingan straightened his back and asked, "Old immortal master, why did you come back?" The old Taoist looked at Qin Pingan and nodded. "You're a real hero if you can tie them down. No wonder Huang Ting and Zhong Kui looked at you in a new light." Qin Pingan didn't understand, but he didn't ask. The old Taoist was in a good mood and asked with a smile, "You call yourself a swordsman, where's your sword?" The old Taoist of Taiping Mountain turned a blind eye to the flying swords number 1 and number 15 that appeared from the blade's strengthening gourd. Qin Pingan said honestly, "I used to practice boxing and just started practicing swordsmanship. So when I practice swordsmanship now, I'm just holding the sword in the air and visualizing it in my heart." The old Taoist said to himself, "If I knew this, I wouldn't have been so busy competing with others. Not only did I lose, but I also missed watching your situation in the lotus blossom blessed land." The old Taoist was tall and wore a hibiscus crown that symbolized one of the 3 branches of Taoism. His Taoist robe was white and his hair and beard were white. Qin Pingan didn't know how to answer, so he didn't say anything. There was no need to act smart in front of such a wise old immortal. Any disguise was no different from an old woman wearing rouge or a child wearing an official's robe. It would only make a fool of himself. The old Taoist suddenly asked, "I can lend you a sword. 60 years or 100 years, it's negotiable. You can exchange it with treasures or pay guyu." Qin Pingan hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. "Thank you for your kind intentions, but I already have a sword." Qin Pingan blushed. "Besides, I don't have a single guyu on me." The old Taoist didn't force him. The reason why he wanted to lend a sword to this young man was because he admired his promise with Zhong Kui. There was also a deeper layer of selfishness and goodwill in it. However, after the words left his mouth, he already felt some regret. It's better not to spoil things. The chaos in the Fusue sect worried the old Taoist. As for why he returned to the small courtyard, it was because he saw the unusual movements in Qin Pingzhen Lake. It seemed that Zhong Kui's death had greatly affected his state of mind. But when he looked at it carefully, he relaxed. It was a taboo for cultivators to be like a small boat, drifting with the current. As for those whose mental states were as chaotic as willow catkins, they were not even worthy to talk about taboos in the eyes of the old Taoist. They should not be cultivating Tao at all. They cultivated Tao and were lucky enough to climb to a higher realm. Everything they did was for personal gain. They fought for opportunities, treasures, and spiritual energy. When they left the mountain to walk the world, other than showing off and bullying others, what good could they do? But no matter how much the old Taoist couldn't stand Qi cultivators who cultivated their strength but not their minds, he could only guard Taiping Mountain so that his sect wouldn't go astray. Qin Pingan asked shamelessly, "Does the old Taoist have a protective mountain formation?" The old Taoist nodded and said, "My Taiping Mountain has 2 protective mountain formations. One of them has the bright moon mirror as its center. It can shine through all the evil spirits in the world, making them unable to hide. The distance depends on the cultivation of the person who is holding the mirror. Once the mirror shines on one, it can cause one's cultivation to drop temporarily. Then it's the 4 swords formation's turn. The 4 ancient swords are imitations of the 4 ancient great celestial swords. They're half-immortal weapons. After forming the formation, they're equivalent to an immortal weapon. They can travel thousands of miles in an instant. That old bastard from before, if he hadn't refined one of them, he would have been killed by me. It'll be fine even if he runs thousands of miles away. Now he's escaped death. But the realm of immortals is divided into left and right realms. The old bastard has just reached the 12th realm and his realm is not stable yet. Plus, he's suppressed by the rules of this world. Now his natal item is destroyed, his real body is pierced with several holes, and his primordial spirit is injured. He's not worth mentioning anymore. When the old Taoist mentioned the old ape with the sword on his back, he was full of murderous intent. The majestic aura around him was so substantial that it was white and misty, like thin streams of water lingering around. The old Taoist calmed himself down and the vision disappeared. This was actually one of the side effects of the drop in realm. The trouble is that the old bastard suddenly burrowed into the ground and disappeared along this broken ancient dragon vein. It's most likely a premeditated escape route. The old Taoist pointed to the top of his head. Previously, I fought with the old bastard and then I defeated a dark underworld big boss. A certain scholarly sage who was in charge of guarding the sky screen above the Tongye continent naturally saw it and landed on our Taiping mountain. After learning of Zhong Kuei's death, he was furious and personally went to kill the white ape. Who would have thought that the old bastard would hide it? Now it's up to Huang Ting, who has karma with it, to find some clues. As long as she finds it, even if Huang Ting dies in the battle, one of the 72 sages in the Confucian temple will be prepared and can kill her in one strike. Qin Pingon wanted to say something but stopped. The old Taoist smiled and said, "This is the worst-case scenario. Huang Ting has always been lucky. She's sharpened her temper in the lotus flower-blessed land. With the protection of the two ancient swords, chasing after the white ape might be an opportunity for her to break through the realm." Qin Pingon nodded. The old Taoist smiled playfully. "After I forcefully dragged her out of the lotus flower-blessed land, I thought I would have to whine and complain to her for a long time. Unexpectedly, she didn't complain at all. Along the way, she mentioned you many times and said that she would definitely go to Dolly's Dragon Spring to find you in the future." The old Taoist waved his sleeves lightly. "That's strange. I'm not a talkative person. What I said tonight was worth decades of saliva." Back to the topic, the mountain guarding formation of Taiping Mountain has a long history. It can both attack and defend. Many of the great sects and orthodox mountain sects in the Central Plains can't compare to it. I can't teach you how to refine and operate the formation privately as it involves the fate of Taiping Mountain. However, I have my own mountain guarding formation from an ancient immortal's cave residence. It has great killing power and I can sell it to you. However, it requires too much silver and costs a lot of money to build. Maintaining the formation requires even more luck. I originally planned to give it to Huang Ting as her dowry one day if she wanted to establish her own sect in the Tongye continent or get married and become Taoist companions with someone. I'll give it to her as her dowry, but I'll have to fork out more than half of my coffin capital. Qin Pingon swallowed his saliva. It had nothing to do with Huang Ting's dowry or coffin capital. He was shocked by the words "too much silver." The old Taoist priest noticed Qin Pingon's hesitation and laughed. He joked, good plan, good plan. I like it." Before Qin Pingon could figure out what was going on, the old Taoist priest no longer mentioned the mountain guarding formation. He reminded him softly, "Qin Pingon, although I don't know what treasure you have on you that can hide from the heavens and prevent others from divining your location and fortune, you must cherish it. It's an item that can only be found by chance. There's only one in the entire Taiping Mountain and it was left behind by our founding ancestor." Qin Pingon thought of the inconspicuous oil paper umbrella and nodded heavily. He looked at Qin Pingon. The old Taoist priest was very pleased. The woman Huang Ting and the gentleman Zhong Kuei were the few young people that the old Taoist priest took notice of. Now there was also this Qin Pingon. The old Taoist priest felt that whether it was the Tongye continent in the southeast or the vast world, it was better to have more young people like him. The world was in chaos again. There was still a pillar. In order to prevent Zhong Kuei's soul from being taken to the Yellow Springs Road by the big boss of the Mansion of the Dead, the old Taoist priest dropped a level. He knew that he would never have the chance to make up for the biggest regret in his life. After the founder of Taiping Mountain successfully ascended to the immortal realm, he was given the title of Heavenly Lord Guanmiao by his lineage. The biggest regret of the old Taoist priest's life was that in history, whether it was the orthodox world of the Confucians or the Qingming world, as long as a Taoist ascended to the Lord of Heaven from a perfected cultivator, no matter which of the three lineages he belonged to, he could invite the founder to personally hand over a Taoist robe, a Taoist crown and a token. However, as the newest Lord of Heaven in his lineage, Heavenly Lord Guan Miao didn't get to see the founder leave the Baek-o-Kaikyung building and descend to the vast world. The old Lord of Heaven didn't dare to make wild guesses, but everyone in Taiping Mountain had been pondering about it. For that reason, the head of the Taiping Mountain sect even went to the academy in the northernmost part of the Tongye continent and asked if the Confucian sage, who had a sacrificial statue in the Confucian temple, had made things difficult for their headmaster to show up. The Mount Master of the academy was also a straightforward person. He didn't want to beat around the bush with the Taiping Mountain clan master, so he asked with a smile, "The other two headmasters may have the same treatment, but the founder of your lineage has a close relationship with the Confucian school. If he wants to come to the vast world, who will stop him?" After getting this answer, the old Lord of Heaven became more depressed. After thinking about it, he could only think that his cultivation was high enough, but his great Tao was still small. Therefore, the founder of the hierarch wanted to knock him down. Before the Battle of Taiping Mountain, the old Lord of Heaven thought that if he ascended to the Ascendant Realm in the future, he would be able to see the founder. Now, it was completely an extravagant hope. There was no regret at all. It was inevitable. When the old Taoist priest was about to leave, Qin Pingon said, "Thank you, old immortal." The old Taoist priest asked with a smile, "Why are you thanking me? Are you talking about Zhong Kuei's fall in cultivation?" The old Lord of Heaven shook his head. "No need. Taiping Mountain owes him this." Qin Pingon said in a deep voice, "Thank you, old immortal and Taiping Mountain. They let me know that the immortals on the mountain also have a chivalrous heart to be kind to the world." The old Taoist priest was in a good mood. "Well, I didn't expect you to be similar to Zhong Kuei. You are very good at flattering." Qin Pingon said helplessly, "It's my sincere words." The old Taoist priest looked at the young man with a smile. "If it's sincere flattery, it will make me feel comfortable." The old Taoist priest left with the wind. A small head was lying on the window staring at the yard in a daze. It was strange that no one in the post house noticed the appearance of Zhong Kuei and the old Lord of Heaven. Only Pei Qian looked at Qin Pingon in the yard in the middle of the night by accident. Qin Pingon looked back at Pei Qian. "Go to sleep." As soon as Qin Pingon said that, Pei Qian went to get a stool, climbed up the windowsill, jumped down and landed steadily. Qin Pingon asked, "Why aren't you sleeping? What are you doing here?" Pei Qian said fawningly, "I can't sleep, so I want to talk to you for a while." Qin Pingon waved his hand and said that he wanted to practice boxing. She could stay if she wanted. After watching for half an hour, Pei Qian felt sleepy. She told Qin Pingon that she was going to sleep, took a deep breath and rushed to the windowsill. She jumped high, probably trying to press her hands on the windowsill and then kick her legs randomly. She thought that she would look cool if she jumped up. But her chin suddenly hit the windowsill. She fell backward. Qin Pingon turned his head and couldn't bear to look at her. Pei Qian sat on the ground, covered her mouth and turned her head. Her eyes were hazy with tears and she was about to cry. Qin Pingon walked over, squatted down and gently took her hand away. He looked at it and asked with a smile, "Are you still acting like a hero?" Tears streamed down the little girl's tanned face. Qin Pingon had no choice but to retract his smile and help her stand up. "There's a little girl who's about the same age as you. She's also so careless, but she can withstand pain better than you. If it were her, she would definitely smile at me right now. She might even comfort me not to worry." Qin Pingon added, "But everyone has their own temperament. You don't have to learn from her." The two sat at the stone table. Pei Qian only dared to open her mouth slightly and asked vaguely, "What is her name?" Qin Pingon said, "Her name is Li Baoping. She likes to wear red cotton-padded jackets and she likes to call me young martial uncle." Pei Qian whispered again, "You like her a lot?" Qin Pingon nodded. How could there be a young martial uncle who didn't like Li Baoping? He was right. Pei Qian was silent. Qin Pingon asked, "Just now you watched me practice boxing. How was it?" Pei Qian was confused. This time she wasn't pretending. She didn't know why he asked this. Qin Pingon was also confused. "Haven't you thought of secretly learning?" Pei Qian asked back, "Why would I learn to walk around like you?" She stood up in high spirits, baring her fangs and brandishing her claws. She pretended to unsheath her sword and poked randomly with her two fingers together. She jumped a few times and even performed a set of turtle fist. After showing off for a while, she said, "Of course I want to learn the most powerful moves." Qin Pingon didn't find it funny. Instead he looked dignified. On the street of Lotus Flower Blessed Land, the boat flew on the sword. Qin Pingon's school dragon. And the god-beating drum style that defeated Zhou Xian. There were some scattered moves of the devil ding-ing mixed in as well. It was not similar in form. But someone said that if you didn't practice boxing, you would make ghosts laugh. But if you directly threw away all the boxing styles and practiced the gist of trueness? In Qin Pingon's impression, there was only one person who could do that. Sure enough. Qin Pingon asked a question. "You stared at Master Xiao during the day. What did you see?" Pei Qian didn't dare to answer. Qin Pingon said, "As long as you don't lie, it doesn't matter what you say." Pei Qian looked around and whispered, "I think that the one surnamed Xiao is up to no good. He's not a good person." Qin Pingon asked the second question, "Can you see the old Taoist tonight?" Pei Qian nodded hard. Qin Pingon was a little helpless. That was the great supernatural power of Mount Taiping's ancestral master, Fangzhong Heaven and Earth. Qin Pingon asked again, "If you have a promising future in martial arts and you think someone bullied you, what will you do? Tell me the truth." Pei Qian hesitated. "Only half dead with one punch?" Seeing that Qin Pingon was about to get angry, she simply broke the pot. She crossed her arms and said angrily, "I'll kill him with one punch." Qin Pingon asked with a smile, "What if you're wrong?" Pei Qian said confidently, "I'm by your side every day. How can I be wrong?" Qin Pingon didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said with a straight face, "But you'll go out and travel by yourself one day." Pei Qian said firmly, "I won't. Why would I go out alone? There are so many bad guys out there. What if I can't beat them? Also, what if I don't bring enough money and starve every day? If I steal or rob, you'll beat me and scold me when you find out. What can I do? Right? So I'd better not go out." Qin Pingon asked, "What if one day you're very good at martial arts? Better than me?" Pei Qian frowned and thought carefully. She shook her head and said, "I'm lazy. I like to sleep and I'm afraid of pain. You know that when I was walking, the soles of my feet were full of blisters. When I popped them, I cried until my throat was hoarse. Back at the inn, when you were fighting with someone, your bones could be seen from your arms, but you didn't cry. But I can't. If I look down at my arms, I might faint from fright. Sai, if there's a peerless martial art that can be learned overnight without suffering, that would be great." Qin Pingon held back his laughter. "You also know that you're lazy, unmotivated, and timid?" Pei Qian drooped her head, dejected. Qin Pingon asked, "Why aren't you saying anything?" Pei Qian felt wronged. "My chin hurts." Qin Pingon smiled and turned around. He leaned against the stone table and looked at the night sky. Pei Qian imitated him, but she was small, so she could only lean against the stone table with the back of her head. Qin Pingon said softly, "After the new year you'll be 11 years old. So you have to read more books and learn more principles." There was still a long way to go. It was more tiring than practicing martial arts a million times. But it was good. It was rare for Qin Pingon to share his inner thoughts with Pei Qian. "When I was in my hometown, I was slightly older than you and had never been to school. Mr. Qi told me that the truth is in the books but the person is not." Qin Pingon murmured, "I hope that everyone in the world can meet a Mr. Qi when they're young." Pei Qian was still a little girl who only liked to listen to what she liked. For example, Qin Pingon said that she would be 11 years old next year. In this world, only Qin Pingon would remember these things. She was 10 years old this year and 11 next year. The old Taoist priest of Taiping Mountain suddenly stopped and took out the locust tree. Zhong Kuei's ghost appeared and floated down. Above the sea of clouds, Zhong Kuei saw the most familiar person standing not far away. It was the master of Dafu Academy, his teacher. The master of Mount Hill just looked at Zhong Kuei. Zhong Kuei whispered, "Teacher?" The master of Mount Hill seemed to be unable to believe the bad news before. Even now he still could not believe what he saw. It shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be like this. He should not have gone to the Bio mansion and let this student, who was the best student in his life, go to Taiping Mountain. He should have stayed obediently in the inn in the border town and stared at the nine-tailed fox that was hiding in plain sight. Although the nine-tailed fox was a big demon in the 12th state, her identity was too special and her seniority was too high. Therefore her real name had been leaked. As long as Zhong Kui knew the real names of all the big demons in the world, he would be able to protect himself in the vast world. No one thought that the white ape with a sword on his back in Taiping Mountain was the culprit behind the escape of the demons in the well prison. Zhong Kui could not stand the current atmosphere and said loudly, "Teacher, it's my duty." Scholars either use their knowledge to educate the common people and support the country, or use their righteousness to get rid of demons and defend the Tao. The master of Mount Hill was furious. "Do I need you to talk about these principles with me?" Zhong Kui kept quiet out of fear. The old Lord of Heaven sighed. "If the academy blames us, Taiping Mountain will not shirk." The master of Mount Hill did not treat the old Taoist like how he treated Zhong Kui. He said respectfully, "My brother will be angry, but he won't blame us. Besides, what did Taiping Mountain do wrong? When did you blame Zhong Kui for not being able to protect Taiping Mountain? Why couldn't you protect that earth immortal?" Zhong Kui added softly, "Teacher, that old Taoist is Liang Su." The master of Mount Hill was about to get angry again. Zhong Kui immediately shut up. The old Taoist sighed. "After this disaster, Tongye continent may be a little better, but Hassa continent and Fuyao continent will be in chaos." The appearance of treasures in the three continents was indeed the plan of the demon race. Then the old Taoist whispered, "Your academy must protect that young man from the Fusho sect. If he can find out about this." He did not continue. The master of Mount Hill nodded. "Of course. I've already discussed with the Fusho sect. That young man will enter the Dafu Academy under an alias. As for whether he will become a Confucian disciple in the future, it will depend on that young man's intentions." The old Taoist smiled. "If Ji Hai's disciple in seclusion becomes a gentleman, won't the Fusho sect fight you to the death?" The master of Mount Hill sighed when he mentioned the Fusho sect and the great cultivator Ji Hai. Ji Hai admitted that whether it was accepting the young man as his disciple or giving him the weapon, it was all right. However, when he saw the young man, Ji Hai could not calm down. It will hinder his cultivation and he will never be able to reach the immortal realm. How will he go to the Great Wall of Sword Qi and kill other 12 realms demons in the future? The old Taoist looked regretful. Tongye continent's only immortal Tao couple in the upper 5 realms is a rare match made in heaven. It's a pity. It will be difficult for Ji Hai to break through. The more stubborn he is, the harder it is to eliminate his inner demons. The master of Mount Hill smiled bitterly. "Some things can be persuaded, but some things are not." The old Taoist sighed. The difficulty of cultivation was as difficult as ascending to heaven. However, a long time ago it was said that ascending to heaven was not difficult, but cultivating the Tao was difficult. At the peak of the most majestic mountain in the Middle Earth divine continent, there was a god in golden armor holding a sword with both hands. He was wearing a helmet, so the god's face could not be seen clearly. He stood beside a stone tablet at the peak of the mountain, and an old Confucian scholar sat cross-legged at the top of the stone tablet, looking extremely rude. The old man pinched his fingers in his sleeves and slapped his thigh. "Good, good." The god in golden armor twitched the corner of his mouth. The old man was proud and asked, "How is my disciple in seclusion?" The god in golden armor, who had been pestered by the old man for a whole month, said impatiently, "Good, good, good. Is that enough?" The poor old man pointed at the god who was almost as tall as the giant stone tablet and laughed. "I like this attitude of yours the most." Then the old man began to talk about his past glory. "Thinking back to when I quarreled with others and they lost, they all looked like this. I feel good." The god in golden armor was one of the 5 great gods of the Middle Earth divine continent. He sneered, "Who was the one who suggested that a poor scholar like you enter the Confucian temple? Tell me and I'll ask him if he's blind." This was a well-known unsolved case of the Confucian school. The old scholar smiled slyly. "Guess?" No matter how good the temper of the god in Zhou Xian was, he would be irritated if someone nagged at him for a whole month. Moreover, this old man was someone who would not act unless he saw a rabbit. What good could it be? He did not hold back. "Guess your grandpa." The old scholar raised his thumb and pointed at himself. "He's not my grandpa but our ancestor of the Confucian school. I wish that he was my grandpa. Sigh, what a pity." The great god of Zhou Xian, who was known for his arrogance and unruliness, had a solemn expression on his face. He straightened his back and released his grip on the sword hilt. He cupped his fists and bowed to the heavens and earth. This could be considered an apology to the Holy Master. The old scholar continued, "You know what kind of person I am, right? I'm very thin-skinned and I always like to tell myself that I won't accept a reward if I don't deserve it. But I'm talented, I write well, and I'm good at reasoning. So our Saint Master came to me and earnestly advised me, and I was very moved. He told me a lot of things that I thought were ordinary, but there was one sentence that I felt touched the bottom of my heart. Since ancient times, sages have always been true heroes, but heroes don't necessarily have to be sages. When I heard it, I felt that our Holy Master understood me, so I made a small request to our ancestor." The god in Zhou Xian said in a low voice, "I don't want to hear it. Shut up." The old scholar wrung his hands and lamented, "Why can't you tell the good from the bad?" The god in Zhou Xian sneered, "If I could tell the good from the bad, why would I let you go up the mountain?" The old scholar rubbed his chin and felt that he was not in the right in this matter. He immediately changed his words. "That old cow's nose in the Eastern Sea is really not likable, but he's still passable. He's quite generous and doesn't lose face. I know that he gave that child something good. Although it doesn't help with cultivation, it's better than coincidence. It's better than Alliance's broken bamboo hat. Just based on this, I won't argue with him about the dirty things he did in Lotus Blossom Blessed Land." The god in Zhou Xian said sarcastically, "Even if you want to arm wrestle with him now, can you?" The old scholar said earnestly, "We scholars still have to compete with people in terms of reasoning. Fighting and killing, piercing through the sky, it's not true ability." For the first time, the god in Zhou Xian didn't refute. The old scholar covered his sleeves with both hands. The astral wind on the peak of Zhou Xian was surging. Even the golden armor of the god in Zhou Xian had ripples of talisman. However, the old scholar's sleeves and hair didn't flutter at all. The old scholar said softly, "It's hard for a saint to die, but it's hard for a gentleman to live." Among the 100 schools of thought, only our Confucian school doesn't care about guardians. The academy is the greatest guardian of all scholars in the world. In the 3 great academies and 72 academies, there are all such gentlemen who died before becoming saints. I feel that these honest gentlemen who are not smart enough are the backbone of our world. When the old scholar reached this point, he suddenly ran out of words. He turned his head and shouted, "Blockhead, think of an explanation." The god in Zhou Xian said indifferently, "Indomitable spirit." The old scholar slapped his thigh again, "Great." The god in Zhou Xian suddenly said, "You've never been a proper gentleman of the Confucian school." The old scholar was silent. In the Confucian temple, a saint walked out from his clay statue. The statue was very tall and the statue was very close to the saint in the middle. He was also holding the hand of a young man who had followed him from another world to the vast world. After leading the young man out of the gate, the saint turned his head and looked at the empty position of the statue. He smiled at the young man and said, "If you have the chance in the future, you can compete with someone." 342. Pei Qian stared at the long golden bridge and recited the teachings of the sage. Julian was thinking. The long bridge across the buried river gradually disappeared. Pei Qian was a little thirsty and had no desire to study. She wanted to learn boxing and swordsmanship, but unfortunately, Qin Pingon was not willing to teach her. As for Julian and the others, even if they were willing to teach, Pei Qian was not willing to learn. Qin Pingon was still in the mysterious state of meditative forgetfulness. What was even more strange was that he found himself floating out. His spirit had left his body and was suspended in the air. Looking at himself sitting cross-legged, he felt very strange. Unlike the separation of the souls of Ding Ying and the eunuch in the python costume, this time it was somewhat like the legendary Yin spirit. It was the same as the gentleman Zhong Kue that night at the inn. It was just that Zhong Kue had cultivated both the Yang spirit and the Yin spirit at the same time. At this time, Qin Pingon was drifting with the spiritual qi and astral wind in the buried river. He was far less stable than Zhong Kue's Yin spirit and Yang spirit. If Qin Pingon was just a toddler, then Zhong Kue was a strong young man who could climb mountains and wade through rivers as if he were walking on flat ground. Pei Qian and Julian did not notice this strange phenomenon at all. Almost at the same time, the two Qin Pingon had a thought that could not be dismissed. Qin Pingon, who was drifting, turned his head to look at the lower reaches of the buried river. Then, sitting cross-legged, Qin Pingon opened his eyes and said softly, "I need to practice the sword furnace stance here. Tonight's situation is a little different, so I can't go into detail. Pei Qian Julien, you may need to help me keep watch for a few hours." Julien nodded and smiled. "It's my duty." Pei Qian stomped his foot and sighed. "You should have said so earlier. I should have brought some snacks for supper." The out-of-body Qin Pingon took a step toward the buried river. In an instant he was already dozens of feet away. He directly came to the surface of the buried river, like a piece of wood floating and sinking in the water. After Qin Pingon stopped, he adapted to the strange environment of stepping on the void. With a tap of his toes he would float forward very far. Qin Pingon leaned forward and touched the surface of the buried river lightly like a dragonfly. He was like a mountain immortal flying in the wind, or a pure martial artist of the 8th realm of the far travel state. His sleeves fluttered as he rode the wind to travel far away. Qin Pingon did not know that under various coincidences, this was the embryonic form of a qi refinement warrior's yin spirit. Shedding one's mortal body and exchanging one's bones, condensing one's divine energy and having a body outside one's body. This was the yang spirit, and it loved the light. With a single thought he would be able to enter the underworld free and unfettered. He was a yin master who loved to roam the night. At night he visited the water god temple. Qin Pingon felt that even if he just took a look he would be back soon. As for the Qin Pingon by the riverside, he closed his eyes and performed the sword furnace formula with both hands. Although one was sitting and the other was in a mental state, the two were one. The out-of-body yin master saw and felt everything. Qin Pingon, who was practicing the sword furnace stance with his eyes closed, was very clear. He was completely immersed in it. The mystery of the Great Tao was extremely mysterious. It was only at this moment that Qin Pingon understood why cultivators would leave the mortal world and focus on cultivation. It seemed that the scenery in the eyes of these qi refinement warriors was already beyond the mortal world. At this moment Qin Pingon by the riverside seemed to be practicing the sword furnace formula. In fact, he continued to close his eyes and visualize the long bridge in his heart. Compared to the 2 times at the Lotus Flower Blessed Land, it was much more stable. Although he still felt that he could not walk on it and cross the river. However, he should be able to walk on the bridge and view the river. If not for Julien beside him, Qin Pingon would have gone up and tried. The reason why he visualized tonight was not only because he thought about whether a gentleman should save or not, but also because he thought about the relationship between saving others and saving oneself. When he brought Pei Qian with him, Qin Pingon only wanted her to read and memorize books. He did not talk about any of the principles that he had figured out himself. However, as long as he looked at Pei Qian's actions and words, it was as if he was looking at himself in the mirror. Qin Pingon could not help but reflect on himself. Qin Pingon did not feel much about the contents of the books and did not understand the true meaning. However, with Pei Qian around, Qin Pingon would think more about it. For example, Qin Pingon would reflect on himself 3 times a day, restrain himself and return to etiquette. Only by reading 10,000 books would one be able to attain enlightenment. Wonderful. Pei Qian had already memorized the first book. It seemed that after tonight's visit to the water deity temple, Pei Qian could probably start reading the second book. Reading was not about how much one read. It was about how many words one read. This was not a logical principle. He could talk to Pei Qian about it. However, she would probably just ignore it. It was said that there was once a monk who was illiterate. In the end, he only read one scripture and became a Buddha. On the bank of the buried river there were 2 people who were like rainbows. Their figures were blurred and disappeared in a flash. They rushed downstream. When they saw the 3 people by the river, they nodded slightly as a greeting. When they disappeared into the night, Julien retracted his gaze. It turned out that after returning to the post house, the master and disciple changed into Taoist robes. They only told Yao Zhen that they had something to do tonight and could return to the post house before dawn. Yao Zhen would not stop them. In fact, he could not stop them. Even Yao Zhen, who was the head of the Yao family, did not know about the background of the 2 people who were stationed at the border. Yao Zhen even suspected that the master and disciple of the Taoist sect were directly under the emperor's command. They prevented the great cultivators of the North Jin Kingdom from assassinating him and causing chaos in the border army. At the same time, they monitored the movements of the Yao family in the border army. After all, he had a relative who had just resigned from the Ministry of Personnel. For this reason, Yao Zhen privately asked Yao Jinji if he should deliberately make friends with the two people. He did not expect them to protect the Yao family who was going to expand in the Mirage City in the future. He wanted to take the opportunity to form a good relationship with them. She did not agree. She said that the two people's identities were special and they could not be roped in. Officials served the emperor. If the emperor was wise, then the officials had to be smart. They didn't even have the thought of trying to figure out the emperor's heart. It was useless to think too much. However, this only applied to border officials like the Yao family. The close officials by the emperor's side were a different matter. Yao Zhen was not convinced. His family was on the verge of death twice. If it were not for Qin Pingon saving him twice, he would have been dead. He might even be accused of colluding with the enemy country and plotting to usurp the throne. If he still wanted to keep himself clean now when he arrived in the Mirage City, there would be no border army around him. Wouldn't it be more dangerous and unpredictable? Yao Zhen thought of the disciple of the county guard who got off the horse and became a civil official. For a moment he felt uncomfortable. Was it like what his granddaughter said? Would he have to deal with this kind of little bastard often in the future? Yao Jinji smiled and said the opposite. When his aunt married into the capital, the Yao family still wanted to clean up the snow in front of their door and abide by the rules of the ancestors. It was wrong. When they arrived in the Mirage City, under the premise that the imperial court accepted his grandfather, it was right to continue to be wise and protect themselves. If they competed with those rich and noble families, the Yao family would not be able to gain a foothold in the capital. However, it was not like they did nothing and were controlled by others. Yao Jinji said a famous Zen saying, "When the water reaches the end, sit and watch the clouds rise." Yao Zhen sighed. When Yao Jinji was still young, he had used his father's mouth to raise objections to his grandfather, Yao Zhen, when his aunt married that Li Xiling who had knelt outside the Yao family's ancestral hall on a snowy day. The general idea was that the Yao family had followed the rules of their ancestors for hundreds of years. Once they made an exception, the entire Yao family would know that the two had true feelings for each other. However, outsiders would not care about this. Mirage City would not care, and His Majesty the Emperor would not care either. The Yao family's children could not marry into a rich and noble family. Since they had made an exception once, would the Yao family's border army, which was loyal and devoted to the Lu family, make another exception? Without a first there would be no second. But with a first, a second, a third, a fourth and a fourth would follow. This was common sense. Grandfather, if I, Yao Jinji, were an outsider, I would suspect that the Yao family felt that living in a corner was too stifling. When the old general heard this, his face was filled with anger, but his heart was filled with grief and indignation. Yao Jinji calmly handed his grandfather a cup of tea. He smiled and said, "General, drinking wine can increase your heroic spirit. But when you arrive in Mirage City and grandfather becomes an official, you should change to drinking tea." Yao Zhen angrily took the teacup and drank it all in one gulp. He was still drinking wine. "Blue sea tonight," Yao Jinji smiled sweetly. The figures of the two Taoists on the riverside were like two wisps of smoke, much faster than the speed of a galloping horse. This pair of Taoist master and disciple, the old man came from an unorthodox Taoist sect called Golden Peak Temple. Don't think that unorthodox Taoist sect is not pleasant to hear. In fact, it is already very impressive. There are not many Taoist cave sects that are qualified to be listed as unorthodox in the entire continent. The Taoists of the Golden Peak Temple liked to cultivate their minds in the secular world. There were not many of them, less than 100 of them. Once they entered the secular world, they would often conceal their names and identities. They did not like to rely on their backers or ancestors. The current master of the Golden Peak Temple was already 500 years old. He was a genuine nascent soul earth immortal and had a great reputation in the northern part of the Tongyi continent. The old man's common name was Yin Miaofeng, and his Taoist title was Taoist Baozhen, which was derived from the saying, "Live a long life and see a long time, keep the truth in all things." He belonged to the line of the master of the Golden Peak Temple. The only direct disciple, Xiao Yuanran, was the young Xiao Yuanran that Yin Miaofeng met by chance after he left the mountain and entered the secular world. It took Yin Miaofeng a total of 14 years to decide to take him in. During this period, Taoist Baozhen set up 3 major tests and Xiao Yuanran passed all of them. Xiao Yuanran followed Taoist Baozhen to the Golden Peak Temple to meet the master of the Golden Peak Temple. He paid his respects to the statue hanging in the ancestral hall, and his name was recorded in the sect register. From then on, he officially became a disciple of the Golden Peak Temple. In the end, he followed his master to the Great Spring Dynasty. The two of them became the consecrators of the Lu family and were responsible for watching the border of the southern border for 10 years. Although Xiao Yuanran looked like a handsome young man, he was actually in his 40s. The two of them were both cultivators of the Dragon Gate realm. Taoist Baozhen admitted that he had no hope of becoming an Aurus Core realm cultivator in his lifetime. Xiao Yuanran's aptitude was far better than his. He had reached the Dragon Gate realm above the sea at such a young age and was truly a cultivation genius. When the master of the temple heard that Xiao Yuanran had broken through at the border of the Great Spring Dynasty, he specially sent him down the mountain and gave him a magic weapon of the sect. He also promised that as long as Xiao Yuanran successfully reached the Aurus Core realm, he would also give him a precious treasure that had been passed down for 1,000 years. When Xiao Yuanran returned to the mountain, he would take it as a congratulatory gift. Therefore, Yin Miaofeng hoped that he could use the solid foundation of the Great Spring Lu family to help Xiao Yuanran reach a higher level and become a Aurus Core realm cultivator. Only then would he become an immortal. Qi cultivators below the Aurus Core realm were still in the big and small cages. Regarding the matter of General Yao Zhen going to the capital to take up a post, Xiao Yuanran had been holding it in for a long time. Tonight he finally asked, "Master, did the Yao family really escape the disaster just like that?" Yin Miaofeng asked, "Why, are you very disappointed? If the Yao family can escape unscathed, Yao Jinji can continue to live her peaceful life. Maybe when she reaches the Mirage City, she will soon marry into a rich and powerful family and it will be difficult to meet her again. Therefore you are not very happy in your heart?" Xiao Yuanran shook his head and smiled. It is inevitable to feel disappointed. However, cultivation is to cultivate the heart and let nature take its course. If the Yao family is destroyed, I will naturally protect Yao Jinji and protect her under my wings. However, since the Yao family has overcome the crisis, it means that Yao Jinji and I are not fated to meet. There is no need to force it. There will be opportunities in the future. Yin Miaofeng smiled and said, "There are often 1,000-year-old trees in the deep mountains, but there are rarely people who are 100 years old in the mortal world. Yao Jinji is not a cultivator. Now that she is beautiful and moving, it is normal for you to be attracted to her. However, 20 years later, even if the opportunity comes, she will already be an old woman. At that time, if you are lucky, you might already be a land immortal. Will you still be attracted to a mortal woman with a faded appearance?" Xiao Yuanran smiled and said, "Then we will talk about it when the time comes." Xiao Yuanran was silent for a moment. His ears whistled like the wind as he asked, "Master, why did we suddenly visit the Bayou Manor this time? Is it related to the flying sword message we received from the capital yesterday?" Yin Miaofeng smiled faintly and said, "In short, it is not a small matter." Xiao Yuanran smiled helplessly. Since his master did not want to say more, he could only suppress his curiosity. The Bayou Manor was the manor of the buried river god. It was similar to the Jin Huang Manor where the third prince had escorted the prisoners. However, the Jin Huang Manor had lost its owner. Now it was mostly a gathering of mountain spirits and ghosts. After this battle, the northern Jin kingdom's luck could be said to have been greatly damaged. The Jin Huang mountain god would soon be escorted to the Mirage City. The Pine Needle Lake Water Deity Temple, which had been at loggerheads with the northern Jin kingdom for hundreds of years, collapsed even earlier. The remnants of the Water Deity Temple were only a few shrimp soldiers and crab generals. However, Xiao Yuanran thought of something and laughed involuntarily. The mountain god's wife, who had just been married by the Jin Huang mountain god, became a prisoner in the blink of an eye. This woman was really unlucky. She thought that she would be able to be husband and wife for hundreds of years, which was far better than a pair of lovebirds in the mortal world. She did not expect such an ending. He just did not know how the Mirage City would deal with her. However, these trivial matters of the mortal world were just interesting things on the path of cultivation. What Xiao Yuanran saw was the great way of the earth immortals. What he thought in his heart was immortality and longevity. Xiao Yuanran's heart was full of pride. There was no one around on both sides of the buried river. He laughed and said, "Master, I am going to learn from the big dragon and walk on the river." The young Taoist from the Golden Peak Temple floated to the surface of the river and stepped on the water. Every time he stepped on the river there was a huge splash of water. However, there was not a drop of water on his Taoist robe. Yin Miaofeng was still floating by the river. He looked at the graceful posture of his proud disciple and scolded in a low voice, "Brat, when you become an earth immortal in the future, what will happen?" Qin Pingon only knew the approximate distance and location of the water god temple. Fortunately, he only needed to follow the river and keep an eye on both sides. According to Yao Zhen and Yao Jinji, the water god temple was built on a nameless hill by the river 300 miles downstream from the post house. The hillside was gentle. The temple fair was held from the 1st to the 15th of March every year. There were more than 100 incense parties for the gods to perform their skills. It was very lively. The high officials and dignitaries in the nearby counties would give porridge and tea during the temple fair. Yao Zhen sighed with emotion at that time. For the gods of mountains and rivers, opening a mansion was the first major threshold. If they could upgrade their mansion to a palace, they would really achieve Dao. It was no different from a certain immortal family on the mountain obtaining the word sect. Yao Jinji emphasized another strange thing about the water god temple. The side hall enshrined a statue of the goddess of inspiration. It was very effective in praying for children. Almost every day there would be women coming from afar. Most of them were from wealthy families and had difficulties in childbirth. They would come to the side hall of the water god temple, kowtow, burn incense and give some money. They would be able to get a small clay doll with a red string around its waist and tie it to their wrist. Once they were successful in giving birth, they would not need to return home to fulfill their wish. However, the clay doll they brought home could not be thrown away. It had to be enshrined as a distant reward for the goddess of inspiration's kindness. However, what Qin Pingon really wanted to see was in front of the water god temple. There were more than 200 white jade tablets. Most of them were beautiful writings of the imperial court and scholars praising the god of buried river after the god of buried river helped the great spring Lu family to settle the drought. In less than 4 hours, Qin Pingon, who was constantly looking left and right, floated along the water of the buried river and finally arrived at the mountain by the river. The night was deep and the gate of the water god temple was closed. However, Qin Pingon could still see the brilliant lights from afar. This was also the reason why Qin Pingon could see the water god temple at a glance. Qin Pingon suddenly realized that although Pei Qian and Zhu Lian could not see him, what if there were qi refinement warriors of the middle 5 states at the water god temple? Would they see through him at a glance and see him as a demon that appeared at night? This made Qin Pingon somewhat hesitant. Could it be that he had to travel 300 miles for nothing? Including the way back, it would be 300 miles. However, after thinking about it, Qin Pingon, who was floating in the middle of the buried river, still decided to try going ashore. The worst outcome was that he would glance at the gate of the water god temple from afar and alert the temple attendants or the cultivators here. He would then be chased for 300 miles. He could only let the old general at the post house Yao Zhen come forward to explain. At this moment a familiar voice rang in his ears. "Yin Spirit Knight roaming? Qin Pingon, aren't you a pure martial artist? Can't you be more reasonable?" Qin Pingon turned his head and did not know whether to laugh or cry. 30 steps away, a green-robed scholar was squatting on the surface of the river. His hands were clutching a bunch of hair as if he was trying to pull someone out from the buried river. It was Zhong Kui, the desert mad saber that laughed proudly in the pugilistic world. Qin Pingon came to Zhong Kui's side and asked, "This is?" Zhong Kui raised his head and smiled. "I was fighting for territory at the water god temple just now. I was thinking of burning the first incense after daybreak and praying for the gods to bless me so that Junyang would be more pleasing to the eye." Qin Pingon pointed at the hair in Zhong Kui's hand. "I'm talking about this." Zhong Kui rolled his eyes and said, "What else could a water ghost that died unjustly in the river be? It was probably attracted by your Yin spirit. If it ate you, its cultivation base would definitely skyrocket. I saw it poking its head out and looking around. Its face wasn't as ugly as a normal water ghost's. Instead, it looked rather fresh and pretty. I wanted to make a deal with this female ghost. Come out and chat with me." Because Zhong Kui's Yin spirit and Yang spirit were not roaming out of his body like that night, his entire body was filled with great spirit. Tonight he was like the Yin's usual, deliberately concealing his qi. Therefore, the water ghosts at the bottom of the river did not sink into the depths of the river and shiver like that night. Otherwise, if Zhong Kuei only went near the water god temple, the water ghosts buried in the river would probably have their souls scattered. Zhong Kuei's 2 sleeves contained the austere autumn wind. It did not matter if you were a water ghost that died unjustly or an evil ghost that suffered retribution. Qin Pingon looked at the female ghost's hair in Zhong Kuei's hand and then looked at Zhong Kuei, who was tugging at the river with the female ghost. Qin Pingon asked, "Is it fun?" Zhong Kuei nodded. Qin Pingon turned his head and looked at the water god temple in the distance. Zhong Kuei loosened the hair in his hand. The shadow under the river seemed to have been pardoned and disappeared in a flash. Zhong Kuei stood up and stretched out his hand to press on Qin Pingon's spirit's shoulder. He smiled and said, "Look carefully and you will know whether it is fun or not." The 2 of them suddenly fell into the river. The spirit roamed at night and saw all things in the world. It was as bright as day. Even in the river, at a glance, there was no obstruction in his vision. His eyesight was on par with the martial cultivation of Qin Pingon's real body. Qin Pingon had seen many ghosts and monsters, but this was the first time he felt disgusted. Not far away was the water god temple and the people's lights. But even so, under the river, Qin Pingon and Zhong Kuei were surrounded by densely packed water ghosts. They were motionless and most of them were dressed in snow-white clothes. Their pitch-black hair covered their faces and fell to their waists. They looked like reserved ladies who were out on the streets, wearing a hat that was commonly known as a maid's hat. Not only that, Qin Pingon looked down and saw a pair of silver-white eyes that were as big as lanterns. It was unusually cold and stared at the 2 of them. However, he could not see its body clearly. The 2 of them were at least a mile apart, but the pair of eyes were still so huge. One could imagine how huge it would be if one looked at it from a close distance. Zhong Kuei smiled and said, "It and the water ghosts were all attracted by you, but they did not dare to eat you. First of all, although your spirit is only in its embryonic form, it is still somewhat unusual. They did not dare to act rashly, but they were really envious and kept gathering together. Moreover, they were harboring evil intentions, hoping that you could alarm the monster at the bottom of the river and kill it so that they could have a share of the loot. In the end, you just happened to stop at the water deity temple and stopped moving. The demon below is probably about to explode in anger and doesn't dare to act rashly. After all, the Jade Turing Manor where the river deity was buried is not far from here. Since he was here, he should take things as they came." Qin Pingon looked around as if he was admiring the scenery. Zhong Kuei was also looking around and shouted, "The beautiful water ghost lady just now, are you still there? If you are not willing to continue being a water ghost, I can slap you to death. As for whether you can reincarnate, I can't guarantee. But it is not difficult to help you break away from the monster at the bottom of the river and not help it do evil and harm people." The pair of lanterns became slightly bigger. Qin Pingon subconsciously squinted his eyes and looked over. It was just like when he went fishing for eels in the fields when he was a child and saw one by chance. Its head and body slowly swam out. This monster buried in the river, roughly estimated, was actually bigger than the 2 black and white pythons on the Chiduan mountain. Qin Pingon asked, "The river deity buried in the river does not care about it?" Zhong Kuei smiled and said, "Does not care? No matter what, this bad-tempered water god does not like to show up because she has tried to kill this monster again and again. She has already hurt the foundation of her golden body 3 times. Almost every 30 or 40 years she has to teach this monster a lesson. In 100 years, there will even be a real life and death battle. The worst time was when cracks appeared on the golden body of the water god temple and more than half of the Bio Manor was drowned." Qin Pingon was even more confused. The imperial court does not try to encircle and suppress it? If the imperial court of the Great Spring country can't do it, the academy will not care? Zhong Kuei held the back of his head with both hands. The world is not simple. This water demon is able to live until today because, other than its cultivation, it relies more on its intelligence. Moreover, the central part of the Tongye continent is so big and there are so few people in the Dafu Academy. There are even fewer people who can kill this monster. Scholars in the academy have to cultivate their body and mind. They are very busy studying every day and strive to be a sage, a gentleman, a saint, and a great saint who can be sculpted in the central divine continent's Confucian temple. There are even more things to do besides studying. Besides, the Great Spring dynasty does have a gentleman waiting for you. Qin Pingon nodded, understanding in his heart. During the trip to the lotus flower-blessed land he had a panoramic view of the human world. Zhong Kui only needed to say that there was already a gentleman in the Great Spring Country. Qin Pingan understood at once. Presumably, the academy was also involved in the competition between the schools. However, Zhong Kui's next words opened Qin Pingan's eyes. He pointed to the lanterns at the bottom of the river and said, "Why don't you try glaring at me again? Do you believe that I will skin you alive and send you to the river deity buried in the river as a congratulatory gift?" The water demons slowly retreated. The water demons also dispersed. Qin Pingan asked, "Congratulatory gift?" Zhong Kui nodded and said, "The reason why I came here is because I received news that the Mianhe River Bio Mansion is going to be promoted to the Bio Palace. The Great Spring Country's Lucia's decision is acknowledged by the Academy. In fact, the Great Spring Country is not qualified to confer the title of Palace. I guess it is the gentleman in the Mirage City's way of mending the pen after a sheep is lost. A river deity who obtained the title of Orthodox must first be recognized by the imperial court. The monarch would confer the title, and the Ministry of Rights would bestow golden letters, jade archives, silver tokens and iron certificates. After being recorded in the country's imperial registry, the deity would be qualified to set up an ancestral temple, build a golden body and receive incense from the human world. At the same time, the deity would have to obtain the approval of the neighboring academies of the continent. Otherwise, it would still be an orthodox temple of a country, but an obscene temple of a continent. Some small temples of local water deities could be ignored, but large temples of water deities would be regarded as incomplete. They would try their best to plead the emperor to ask for a book from the Confucian Academy and worship it. As for which saint the Confucian book was written by, it could be determined at their discretion. Usually, the Academy would give it to them, but there were also a few stubborn water gods who would openly ask for a certain classic of a certain saint. However, this kind of situation was rare, and it was even rarer in the Tongye continent. How could there be many water deities who dared to compete with the 72 academies in the world? Zhong Kui did not tell Qin Pingan the whole truth. The reason why he joined in the fun and temporarily left Hue Town was that the notoriously irritable water deity of the Bio Mansion was not flattered by the fact that she was about to be promoted to the palace, nor was she grateful to Lady de Quan Lu and the Dafu Academy. Instead, she declared that she wanted a certain sage's book to guard the water deity palace. Otherwise, she could just continue to hang the plaque of Bio Mansion. As for that sage's book, it had nothing to do with sage. This was what made Lady de Quan Lu break down the most, because that book was written by the sage of literature in the past. When Zhong Kui heard that it was such a farce, he felt that he had to come to the Bio Mansion. It was just that he did not expect to meet Qin Pingan, who was traveling with the Yin spirit. 343. Qin Pingan was a little annoyed. He thought to himself that he should not have done as he pleased. The 300 miles of waterway had attracted the attention of these water demons and water ghosts. If there was a conflict, the blade's strengthening gourd was still with his body. Previously, when he practiced the 6-step stance on the river, he was very inexperienced. When he threw a few punches, they were weak and powerless. The Yin spirit seemed to be born not good at martial arts. When he thought of the pair of lantern eyes at the bottom of the river, Qin Pingan felt a little scared. Zhong Kui seemed to have seen through Qin Pingan's thoughts. Yin spirits like to roam the world at night. This is your first time out of body. The new Yin spirit came to the buried river temple of all places. According to the Qi cultivators, this may be an opportunity that can only be encountered by chance. You still have to deal with it carefully. When it comes to opportunities, it is not always a good thing. Qin Pingan asked, "Then is the attendant in the water god temple a cultivator? Can he discover my Yin spirit identity?" Zhong Kui said in annoyance. With Empress Berryhe's personality, she would fight the water demon to the death every few days. There are so many vengeful souls and malicious spirits in the river, all of them controlled by the water demon. Do you think that the water deity temple where her golden body is placed wouldn't have an expert guarding it? Otherwise, they would have been swallowed by that self-proclaimed immortal yellow long ago, along with the temple and the hill. Qin Pingan blushed with shame and said, "That seems to be the case." Zhong Kui finally said a piece of good news. "But don't worry, your Yin spirit is very weak. As long as you don't enter the temple to burn incense, no one in the temple will be able to tell. Zhong Kui frowned and walked around Qin Pingon. He clicked his tongue in wonder. Qin Pingon, have you encountered two big disasters? The first time was very early and you hurt your destiny. The second time was a few years ago and you broke the longevity bridge. Qin Pingon hesitated for a moment and nodded. He had always been cautious. Hence he made an exception and did not deliberately hide it. Something like that. It was not only because this person was a gentleman of the De Fu Academy, but also because Zhong Kui called him Mr. Qi. Zhong Kui rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. Qin Pingon asked, "How can you tell?" Zhong Kui was still sizing up Qin Pingon as he slowly said, "Trees have growth rings so you can tell their age. This person's soul is actually more or less the same. It's just that the human body is a small world while the world is a large human body. The human skin, flesh, blood, tendons and bones are like a wall between the two." Seeing the confused look on Qin Pingon's face, Zhong Kui gave an example. For example, between Hao Ran Heaven and Qingming Heaven, cultivators want to check each other. Even if you're familiar with the divine ability of viewing mountains and rivers from the palm, it won't work even if you're a 12th realm immortal. But when your Yin Master manifested, your soul became clearer and clearer, allowing me to see many clues. Zhong Kui suddenly laughed and said, "Qin Pingon, it must be hard for you to be a mender." Since the natal porcelain was broken, Qin Pingon could not grasp any fortune in the Pearl Grotto heaven. What was broken was the longevity bridge. His body was leaking wind and rain, which was why he needed to practice the mountain quaking fist to preserve his life. When Zhong Kui said that Qin Pingon was a bitter tinker, he hit the nail on the head. First there was the sage of the Baoping continent who could recite poems, which could cause the enemy to be exposed to the astral wind, and then there was the gentleman of the Tongyi continent Zhong Kui who was even more unfathomable. Qin Pingon suddenly had a more complex and profound feeling towards the Confucian Academy. Qin Pingon asked, "You want to enter the temple to burn incense? Won't there be a problem if the academy does this?" Zhong Kui could not help but laugh. If some pedantic teachers of the academy knew about this, there would be some criticism. But it's not a big deal, scholars are not as rigid as you think. Zhong Kui was surprised and his face was full of mischief. "Well, thanks to you I can experience the temper of the goddess of the buried river." Zhong Kui's lips moved slightly. The buried river around the two of them was like a pillar in the middle of a river, bypassing them. At the same time, a burst of faint luster appeared. A large umbrella covered their heads, concealing their figures. Then Zhong Kui grabbed Qin Pingon's arm. "Come with me to watch the show." The buried river became extremely turbid, surging up and down, as if there was a series of muffled thunder exploding in the river. 3 or 4 miles away from the water god temple, the bottom of a section of the river had become a battlefield. Qin Pingon looked into the distance and saw a petite figure holding an object. Every time she waved it, a brilliant silver arc would appear in the water. Because the speed was too fast, the silver lines constantly accumulated like a messy cursive script, full of a great style. The figure emitted a faint golden light, and in the darkness, it was like a lamp that had been lit. It was especially eye-catching. The woman was very short and seemed petite and delicate. She looked young, but in fact her looks were average. She even had a baby face and was round, but her body was covered in golden light. Her eyes were sharp and she was very powerful. There was a long saber at her waist, a long sword on her back and an iron spear in her hand. It was extremely long, almost as tall as her. The scabbard was greenish-purple and more than half of it was wrapped in golden threads. At the intersection of the scabbard and the hilt, there was a 5-colored cloud rising. The scene was magnificent, and the long sword in the scabbard must be extraordinary. She came and went in the water like the wind without any obstruction. She was as fast as lightning, and the long spear in her hand slashed the huge body of the monster in the water several times. Blood splattered everywhere, and the water of the buried river was filled with the smell of blood. Once she was hit by the head of the water monster and was smashed to the bottom of the river, causing a rumbling sound. In the blink of an eye, she burst out and pierced the lower jaw of the giant monster with her spear. The monster's wails shook the sky and it twisted its body crazily, causing huge waves to rise in the buried river. Even the people at the water deity temple noticed the abnormality, but they were not afraid. They stood on their tiptoes and began to look into the distance, treating it as something new. In addition to being violent, the short woman was also a girl in black who liked to scold people when fighting. "Evil creature, you're rebelling. It's already good that I didn't find trouble with you. Forget it, you're an evil creature without an ancestral grave. Since you have the guts to come to my temple, I'll leave a few 100 pounds of meat here. Don't think that I'm afraid of you because you have someone in the imperial court. Every year, you send 700,000 to 800,000 taels of silver to the Mirage City, and you've always wanted to remove the title of His Excellency from my Bayou Manor. Even if the Buried River Temple becomes the Great Spring Temple someday, so what if I don't want it? I said that I'll chop you into 18 pieces, and I won't just chop you into 17 pieces. Evil creature, come eat my spear again. Later I'll ask the manor to make a bowl of stir-fried eel noodles. It'll taste very good." The monster was huge and it was golden in color. It was naked and scaleless, and that kind of greasy feeling made people want to vomit. It was originally a monster in a famous spring lake. Things in the world had turned into spirits after a long time, but its cultivation was slow. Although it had obtained a great opportunity early, after more than 600 years of diligent cultivation, it was still blocked outside the threshold of the Dragon Gate realm for more than 100 years. Later it was guided by an expert who was traveling around the lake. It left its nest in the lake and went ashore. After going through ups and downs, it started to walk down from the source of the buried river, imitating the flood dragon walking on the river. It broke through the bottleneck and was able to enter the Dragon Gate realm. If it had been allowed to walk down the water unimpeded, it would have reached the junction of the buried river and entered the sea. It didn't expect that when it passed by the Buried River Temple, that bitch actually despised it for killing some ordinary teachers. She said that she wanted to enforce justice on behalf of heaven, and even risked her life to fight it. At that time it had just entered the Dragon Gate realm, and its momentum was at its peak, so it didn't take her seriously. The lake where its nest was located was also guarded by the water god, who was just a follower of the monster. The water god bowed to it, and every year it would pay tribute to it. From the section of the river outside the Buried River Temple, both sides had been fighting upstream. That battle was earth-shattering, and in the end the river spread 300 miles on both sides of the river. Fortunately, the river was in the wilderness, so it didn't affect the common people. It was no match for the Buried River god in the water, so it could only retreat upstream and recuperate for decades. After the Dragon Gate realm was stabilized, it could transform into a human form. It went ashore in the form of a strong man, and with the treasures, it personally went to the Bayou Manor to ask for forgiveness. Who knew that the bitch whose brain was damaged would attack without saying a word? It was also ferocious at that time, and both sides used all their treasures. Compared to the first battle in the river, it was even more tragic. More than half of the Bayou Manor was submerged and many were destroyed. Cracks appeared on the river god's golden body of the water god temple, and it didn't gain any advantages. One of its natal treasures and one of its treasures were damaged and the other was destroyed. It retreated in a crushing defeat. In the following 200 years, it regarded the Battle of the Bayou Manor as a great humiliation. Even though its cultivation had skyrocketed and it was already close to the threshold of the Gold Core realm, it still didn't transform into a human form. It swore that it would only swagger ashore on the day that the crazy bitch's golden body collapsed and the temple was abandoned. As for the pile of fragments of the golden body, it was naturally its meal. Perhaps it could ascend to the Gold Core realm in one fell swoop without having to go to the Great River. However, in a serious battle in the water, it really wasn't a match for the Buried River god. It didn't gain any advantage even once. After more than 200 years of dealing with it, it seemed that the old woman was determined to stop it at the upstream of the buried river. Because of this kind of stupid thing that harmed others without benefiting herself, the progress of her golden body was slow even though she received so much incense from the human world year after year. Tonight, it suffered another defeat without any suspense. It quickly retreated upstream. When the short woman saw that it had made up its mind that as long as she couldn't kill it, it would come ashore to harm the people. Only then did she stop angrily. The iron spear had already fallen to the bottom of the river during the battle. She sheathed her saber and sword and found the weapon that she was most comfortable with. While cursing, she flashed and returned to the Bayou Manor. Only then did Zhong Kuei and Qin Pingon appear together. The two of them went ashore and went to the water god temple on the mountain. There were nearly 1,000 people waiting to open the door and burn incense. The foot of the mountain was full of carriages and donkeys. As a result, there were many supper stalls outside the temple. Coupled with the strange scene in the upstream section, everyone was excited. Zhong Kui accompanied Qin Pingon to look at the white jade inscriptions. One by one they were like bamboo shoots after the rain. Most of them were prayers for rain from the past emperors and local officials of the Great Spring Dynasty. Some of them were similar to the content of the self-condemnation decree, as well as the Xieyuan after the successful prayer for rain. Qin Pingon read these inscriptions quickly and glanced through them. Zhong Kui had already gone to the front of the forest of inscriptions. He squatted on the ground and looked at an ancient stone tablet that was seriously worn out. There were only a few broken crosses left on the tablet. The content was intermittent and many words were missing. Qin Pingon came to Zhong Kui's side and found that it was a poem without a signature. Probably because of the long years, wind, sun and rain, only about half of the words were left. Heaven and earth are deaf, the sun and moon are dim. The mountains and rivers are haggard, the grass and trees are withered, the cheerful people in the sky complain. Bound by an iron letter to the Bayou Manor, the thunder god, the thunder god, the thunder god, the old man between heaven and earth, the wind and clouds are swallowed and spat out. Good at martial arts, a drop of golden water from the sky is full of flying lines like a machine, sweeping away the heat of the world. Zhong Kui asked, "Can you see anything?" Qin Pingon shook his head and said, "Just recognize the words." Zhong Kui said with emotion, "Teacher once said that the words on this stone tablet are actually a long-lost Taoist cultivation formula." Qin Pingon asked, "Then you see the knack?" Zhong Kui said seriously, "Just recognize the words." Qin Pingon laughed. The two stood up. The entrance of the ancestral temple was crowded with people. Zhong Kui complained, "Because of you I can't burn the first incense?" But soon Zhong Kui said helplessly, "There must be officials or dignitaries waiting at the back door. That small door will open 1 to 2 minutes earlier than the main door. So the ordinary people outside the temple, no matter how many days or years you wait, as long as you don't go to the back door, you won't be able to burn the first incense in your life." Qin Pingon hesitated and said, "In my hometown there is a Buddhist saying, 'Don't ask for help from outsiders.'" Zhong Kui said, "That's a good saying. Buddhism emphasizes on faith, which is to have a firm belief in the right heart. About the first incense, many pilgrims in the world have misunderstood. The first incense is not the first incense in the incense burner. Like you said, don't ask for help from outsiders. The first incense is the first incense of every sincere person. The first incense of this life, the first incense of this year, and the first incense of this month are all the first incense." Qin Pingon nodded and said, "That makes sense." Zhong Kui smiled and said, "Do you think it's easy to be a gentleman in the academy? You need a lot of knowledge." Qin Pingon asked, "Then can you write a poem for me? The title is What's the Feeling of Looking at the Inscription on the Rain Prayer Tablet? I often see this in the literates' writing. Why don't you have a try?" Zhong Kui looked up at the moon and said, "Tonight is a good night to go up the mountain and go into the water to visit the mansion and to get close to the deities. But it's not suitable to recite poems." Qin Pingon laughed again. Zhong Kui flew into a rage out of humiliation. "Qin Pingon, you're being boring." Zhong Kui smiled and asked, "Do you want to go to the Bio mansion with me? That's the future water god palace. It's very rare. There are only a few in the whole Tongye continent. If you are lucky, you can see the goddess of the buried river." Qin Pingon said, "Didn't I see her just now?" Zhong Kui patted his forehead. But this pat made him have a sudden inspiration. Lucky chance. The lucky chance of your Master's night tour might be with the Bio mansion and her. Qin Pingon shook his head and said, "Forget it, I have to go back quickly." Zhong Kui looked as if he had seen a ghost. How could there be someone in the world who did not take lucky chances seriously? There was a commotion at the foot of the mountain. Zhong Kui grabbed Qin Pingon and said, "Trouble is coming. Let's go take a look." The old woman in charge of the temple stood side by side with a sage-like old cultivator at the foot of the mountain. They blocked the path of a woman in white. The people at the supper stall in the distance were pointing and gossiping. It turned out that the woman's face was sickly pale. Not only that, although her dress looked no different from a commoner's, but if one looked closely, the path behind her was like a bamboo basket leaking water. The path was wet and the traces were obvious. The old woman held a dragon-headed walking stick and hit the ground heavily. She sneered and said, "A little water ghost dares to offend the water god temple. You are asking for death." The old cultivator laughed and said, "She is an evil ghost in the water. It doesn't seem appropriate to say that she is asking for death." The old woman smiled sinisterly and stared at the rebellious river ghost. It was just a little fellow. Her soul would be scattered with a single strike of the walking stick. Killing her would be considered a merit. The water ghost woman was trembling. She bit her lips and mustered her courage. Looking at the two high and mighty figures, she said timidly, "Old immortal in the temple, immortal master, I am here to find a scholar. He said that he can help me break free from the river demon's restraints. I don't have to continue being an accomplice to the evil." The old woman raised her eyebrows. "What a joke. You came ashore for no reason. It must be the river demon's scheme." The old cultivator stroked his beard and laughed. "Shall I do it or shall you do it?" The old woman gripped her walking stick tightly and was about to kill the ghost. However, she realized that she could not lift the dragon-headed walking stick no matter what. She turned her head in shock and saw a smiling scholar who said to her, "Let's talk nicely. This lady is not lying. I did promise her this matter. It's not easy for her to risk being tortured by the water demon to come ashore to find me. If I'm the liar who spouts nonsense, she will be miserable for the next 10 or 100 years. She might become a soul wick buried under the river and burn in the water until her soul is exhausted. This kind of torture is more terrifying than any torture in the world." Xianxia smiled at the female ghost who had pulled his hair previously and said, "Lady, you are very brave and have good taste. I'll help you fulfill this wish. Just because you dare to come ashore, I'll fight for the chance to reincarnate." The old woman's face flushed red. She could not move the dragon-headed walking stick in her hand at all. She flew into a rage out of humiliation and said, "Ignorant child, what nonsense are you talking about? You want to protect the river demon's water ghost under the water god's nose." The old cultivator's eyes were gloomy, and his words were even more sinister. "This person has ulterior motives. Perhaps he wants to collaborate with the river demon to harm our water god." Xianxia ignored him and stared at the water ghost's eyes. There was fear, regret, and a hint of guilt towards the downtrodden scholar in front of her. Xianxia smiled and nodded. "Just based on your kindness, even if Sir scolds me, I will make an exception for you. At least in front of me, Xianxia, good will be rewarded. There is no distinction between humans and ghosts. Lady, please wait a moment." Xianxia stretched out his hand and gently pulled downwards. The dragon head crutch, which weighed over 100 kilograms, was nailed directly into the ground and disappeared without a trace. With one slap, the old temple attendant spun several dozen times in the air and fell over 100 feet away. With another slap, the old cultivator fell into the buried river. Qin Pingon smiled and said, "It's reasonable, but it's a little impolite." That was what Xianxia had said to him at the inn. Xianxia laughed and said, "Ask yourself honestly." Xianxia stopped smiling and said shamelessly, "It's fine as long as it's reasonable. The word, etiquette, is too big. I'm just a gentleman, not a saint. I don't need it for the time being." The female ghost buried in the river opened her mouth wide. She could guess that the scholar in front of her was a chi refinement warrior with a high Dao, but she definitely did not expect him to be able to slap the two old immortals to the point that they could not resist. Xianxia's aura was completely different. He strode forward and waved his sleeves. He stood in front of the female ghost and said in a low voice, "Report your name, hometown, and birth date." The female ghost did as she was told. Xianxia nodded, indicating that he understood. He closed his fingers and gently pressed them against the female ghost's forehead. He said calmly, "I'm Xianxia, a gentleman from the Great Fu Academy." Qin Pingon realized that other than him and the female ghost, all the citizens outside the water god temple seemed to have fallen into silence. The river of time seemed to have paused for a moment. Xianxia said slowly, "I hereby announce to Fengdu that this woman has gone to the underworld. No ghosts can invade her and no Yama can humiliate her. All the negative karma will be written off. I'll accept it and let her reincarnate to receive great fortune." Qin Pingon raised his head abruptly and saw that 1,000 feet above the buried river, dark clouds covered the bright moon. He could vaguely see the head of a ghost that was as big as a mountain. It had an astonishing aura, and its appearance was exactly the same as the highest-ranking ghost messenger in Fengdu that was depicted in some of the celestial paintings on the mountains. Then the sea of clouds became thicker and thicker, falling down and covering the water of the buried river. The legendary official of the netherworld slowly walked out of the black fog. After he reached the shore, he quickly stopped in his tracks. He lowered his head, and on his head was the official hat of the netherworld. He cupped his fists and said, "As you wish." As he cupped his fists, there were clanking sounds. It turned out that his arms were wrapped with 2 chains that hung down to the ground. Zhong Kuei retracted his fingers. The female ghost spirit began to dissipate. Like fireflies, they floated towards the ghost messenger standing on the riverbank. She choked with sobs and said, "Thank you, young Master Zhong. I hope I can repay your kindness in my next life." Zhong Kuei smiled and waved his hand. "No need. Don't get involved with me anymore. In your next life you can be a rich young lady." In the end, the female ghost was taken away by the great ghost messenger of Fengdu that was similar to a hunting envoy. The buried river and the dark clouds in the sky suddenly scattered. At the last moment, the ghost messenger intentionally or unintentionally glanced at the Yin god Qin Pingon. Zhong Kuei wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a mouthful of turbid air. He turned his head and reminded Qin Pingon, "Your Yin god is indeed unusual. It's actually not suppressed. Could it be that you've walked through the river of time before? That's impossible, right?" Qin Pingon didn't answer this question. He only said, "I think Junyang will fall in love with you." Zhong Kuei's eyes lit up. "You really think so?" Qin Pingon smiled. "I'm just being polite with you. Don't take it seriously." Zhong Kuei smiled bitterly and then muttered, "You really did something that doesn't follow the rules." Zhong Kuei suddenly tilted his head and rubbed his chin with his palm. He clicked his tongue and said, "I'm so awesome. It's rare to see a man as handsome and capable as me." Qin Pingon nodded in agreement. "You can even write limericks and be an accountant." Zhong Kuei sighed. "It's so boring to chat with you." Bayou Manor was not built on the banks of the buried river, but in the middle of a valley about 10 miles away from the river. In addition, the mountain roads on both sides of the river were impassable, and there were few signs of human habitation. Therefore, it was a difficult task for all the local officials to visit Bayou Manor. Fortunately, Water Goddess was elusive, which saved them a lot of trouble. Many of the mansions of the local mountain and river deities were visited by local officials once a year, which had long been the custom in the officialdom. Yin Miaofeng and Xiao Yuanran were cultivators of the Golden Peak Temple. Of course, they didn't find it difficult. Yin Miaofeng announced his name in front of the main gate of Jade Turing Manor. In addition to his status as a consecrator of the Great Spring Dynasty, he also announced his sect, the Golden Peak Temple. It couldn't be helped. All the cultivators of the Great Spring Dynasty had heard of the weird temper of Water Goddess. Yin Miaofeng was afraid that if he didn't mention the Golden Peak Temple, Jade Turing Manor might not open its doors tonight. However, Taoist Baozhen was wrong. Even if he mentioned the identity of the Golden Peak Temple and Xiao Yuanran's grandmaster, Jade Turing Manor's main gate was still closed. Even the janitor didn't show up. Yin Miaofeng looked unhappy, but he had to swallow his anger. He once again begged the Water Goddess to open the door. He also admitted that he had a secret order from His Majesty. Xiao Yuanran became more and more curious. What important matter did his master want to cause the two of them to be locked in the door? In a huge manor that covered an area of more than 100 acres, in a brightly lit hall, a short girl stepped on a bench and ate a bowl of noodles on the table. To be precise, it was a big bowl. It was bigger than 2 of her heads. It was stir-fried eel noodles. There were quite a few stewards and maids standing in the hall. They were all water ghosts that died unjustly in the burial river. One of the old men asked softly, "Goddess, are you sure you don't want to see the 2 Taoist priests from the Golden Peak Temple?" The girl didn't even raise her head. Her chopsticks flew as she ate the noodles, making a clattering sound. She said vaguely, "See my ass. It's just the same excuses. It's so annoying." She suddenly raised her head and said to a simple and honest man who looked like a cook. He was taking off his sleeve, "It's cooked well. Next time add more chili." 3 or 4 ounces of chili. The taste will be even better. Don't forget, it's best if it's the Chaotian pepper from Lu Laosan's shop. That's the most authentic spicy one. Was it about the Bio Mansion's promotion from the mansion to the palace? She asked directly, Are you from the De Fu Academy? Zhong Kui smiled and said, The water god guessed correctly. As expected. Don't say as expected. Stop. She raised a hand and interrupted Zhong Kui's polite words. She said angrily, You scholars like to flatter. It's true. Qin Pingon found it interesting. Zhong Kui scratched his head. Can't I exchange it for a saint's book? Do you know that the emperor of the Lu family of the Great Spring will be in a difficult position if you are so stubborn? The gentleman from the academy in the Mirage City might also be angry at you for not knowing what's good for you. It's not that our Dafu Academy is unreasonable and arrogant. It's just that your request is too unreasonable, Water Goddess. She nodded and said, I know that my request is too much, so don't agree to it. I don't care about the Bio Palace. Oh right, I hope that the Academy will not vent your anger on the Imperial Court of the Great Spring. If there's anything, come at me. I'll take responsibility for my own actions. The Bio Mansion still has this bit of responsibility. Zhong Kui said helplessly, I don't understand. Why do you have to ask for that saint's book, Water God? Could it be that you know that saint? The goddess of the buried river shook her head vigorously. I'm just a small water god. How can I know that Wenxing, who is more knowledgeable than the heavens? I've read his book and feel that his articles are like pearls. They are much better than the Sage of Rites, who is very reasonable, but it's a pity that his wording is dull, and the second saint who is even less knowledgeable. Yes, if the Holy Master is compared to Wenxing, he can barely be considered comparable. Zhong Kui blinked. Water God, aren't you afraid of being struck to death by lightning when you say this in front of a gentleman from the academy? Huh. After all, Zhong Kui was from the most orthodox lineage of the second saints. Moreover, his teacher, the mountain master of the De Fu Academy, came from the second saint's residence in the Central Plains. Zhong Kui was angry, but he did not do anything to the water god in front of him. If he did not scare her, his conscience would not be at ease. Actually, the real reason was that Zhong Kui was worried that his teacher, who was overseeing the Central Plains of the Tongyi continent, would be attracted by the strange phenomenon here and use his supernatural powers to observe the mountains and rivers here. Then, if he did not speak up for justice now and regain some face for his lineage, would he not be scolded to death by his teacher when he returned? She probably also realized that she had spoken without thinking and was already disrespectful. Therefore, she blinked her eyes. I still have a bowl of noodles at home that I haven't finished. I have to go back. It's not delicious when it's cold. Qin Pingon stood at the side without saying a word. His heart was already in turmoil. 344. The old woman in charge of the Burial River Temple was a trusted follower of the local provincial governor. In addition to the recommendation of the provincial governor, she spent a lot of money to build a relationship with the Ministry of Rites in the Mirage City. That was how she got such a lucrative position. Many Qi cultivators were jealous of her. Previously, the old woman complained to the Azure Turing Mansion using the method of burning incense. Now, even without the reminder of the water goddess, she stopped and completely gave up the idea of revenge. She didn't dare to. She absolutely didn't dare to. The young gentleman of the Dafu Academy could kill her with just a fart. Why had the Great Quan dynasty prospered for decades and vaguely had the power to be the leader of various countries in the central part of the Tongya continent? Other than the wise emperor and the gathering of civil and military officials, everyone knew that it was because there was a gentleman in the Mirage City. The traditional strong countries such as the North Jin dynasty and the Southern Qi dynasty did not even have a sage from the academy. The gentleman from the academy in front of them was so young. It was a great deterrent in itself. There was a world of difference between a man in his 40s and a young prodigy who won first place in one fell swoop. The old woman in charge of the temple and the old cultivator who had returned to the shore were like two children who had made mistakes waiting to be beaten by the teacher. They were old immortals in the eyes of the common people, but their relationship with the Bio Mansion was very ordinary. They knew that the water goddess looked down on them from the bottom of her heart. For the sake of the provincial governor's mansion and the imperial court, the water goddess turned a blind eye. As long as they did not go overboard, she would not argue with the water goddess temple. It was just that tonight was a little difficult, because the water goddess and the ancestral temple were no longer their protective talisman. Zhong Kuei scolded sternly. One is in charge of burning incense in the ancestral temple, and the other is a cultivator of the imperial court of the Great Quan dynasty. You have no compassion at all. Without knowing what is right or wrong, you want to use your power to commit crimes. No wonder there are so many ghosts buried under the river. Apart from the scourge of the big demon, the two of you can't escape the blame either. The old woman and the old cultivator were so scared that their faces turned white. The words of the teacher of the academy after tidying up his clothes were as heavy as 10,000 pounds. They were not empty words. The short woman said in a low voice, "The flood of ghosts in the river is mainly my fault." Zhong Kuei waved his sleeve and did not give the water goddess any face. That's two different things. These two people's duties were so important, yet they wanted to save time and effort. They were unwilling to ask even half a question, unwilling to think even the slightest bit. What kind of dereliction of duty was this? They aren't rich men who can just lie down and enjoy life. Here their every move is related to the fate of the imperial court. The two of them were about to be torn apart. Judging from the situation, the righteousness of the imperial court was already involved. If the young gentleman continued to lean on the academy's principles, wouldn't the two of them be doomed eternally? The old woman was the first to kneel down and beg for mercy. It was nothing more than some words that she would never do it again. The old cultivator also bowed and said that he had let down the imperial court's trust and that he would do his best in the future. Zhong Kuei snorted coldly and said, "Since it's your first offense, I'll let the water god deal with you." The two of them hurriedly stood up to thank her and apologize to the water god. Zhong Kuei felt that the two of them were an eyesore. He waved his sleeve and reprimanded, "Why aren't you returning to the ancestral temple to reflect on your mistakes? Don't make a fool of yourself here." The two of them left awkwardly. Zhong Kuei turned his head and said to the short woman seriously, "As the water god of the buried river and worshipped by thousands of people, you should at least take care of the people below you. Don't always stare at that river demon. The incense of the divine path is not just about fighting and killing. If the people who burn incense are sincere, even if there is only one incense stick a year, the incense will not stop burning. However, if the people under your jurisdiction are blinded by greed and come here to burn incense only for the sake of asking and do not have much sincerity towards you, what can you do? After hundreds of years of incense, the sky is filled with incense. Even in the middle of the night, there are hundreds of people waiting outside to enter the temple to burn incense. The momentum is even greater than that of the Confucian temple and the city god pavilion in the Mirage City. The true amount of incense and how much it weighs every day is unknown to the ordinary people and the temple attendants. However, as the water god of the buried river, how can you not know? If not for the existence of the Hall of the Goddess of Inspiration, which helped you to attract a large number of sincere women to burn incense and worship, you would have long been destroyed by the talented river demon and the water god temple and Bayou Mansion. For the first time, the short woman felt guilty and embarrassed. Zhong Kuei did not speak anymore. Qin Pingan's heart had already calmed down. During his 2 travels to the vast world, outsiders had only mentioned Mr. Qi and the Sage of Literature 3 times. City god Shenwen of the beautiful clothes nation of the Aquarius continent and the old Taoist of the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land had mentioned the theory of order. Then there was the water god in front of him. She had actually studied and became the Sage of Literature's worshipper. Furthermore, it was not just a normal admiration, it was close to obsession. Even Qin Pingan did not dare to say that the old man's knowledge was on par with the Sage of Literature's. When Cui Dongshan talked about his teacher in the past, he only said that the Sage of Literature was extremely knowledgeable and was like the sun in the sky in the eyes of the scholars in the world. He did not compare him with any of the statues of the Confucian temple. Moreover, to ask the Dafu Academy for a book of Confucian classics and worship it in the ancestral temple was related to the foundation of a god's golden body. Moreover, it was related to the palace that the gods of mountains and rivers dreamed of. Qin Pingan was shocked and puzzled by the short woman's decision, but he was also happy from the bottom of his heart. It was as if he had finally met someone who was on the same path in the vast world. Zhong Kuei said to Qin Pingan, "Do you know why it makes sense? It's not just about 2 slaps, It's not even about my identity as a gentleman. Qin Pingon was indeed curious and asked sincerely, "Why do you say so?" Zhong Kuei said generously, "It's because of the Confucian Academy's use of the books of the sages and thousands of years of education. The 72 academies were established in the 9 great continents, causing everyone on and off the mountain to revere them. If the teachers of the academy only relied on force, they would not be convinced and would only accumulate disadvantages. I, Zhong Kuei, am just taking advantage of the trees planted by my predecessors." Qin Pingon felt that it was a little strange. Zhong Kuei's current words and actions were completely different from usual. Of course, there was nothing wrong with what Zhong Kuei said. Zhong Kuei rolled his eyes and put on a posture of listening attentively. He laughed out loud and said, "Sir, you're finally gone. I think I've already dealt with tonight's storm. It's a blessing in disguise. Maybe the next time I return to the academy, Sir will even praise me." Qin Pingon was speechless. This was the Zhong Kuei he knew. The goddess of the buried river had her eyes opened and almost doubted whether this person's identity as a gentleman was fake. Zhong Kuei patted his stomach and said, "The bowl of noodles I told you about has made me addicted. Let's go to your Bio mansion for supper?" Qin Pingon frowned and said, "There's a supper stall not far away." Qin Pingon was no longer ignorant of worldly affairs. The statue of the sage of literature was not only moved out of the Confucian temple but also smashed. All the books he wrote were banned and destroyed in the vast world. Back then, the 72 academies in the 9 continents were either personally led by the Hill Master or at least a gentleman abbot. They were responsible for supervising the imperial court to carry out this matter without any mistakes. Once he got involved in the Buried River Temple, the Imperial Court of the Great Spring, and the Dafu Academy, he would be used by someone and could possibly harm others and himself. The dispute of the literary lineage had already been settled and the future generations did not need to be reasoned with. Why? Because the sages had already explained everything. The water goddess with a delicate figure seemed to have changed her mind and began to invite the 2 of them to the Bio mansion. She laughed and said, "The stall outside the temple can't compare to the supper of my Bio mansion. Go, 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 I'll take out a jar of 100-year-old wine to entertain the 2 of you." She wanted to use the identity of the gentleman of the academy to intimidate the 2 consecrators of the Liu family outside the Bio mansion. She was complacent and felt that her scheme was not inferior to that of the river demon. The more she thought about it, the happier she was. She laughed foolishly. Qin Pingon felt a little helpless. The water goddess was too honest. Wasn't it obvious that the supper of the Bio mansion was not easy to eat? It wouldn't be too late for her to be secretly happy after tricking the 2 of them into the mansion. Zhong Kuei pretended to be blind and turned a blind eye. He pulled Qin Pingon and only said that he wanted to see if the 100-year-old wine was comparable to the 5-year-old plum wine in the inn. She could no longer hide her appearance at the water goddess temple tonight. Zhong Kuei reprimanded the old woman in the temple on the spot. The short woman simply let go of her hands and stretched out her hand towards the buried river. The river water immediately surged and a water column gushed out. After sweeping to the shore, it turned into a lifelike yellow flood dragon that was 1,000 feet long. Outside the temple on the mountain, the flood dragon docilely bowed its head. The buried river god leaped onto the dragon's head. Zhong Kuei pulled Qin Pingon and flew up, standing on the neck of the yellow flood dragon. It twisted its body and returned to the buried river from the shore. Then it quickly swam towards the Bio mansion downstream. The people on the shore who were waiting to open the door to burn incense saw the water goddess's heroic appearance and supernatural powers with their own eyes. They all knelt and kowtowed. After getting up, everyone's faces were filled with joy. They felt that this trip was not in vain. What a blessing it was to be able to see the water goddess's spirit. The 3 of them rode on the flood dragon formed by the river water and quickly arrived at the Bio mansion in the quiet forest. It seemed to be quite far from the river, but in fact the mansion was connected to the water vein under the mansion. The mansion was located at the center of a formation. It could gather the essence of the buried river and absorb the fate of incense from the entire buried river. This was the foundation of the water goddess. The golden statue in the ancestral temple was only an external manifestation. The Taoist master and disciple from the Golden Peak Monastery, Taoist Baozhen Yin Miaofeng, and his disciple Xiao Yuan ran. Other than being refused entry by the water goddess, they also had supper. The old butler had asked the chef to make some specialties that looked, smelled, and tasted good. In addition, there were 2 pots of fine wine to entertain the 2 consecrators who had said that they would not leave until they saw the water goddess. The old butler felt a little guilty. The 2 guests who had come from afar had extremely good tempers. They did not barge into the mansion, nor did they speak harshly. The old Taoist Baozhen only smiled at them and asked for supper. This made the old butler, who was afraid of being beaten to death, feel very touched. The flood dragon turned into a stream and rapidly disappeared outside the mansion. Zhong Kui understood and glanced at the short girl beside him. The water goddess laughed dryly and pretended to be stupid. When the master and disciple saw Zhong Kui, they immediately stood up to welcome him. After walking down the steps, they bowed and introduced themselves. Although they had not personally seen Zhong Kui leave the inn to teach the 2 princes a lesson with his yin and yang spirit, Yin Miaofeng had long heard of Zhong Kui's name. The 2 of them had first discovered that every time the Yao family's cavalry fought a great battle at the border, a slovenly green-robed scholar would appear far away from the battlefield. He would watch the battle from afar and never interfere. After the battle ended, he would quietly leave. Later on, when another great battle broke out, a green-robed scholar would quietly arrive. Yin Miaofeng used his identity as a consecrator to inquire about this matter in the Mirage City, but no one could find out about this person's background. Later, with the help of the Golden Peak Temple, they found out that Zhong Kui was the youngest gentleman in the history of the Dafu Academy. He was a sage at the age of 12 and a gentleman at the age of 18. At the age of 20, he received the prefix of the gentleman's title, upright. Obtaining the 2 words, upright, was not something that a hill master of the academy could decide. It required the personal verification of the sage of the academy's lineage and the approval of several sages who had statues in the Confucian temple. This was because every gentleman was known as a quasi-sage. The reputation of the Dafu Academy was not as good as the other 2 academies located at the north and south ends of the Tongyi continent. However, in the eyes of the Confucians of the continent and the immortal abodes of the sects, Zhong Kui, as a native scholar of the Tongyi continent, was very close to various powers and land immortals. In order to get this gentleman to take charge of their country, the strongest dynasties of the Tongyi continent tried their best to befriend the Dafu Academy. Even the master of the Golden Peak Temple would have to treat the gentleman Zhong Kui as an equal. Therefore, Yin Miaofeng and Xiao Yuanran did not dare to show any disrespect. Xiao Yuanran felt that his master, Taoist Baozhen, was deliberately showing respect and flattery to Zhong Kui. This cultivation genius of the Golden Peak Temple felt uncomfortable in his heart, but he did not show it. Yin Miaofeng had to show such a humble attitude. The matter of the Azure Turing Mansion had reached a critical juncture. As the proud disciple of the Mountain Lord of the Dafu Academy, Zhong Kui might be able to play a decisive role. When the time came, not only would he complete the secret mission in the Mirage City, but he would also be able to help De Quan rope in a future Confucian sage. Then his most valued disciple Xiao Yuanran would have a backer outside of the Golden Peak Temple. Naturally, Zhong Kui had seen this pair of Taoists before and more than once. His impression of them was not bad, but it was not good either. Otherwise, he would have greeted them long ago. After Yin Miaofeng explained the purpose of the night visit to the Azure Turing Mansion, Zhong Kui found that the buried river god did not seem to be involved, which made him angry and amused. However, he came to the buried river tonight for this matter. Moreover, the matter of the river demon bribing the Mirage City was not simple and had violated his taboo. Therefore, he simply said to Yin Miaofeng, "I will persuade the water goddess about the matter of the Azure Turing Mansion's books. You can rest assured and report to the Mirage City. Of course, you can be more flexible in your wording. If the matter is successful, you will be rewarded. If not, you will not be punished. As for why I am helping you this time, there are reasons, but you don't have to blindly think about it." Yin Miaofeng thanked him gratefully and left with his disciple Xiao Yuanran. The old butler led the way, bringing the water goddess and the young guest who seemed to have an even greater background to the mansion's guest hall. Qin Pingon walked beside Zhong Kui and looked at the scenery of the Azure Turing Mansion. On the screen wall, there was a vivid picture of the water goddess temple and the buried river. Incense rose in spirals, smoke rose and the river surged, making the sound of flowing water. Only the water goddess could see Qin Pingon's Yin spirit. The Taoist master and disciple could not see through it. This was because Qin Pingon was in the ancestral temple and the Azure Turing Mansion, which belonged to the boundary of the buried river. As for the river demon and the water ghost, as long as the former was in the rivers and lakes, its attainment was profound, especially in the buried river that it chose to walk on. In fact, it had already obtained a supernatural power close to that of the water goddess, so it could also see it. As for the water ghost with shallow attainment, it was more like the drunkard had smelled the fragrance and was naturally attracted. They came to a bright hall with candles as thick as an arm. The bowl of stir-fried eel noodles was still on the table. Qin Pingon looked at the big bowl and was stunned speechless. Zhong Kuei's expression was normal. He sat down at the table and said to the water goddess with a smile, "Come with me too. There's no need for such a big bowl. A small plate will do." She nodded and looked at Qin Pingon. "Young master, do you want supper?" The Yin spirit was not like the Yang spirit of a cultivator's external body. It could not eat delicacies in the human world and only used the spiritual energy of heaven and earth as nourishment. Qin Pingon smiled and shook his head, saying that there was no need. The water goddess and the gentleman sat at the same table, eating the eel noodles in their bowls and basins. Zhong Kuei's voice sounded in Qin Pingon's heart lake. "This water goddess is good at refining weapons. I don't know what kind of opportunity she had, but she obtained an ancient inheritance. She used the poem on the stone tablet to pray for rain as a refining technique. It's said that the quality of this chant is very high. It's the foundation of the Tao of that immortal in the upper 5 realms. Therefore, some people are very concerned about it. However, due to their reputation, they can only take it slowly." As Zhong Kuei said, the goddess of the buried river had refined a total of 9 weapons. 2 of them were ranked as Dharma treasures. In the process of fighting with the river demon, 3 of them were destroyed. Those were the Dharma treasures that allowed her to firmly suppress the river demon for more than 200 years. It was just that she had too many weapons. When women in the world went out for an outing, they would change their makeup and clothes. When the goddess of the buried river patrolled the territory, she would choose a weapon based on her mood. After eating supper, the water goddess spoke frankly to Zhong Kuei. "I'll have to trouble you to give me a definite answer. If I insist on asking for the book of the Sage of Literature, will the Dafu Academy find an excuse to destroy the Bio Manor? Or will they deliberately make things difficult for the Lius of the Great Spring? Sooner or later, the kingdom of Northern Jin and Southern Qi will be destroyed?" Qin Pingon looked at her in a new light. Zhong Kuei shook his head and smiled. "The Dafu Academy won't be so unreasonable. At most, the Bio Manor will destroy its own future. In the future, no matter how much you and the Great Spring Kingdom contribute, there will be no hope for you to be promoted to a palace. You must know this in your heart. Today, whether it's because you feel that the Bio Manor is unjust or because you really admire the Sage of Literature's moral writings, you have rejected the Dafu Academy's good intentions. From now on, you will be recorded in the Academy's records. In the future, when you perform great deeds that benefit the common people and contribute to the country, you will still only be able to hang the Bio Manor's plaque. When the time comes and you feel that the Academy is unfair, you might as well reconsider your choice today." She nodded and said, "I'll remember it. When the time comes, I will definitely not blame the Dafu Academy. An eye for an eye. Actually, it's me who offended the Dafu Academy's dignity." Zhong Kuei sneered. "You still know?" The little water goddess of the Bio Manor dared to reject the Dafu Academy's conferment. In the eyes of the other 3 academies in the Tongyi continent, wouldn't it be the biggest joke? Zhong Kuei's seemingly understated conclusion carried a lot of pressure and risk. Scholars were the most concerned about face. Perhaps it would not be a big deal if they suffered a big loss, but if they were to be slapped in the face in public, they would most likely be killed. Therefore, Zhong Kuei's words tonight were the biggest protective talisman for the Bio Manor and the buried river temple. After all, Zhong Kuei was without a doubt the next hill master of the Dafu Academy. There were even rumors that Zhong Kuei had a chance to become the Grand Chancellor of a certain academy. She smiled awkwardly. "Do you want another bowl of noodles?" Zhong Kuei clicked his tongue. A bowl of noodles to protect the Bio Manor. A bowl of noodles to protect the Great Spring Empire. Water Goddess, you have a good plan. Zhong Kuei's mouth was unforgiving, but he still ordered another bowl of noodles. Because it was really delicious, she even asked for 2 jars of good wine. The aroma assailed the nose, and it was much better than the wine Qin Pingon had drunk. Excluding the Forgotten Worries wine from the inverted hanging mountain, perhaps only the osmanthus wine could compare. However, drinking and eating noodles had nothing to do with him. Before drinking, Water Goddess repeatedly said that this century-old wine should not be drunk too much. One person could only drink 3 big white bowls at most. If one drank too much, even an immortal would be drunk. Then Qin Pingon saw Zhong Kuei and her drink 4 big bowls each. 1 jar of wine was emptied and not a single drop was left. Water Goddess even asked the servants to bring another jar to the table. Therefore Qin Pingon saw 2 drunkards with terrible alcohol tolerance. Zhong Kuei wailed about Junyang. Water Goddess spoke loudly and slapped the table from time to time to help boost her momentum. At this moment she stepped on the chair and gave herself a thumbs up. She asked Zhong Kuei, who she had just acknowledged as her brother, "What do you rely on to survive in the martial world?" Zhong Kuei was still talking about his Junyang. She then asked and answered her own question, "Backbone. You have to have a straight spine and hard fists. You have to be open-minded when you talk and behave. Brother Zhong Kuei, I think you are a good person. You are responsible like a big man. I will acknowledge you as my brother. In the future I will do anything for you." Qin Pingon sat at the side in boredom. He thought that if the little boy in green from the river water snake was present, he would probably say that it must be that friend who was loyal and patted his chest loudly. Zhong Kuei pointed to the opposite side of the table. The direction of his finger was far away from Water Goddess's seat. He said with drunken eyes, "Isn't surviving in the martial world the business of martial artists? You are a water god." No, it seems that the water god calling herself a martial artist is the most legitimate. Alright, you are right. However, backbone can't be eaten. Water Goddess raised her eyebrows and took a big gulp of wine. She said with a slurred tongue, "I usually have food to eat. I am very full: stewed snake meat, stir-fried eel noodles. It is said that my chef used to cook for the emperor. His skills are superb, so I still have to have backbone." Zhong Kuei shook his head. "You have your backbone. It has nothing to do with me. I only want Junyang." Qin Pingon stood up and was about to go to the entrance of the hall to enjoy the scenery. He could not drink the good wine that was close at hand. In the end, it was annoying to look at it. At this moment Zhong Kuei sat up straight in horror. His green robe suddenly trembled and the smell of alcohol disappeared from his body. Water Goddess knocked her head on the table with a bang. Her head tilted and she fell into a deep sleep. Qin Pingon turned his head to look. There was only a figure of medium height wearing a Confucian robe. Zhong Kuei bowed. "Disciple Zhong Kuei greets teacher." That person's voice was deep as he said slowly, "I am an outer disciple of Fushang sect. Some time ago I accidentally encountered a disaster. After the news was passed to the academy, the other party seemed to have sensed that something was wrong. It was a great demon of the upper 5 realms. It destroyed half of Fushang sect's mountain gate. Of the 2 pure jade realms in Fushang sect, one died and the other was injured. The great demon was seriously injured and tried to escape to the West Sea. Fortunately, it was stopped by the leader of Taiping Mountain who rushed there first. However, most of the demons that Taiping Mountain suppressed at the bottom of the well for thousands of years just happened to escape at this time." Zhong Kuei's face was solemn. "Teacher, what should I do?" That person sneered. "It is not to drown your sorrows by drinking in the middle of the night." Zhong Kuei lowered his head. "I know my mistake." That person sighed. "Before dawn, leave for Taiping Mountain. At that time, you and all the other academy disciples will have to listen to the Taoist priest of Taiping Mountain. Do not rely on the academy's identity to act on your own. Do you understand?" Zhong Kuei nodded. "I understand." Zhong Kuei wanted to say something but stopped. He should be the Dafu Academy's mountain master. The scholarly man shook his head. "Only cultivators of the upper 5 realms are qualified to encircle and annihilate that great demon." Zhong Kuei was silent. The scholarly man finally said, "Zhong Kuei, you have to be careful. In this disaster, everyone has the possibility of dying. Even I am no exception." Zhong Kuei nodded. He suddenly realized something. "Here town?" The scholarly sage hesitated for a moment. "We can put it aside for now." Zhong Kuei's eyes were complicated. The Dharma image of the sage arriving at the azure Turing Manor had already dissipated in an instant. Qin Pingon stood at the door dumbfounded. Fusho sect, Taiping Mountain. They were all sects of the Tongye continent that Qin Pingon happened to be familiar with, especially the fairy of the Mirror Heart Chamber in the Lotus Flower Blessed Land. Her real identity was the female Taoist priest of Taiping Mountain named Huang Ting. The most inconceivable thing was that the great demon had actually caused one of the immortal couples of the Fusho sect to die and the other to be injured. Zhong Kuei stood up and looked at Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon was puzzled. What's wrong? Zhong Kuei smiled bitterly. I might have a difficult request. Qin Pingon immediately understood Zhong Kuei's thoughts. Is it that little snow cone? Then Qin Pingon shook his head. Zhong Kuei's expression dimmed, but he felt that it was reasonable. Qin Pingon smiled. I can't give it to you, but I can lend it to you. Zhong Kuei asked, Really? Have you thought this through? The battle this time is extremely dangerous. Not to mention me, Zhong Kuei, even my teacher may lose his life. Aren't you afraid that by borrowing my little snow awl and helping me to write with spirit, it may be destroyed in the battle formation one day? Aren't you afraid that even if I, Zhong Kuei, don't die, I won't pay you back? Qin Pingon blinked and extended 4 fingers. Zhong Kuei laughed. I understand. Ask yourself. Qin Pingon suddenly thought of a problem. Let my real body come to the Azure Turing Manor? 300 miles of water will take a lot of time. Zhong Kuei, why don't you go to the post house and get the little snow cone by yourself? Zhong Kuei thought for a moment. You can get the water goddess to bring your real body here. It'll be quick because there are some things that I need to do in the Azure Turing Manor. It's not suitable for outsiders to see. Zhong Kuei walked to the table as he spoke. He tapped the table with his fingers. Water goddess, are you still pretending to be asleep? She smiled and sat up, leaving the table. I'll go and fetch this young master's real body now. However, I'll have to trouble your real body to jump into the buried river after I count to 10. As the water goddess counted, her figure swept towards the buried river near the Azure Turing Manor to fish someone out. This was the unique ability of a god. After counting to 10, Qin Pingon smacked his head, feeling helpless. After a moment, the water goddess brought back Qin Pingon's real body and a little follower. Zhong Kuei laughed heartily. Qin Pingon asked, How does the Yin god return? Zhong Kuei waved his sleeve and shook a gust of wind. He gently blew Qin Pingon's Yin god into his real body and reminded him, Before you can have a Yang god to protect you, don't roam the night with your Yin god so easily in the future. Qin Pingon let out a long breath. He took out the small snow cone from the square-inch object and handed it to Zhong Kuei. After Zhong Kuei took the small snow cone, he asked, How do I return it to you in the future? Qin Pingon smiled and said, You can send the small snow cone to Qin Pingon of Luopa Mountain in the Dali dynasty of the Aquarius continent. After Zhong Kuei nodded, his expression became stranger and stranger. Zhong Kuei could not help but ask, Don't tell me you really know Mr. Qi from the Cliff Academy? I know a lot of things about the Pearl Grotto Heaven. Qin Pingon neither nodded nor shook his head. The water goddess drank a mouthful of wine to calm herself down. Then she asked carefully, Then do you know Mr. Qi's teacher? Qin Pingon scratched his head, took off the blade's strengthening gourd and drank the wine. It seemed that the old man was the one who taught him how to drink. At that time the old scholar was carried behind a young man. The old man patted the young man's head with all his might and shouted that the young man wanted to drink. First, set a small goal such as 1 second. Remember, scholar's residence, F. 3:45. Pei Qian said that he wanted to go to the entrance to look at the screen wall. The incense in the temple would float and there would be a fragrance. The water would move and there would be sounds. It was too interesting. The water goddess waved her hand and summoned a young maidservant to bring Pei Qian over to enjoy the scenery. Remembering that a scholarly sage from another lineage had just left, Qin Pingon put down his wine gourd and said, My hometown Longquan County was actually the earliest Lizhu Grotto heaven. Mr. Qi was a teacher in the school, but I was poor when I was young and did not go to school. My neighbor next door was Mr. Qi's student and often mentioned it. But Mr. Qi has naturally seen it before. After all, the town is only so big. Zhong Kuei sat back at the table and poured a cup of wine with a smile. Of course, he did not completely believe Qin Pingan's words. A young pure martial artist had the blade's strengthening gourd and 2 natal flying swords, and could even travel at night. Even if there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers in Liju Grotto Heaven and Qin Pingan had other good fortune, Zhong Kui would not believe that Qin Pingan and Qi Jingchun had only met. However, Qin Pingan had some reservations, so Zhong Kui did not probe further. Although the knowledge of the literary sage had been banned by the major academies, it was not a big deal for the private library to have a few works of the literary sage. Not to mention knowing Qi Jingchun, it did not matter even if he had gone to that school. As long as Qin Pingan was not a direct disciple of Qi Jingchun's lineage, there would definitely not be any trouble. Even if it was true in the territory of the Dafu Academy in the Tongye continent, it did not matter. There was Zhong Kui and his teacher. However, if it was in the 2 academies at the north and south ends, it would be hard to say. The water goddess's eyes lit up. She placed her hands on the table and asked hurriedly, "Have you seen the literary sage? Is he a particularly elegant old man with a laurel belt? His sleeves are cool and there is a hint of gentleness in his seriousness. Furthermore, one can tell at a glance that he is an otherworldly expert with great knowledge. His temperament is similar to the mountains and forests and paintings." Qin Pingan could only say against his will, "I've never seen him." The water goddess's eyes were filled with regret and pity. The former was for herself while the latter was for Qin Pingan. She slumped back into her seat and gulped down a large bowl of wine. After wiping her mouth, she sighed, "That's truly a regret in life. To think that you've never met an old man like that. Try to meet him in the future or else your life won't be complete." Qin Pingan smiled helplessly. "Alright, I'll fight for it." She recalled something. "Then have you seen a guy called Cui Shi? He's a bastard who betrayed his master despite being the eldest disciple. There's also that sword immortal whose sword skills are divine. His name is especially domineering. He's called Zhuozhe. It's said that his sword skills are invincible. There are also people like Mao Xiaodong. There are so many disciples of the literary sage. You should have seen one of them, right?" Qin Pingan raised the wine pot. "It's a pity. Let's drink." The water goddess slammed the table and said angrily, "Drink my ass. What's wrong with you? If I were born and raised in the Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven, the first thing I would do after leaving my hometown would be to visit the literary sage. If I can't enter the merit forest of the academy, I'll settle for the next best thing. At the very least I have to scold Cui Dong, see his swordsmanship and play chess with Mao Xiaodong." Qin Pingan echoed, "That makes sense. Water goddess." Zhong Kui held back his laughter. "Scold Cui Dong? Water goddess, it's not that I'm looking down on you. Even though that Dali Imperial Tutor's realm is rumored to have plummeted, he can still crush your golden body with 2 fingers. The water goddess said confidently, "Can he hear me scolding outside Dali's capital?" Zhong Kui rolled his eyes and said, "Then he really can't hear you." The 3 of them drank their wine. The atmosphere gradually became solemn. After the great demon lurking near the Fusho sect was exposed, it went on a rampage, killing one and injuring the other of the unpolished Jade Realm couple who were experts in joint attacks. The battlefield was still on the Fusho sect's mountain. Even if that great demon had the advantage of an innately strong physique, it would still need to be at the 12th realm. A great demon of the immortal realm who should have been famous had actually been hiding in the central region of the Tongyi continent for countless years. The Fusho sect and the academy did not notice it at all. Moreover, coincidentally, when the leader of Taiping Mountain went to stop it from entering the sea, the prison that suppressed the demons in Taiping Mountain suddenly opened and successfully escaped. In addition, there were ancient treasures and immortal weapons in the Hassa continent, the Tongyi continent and the Fuyao continent. The 3 continents had already attracted countless cultivators to fight over them. The water goddess asked carefully, "May I ask if your mountain master is really not afraid of dying after leaving the academy and taking the lead to kill the demons?" Zhong Kui laughed angrily and said, "Can you think of my husband a little better? Besides, anyone in the world can ask this except you, water goddess. In the past 200 years, you took the initiative to leave the Green Turing Manor and the Water God Temple. How many battles have you fought with that demon?" The water goddess took a sip of wine. "That's different. I'm just a small water goddess. Your husband came from the residence of a saint in the Confucian temple." Zhong Kui glanced at her and said, Is that the logic you saw from the sage's books? The water goddess flew into a rage out of humiliation. It was fine if he scolded her for being short-sighted, but she could not allow it to involve the sage of Wen. She slammed the table and stood up. Zhong Kui, if you continue to speak so strangely, spit out the noodles and wine. Zhong Kui took a sip of wine. I'll drink your wine. He took another sip. I drank it again. It's delicious. The water goddess was so angry that her face turned livid and her body trembled. Qin Pingon said softly, "There's a memorial arch in my hometown. One of the 4 plaques says do not pass on. This is probably the reason why Mr. Zhong Kui made such a choice." Previously, Zhong Kui had said why the world was willing to abide by the rules set by the Confucian school. Mr. Zhong Kui's actions today, regardless of whether he lives or dies in the end, the 3 of us, not to mention Zhong Kui who is a student, at least you and I will feel that the learning style of the Great Fu Academy is enough to make people look up to you. If I have children in the future and they go out to travel the world, I will definitely let them come to the Tongyi continent and go to the Great Fu Academy. Zhong Kui nodded and raised his wine bowl to toast Qin Pingon. The water goddess nodded and agreed. She also toasted Qin Pingon with a bowl of wine. All good things must come to an end. Zhong Kui put down his wine bowl and prepared to leave the buried River Jade Turing Manor after finishing the last thing. Pei Qian ran all the way to the threshold of the hall and cupped his hands in water. His face was filled with joy. He shouted to Qin Pingon as if he was presenting a treasure, "I fished out a handful of water from the screen wall. Do you want to take a look?" She lowered her arm and closed her fingers between her hands. There was really a pool of green water. Qin Pingon looked at it and said, "Return it." Pei Qian nodded and returned the way he came. Behind him was the maidservant who was covering her mouth and laughing. The water goddess felt that her youngest daughter was quite interesting. She smiled and said, "It's just a handful of buried river spirits. It's not worth much immortal money. Young master, you don't have to ask her to put it back." Qin Pingon shook his head and did not explain in detail. Zhong Kui also carried a Fengsuan item with him. It was a small and exquisite bronze paperweight divine beast called Xianxia. He took out the small snow all that was engraved with the words, "with spirit," and 3 golden talisman papers. The background was a faint seal script. Qin Pingon did not know what was good for him. He only felt that it was slightly different from his golden talisman papers. However, the water goddess was an expert in these talisman papers. She said in surprise, "Wind Thunder paper? They are the Dragon Claw seal, Jade Tendon seal and Lingji seal. These are valuable. When my Green Turing Manor first opened up the manor, we only talked about talisman papers. The Great Spring Imperial Court only rewarded us with a piece of Wind Thunder paper with the Dragon Claw seal pattern." Seeing that Qin Pingon's expression was calm, as if he did not know how precious the talisman paper was, the water goddess explained, "The talisman written on this talisman paper is the best at impeaching ghosts. Even the high and mighty earth immortals like the Aurus Core and nascent soul stage cultivators would treasure this item. It is extremely expensive. Cultivators below the Aurus Core stage would probably go bankrupt if they wanted to buy these 3 pieces of Wind Thunder paper." It was not that Qin Pingon did not know the value of the golden talisman paper. Back in the Battle of the Brushui country, he followed the old sword sage Song Yusen to carve the formation. A royal consecrator once took out a golden talisman and summoned a golden armored deity to block Qin Pingon's surprise attack. Qin Pingon saw with his own eyes that after the old man threw out the talisman, he had a pitiful look. Now that even Taiping Mountain is not peaceful, you can imagine how chaotic the central part of the Tongya continent is. It's not right to travel the Jianghu without a few protective talismans. Zhong Kui placed the 3 talisman papers on the table and held a small snow awl in his hand. Before he drew the talisman, he said softly, "Qin Pingon, friends are friends, but it's better to be casual when exchanging money. I'll help you write 3 talismans, the Heaven, Earth and Human Commander talisman. It has a strong murderous aura and is perfect for suppressing and killing ghosts. It's a set of talismans that I created myself and can be used alone. It's enough to scare off ghosts in the Aurus Core stage and even ghost kings in the nascent soul stage." Qin Pingon patted his shoulder and smiled, "Since it's so valuable, I can lend you the small snow awl for a few more days." Zhong Kui shook his shoulder and shook off Qin Pingon's hand. He rolled his eyes and said, "I'm not familiar with you." The water goddess was speechless. She could not guess what kind of relationship the two of them had. One was willing to lend an upper-grade magic weapon, while the other was willing to give 3 pieces of wind and thunder paper. Zhou Xian started to put on an act just like how he wrote the couplets in the inn. He held a brush in one hand and hovered in the air, ready to draw the talisman. He shook his sleeve and raised it high. The sage once said that if one has read more than 10,000 books, one can write like a god. Water goddess, bring me some wine. The water goddess brought him a bowl of wine. Qin Pingon reminded him, don't get carried away. Draw the talisman properly. If it doesn't work, you can make another piece of wind and thunder paper for me. You said it yourself, friends are friends, but money is more important. Zhou Xian put down the bowl of wine resentfully. Qin Pingon said again, I'm just joking with you. Zhou Xian's face was full of resentment. The water goddess was a little impressed by this young master who wandered in the night. Do you really not take the gentleman of the academy seriously? Zhou Xian took a big gulp of wine and burped. Then a mysterious scene appeared. Wisps of snow-white spiritual energy, which seemed to be the righteous energy of the scholar, were exhaled by Zhou Xian. The wisps of righteous energy wrapped around the tip of the small snow cone pen. Zhou Xian's drawing of the talisman was even more unorthodox. He did not put his pen on the talisman paper. Instead he recited a poem. Feng Zhang Ci Feng Gu Iron Cavalry encircle Dragon City. Then he shook his wrist gently and a string of small people the size of rice grains fell from the tip of the pen. Upon closer inspection they were actually horse-riding generals in silver armor. More than 100 cavalry quickly arranged themselves on the wind and thunder talisman paper and stopped their horses. Zhou Xian, who was holding the pen in his right hand, pointed at the talisman paper with 2 fingers on his left hand and said in a low voice, "Freeze." The silver-armored cavalry instantly melted and turned into the golden talisman paper. In an instant it turned into a talisman. The other 2 talismans were similar in terms of talisman drawing. They were worthy of the reputation of having ghosts and gods under my wrist. The water goddess was greatly impressed. As expected of the quasi-saint of the Great Fu Academy. Not to mention moral essays, just this talisman attainment was probably enough to make a talisman warrior of the unpolished jade realm slap the table in admiration. Zhou Xian handed the 3 talisman papers to Qin Pingon. Even I can only look at it and not touch it. Therefore, if it's only a golden talisman paper, the power of my sword suppression talisman will be greatly reduced. It will only be able to trap the intrinsic flying sword of a golden core realm sword cultivator for at most 5 minutes. Zhou Xian cheered happily and began drinking again. Qin Pingon flipped his wrist and secretly passed a talisman paper to Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian was dumbfounded. He stared and said, "Are you crazy? It's fine if you don't know its value, but I've already told you how rare it is. Why are you treating it like child's play? Hurry up and take it back." Qin Pingon did not allow any explanation. He released his fingers and allowed the green talisman paper to float down. Zhou Xian had no choice but to quickly catch it and put it in his sleeve. Qin Pingon took off the blade's strengthening gourd and raised it high. He chuckled softly. "I wish you success on your trip to Mount Taiping and slaying demons." Zhou Xian wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end he did not say anything. He silently raised his wine bowl and clinked it with the blade's strengthening gourd in Qin Pingon's hand. They both drank a large mouthful of wine. Zhou Xian finished the wine in his bowl and stood up. "I'm leaving." Qin Pingon cupped his fists and sent him off. Zhou Xian was about to leave. Qin Pingon reminded him, "Aren't you going to ask the water goddess for a jar of wine?" Zhou Xian's eyes lit up. He gave Qin Pingon a thumbs up. The water goddess was a heroic person. Naturally she would not be stingy. She brought 2 jars over, but Zhou Xian kept one and gave it to Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon did not stand on ceremony. Coincidentally, the inn's green plum wine was finished. He slowly poured the 100-year-old wine from the azure Turing mansion into the blade's strengthening gourd. Zhou Xian carried the wine jar and his figure flashed. He flew through the air and came to the shore of the buried river. Just as he was about to cross the river he suddenly stopped. It turned out that he saw his master's Yin spirit as if waiting for him on the shore. Zhong Kui quickly hid the wine jar behind him. The hill master of the De Fu Academy was a middle-aged man with a wooden expression. He walked slowly on the shore of the buried river. Zhong Kui followed behind him. The 72 academies in the world had 72 hill masters. Their realms were different. The highest could be in the immortal realm. However, there was no lack of hill masters who were only in the nascent soul realm. For example, Mao Xiaodong of the Great Sui Kingdom's New Cliff Academy was only in the nascent soul realm. However, with the hill master overseeing the academy, a nascent soul realm cultivator was comparable to a jade pure realm cultivator. No one dared to underestimate him. This scholar who came from a saint's mansion was not high or low among the hill masters of the academy. He was in the jade pure realm. In the De Fu Academy he was in the immortal realm. However, this time he went to the seaside in the west of the Fuho sect to pursue the great demon. After leaving the academy he was only in the jade pure realm. The hill master said softly, "The other party may have a backup plan. Therefore I don't want you to shrink back. I just want you to plan before you act. Even if you are subduing demons around Taiping Mountain, you cannot let your guard down." Zhong Kui nodded and said, "I understand." The hill master stopped in his tracks and extended his palm. A green talisman floated in his hand. "Keep it and protect yourself." Zhong Kui did not reach out to take it. "Mister, did you not use your supernatural powers to check on the Bayou Manor when you were by the river?" The hill master reprimanded softly. "Previously you summoned the ghost servants of the underworld without permission. As the hill master of the De Fu Academy, it is my duty. How can I not investigate? When you were in the Bayou Manor you were only interacting with friends. Naturally I saw no evil. If it were not for the fact that I could not give you this talisman in front of outsiders, my own spirit would have left long ago." Zhong Kui smiled. "Mister, you are right. You are right. I have learned my lesson." The hill master did not mind. "Why not?" Zhong Kui could only be honest. "Other than the brush that I hit it off with, my friend also gave me a green talisman. It was made of the same material as yours." The hill master frowned and kept the talisman in his hand. He seemed displeased and asked, "Why did you accept such a valuable item?" Zhong Kui was speechless. He thought carefully. "I don't know why, but it seems that I should have accepted it. Please punish me." The hill master was silent for a moment. "You don't have to hide that jar of Bayou Manor wine. Since you have made a good friend, isn't it worth drinking? Remember, you can drink, but don't delay the journey to Mount Taiping. And don't do it again." Zhong Kui scratched his head. Was Mr. possessed by a ghost? Mr. was famous for being old-fashioned. He followed the rules everywhere and was scrupulous in everything. He was best friends with the hill master of the academy in the Julu continent, who made mountains collapse and the earth crack when he made a move. The night roaming Een spirit returned to his real body in the blink of an eye. The hill master was a little sad. Looking at the interaction between his disciple Zhong Kui and the young man, he could not help but think of his own youth. He was more or less jealous of someone with the surname Qi, along with the descendants of the saint's mansion and the disciples of the rich families and sections. It was because the person who called himself Alliance was the person they admired the most. He liked to tell people that Xiaoqi was his friend. Whoever dared to bully him, he would beat the coffin of his ancestor. In the Jade Turing Manor, the water god's first sentence after Zhong Kui left was earth-shattering. "I know that you've met the old master Wen Xing, and it's definitely not a casual encounter." Qin Pingon was unmoved. "Why don't I know?" The water god sneered. "Are you still pretending? Zhong Kui can't recognize your identity and can't see through your knowledge because he doesn't belong to the old master Wen Xing or the Qi Jingchun of the Cliff Academy. Who am I? I've read all of the works of the old master Wen Xing countless times without missing a word. I know very well how great the old master Wen Xing was when he participated in the debate between the three sects. The Qi of literature is magnificent. No matter what book you read, your Qi will be different. Who am I? I'm a buried river god after all. The Qi reading technique is my specialty." Looking at the water god who spoke with certainty, Qin Pingon asked with a smile, "So?" Her face instantly fell and her aura disappeared. "Have you really never met the old master Wen Xing?" Qin Pingon nodded. "I have." The water god lay on the table with a resentful look in her eyes. He suddenly jumped up. "You have?" Qin Pingon extended a finger and gestured for us to speak softly. The water god looked at the young man who really knew the old master Wenxing in a daze. Oh my god, how can there be such a handsome young man in the world? Otherwise, after getting him drunk, we'll become sworn brothers, right? If that was the case, wouldn't it mean that he had some sort of relationship with Lord Wenxing? She wiped her mouth and laughed foolishly. She thought to herself that her schemes were indeed unparalleled. As expected of someone who had read so many books about the old master Wenxing. He had not read the books for nothing. She would definitely not embarrass the old master Wenxing. Qin Pingon regretted saying that he knew the old master Wenxing. 346. The first watch is the human, the second watch is the fire, the third watch is the wandering ghost, the fourth watch is the thief, the fifth watch is the rooster crowing, the world is white. Tonight, in the middle of the night, the river was filled with Yin energy. Over at the relay station, there might have been the Yao family iron cavalry stationed there. Their weapons were solemn and they blocked that terrifying aura. Yao Jinji was practicing the money lesson in his room. It was commonly known as the Forest of Fire Pearls. It was one of the secret methods on the mountain. Although it was called a secret method, it was not really considered a mainstream method. Yao Jinji had obtained it by chance in the library when he was young. All these years he had treated it as a pastime. With 3 copper coins he would toss it to the ground to ask for divination or 6 coins to ask for lessons. 6 copper coins would be placed in a bamboo tube. After tossing the copper coins out, he would look at the front and back, ask about the future and judge whether it was good or bad. Yao Jinji himself didn't really believe in the theory that it worked sometimes. Today she used 3 coins to ask about his future prospects in the capital. Great luck. He also used the 6-coin question method to test the length of Daquan Lusher's dynasty. Afterwards, Yao Jinji put away the copper coins one by one. His face was full of doubt and he couldn't figure it out no matter how much he thought about it. He could only mock himself that it was wrong to not ask about the common people and ask about ghosts and deities. She was no longer bothered by the results. She got up and walked to the window. She saw Yao Lingji practicing his swordsmanship. A little further away there was a room that was still lit. Without guessing, he knew that Yao Xinji was reading a book on the art of war by the light of a lamp. She sat back at the table, thinking that she could often go to Mr. Liu to play chess, give the little girl named Pei Qian a few exquisite small things, and find an opportunity to give the young Mrs. Liu something appropriate. Because as a woman she could see the hidden meaning in the depths of Xiao Yuanran's eyes, but she clearly saw through it, but pretended not to understand. During this journey to the north, she had only spoken 2 or 3 sentences with the young Taoist priest and had deliberately looked at his back once. As for that young consecrator, it was funny to say that he thought that he could hide everything with an indifferent expression in front of her. She was certain that her unintentional gaze that time was enough to cause ripples in the heart of an ambitious cultivator. Yao Jinji had always believed that this was more important than 1,000 words. What's more, a person's words were never excessive. Whether or not it entered one's ears was one thing, and whether or not it entered the hearts of others was another. Women who were beautiful and men who were powerful had an innate advantage. When Yao Jinji thought of this, he felt a little depressed. Why was someone able to get along with him peacefully? From late at night until daybreak, Zhou Xian stayed by the riverside, pacing back and forth. Strange things happened one after another last night. First, the little girl Pei Qian said that she saw a golden bridge on the river. Then Qin Pingon stopped the sword furnace and said that he and Pei Qian should go back to the relay station first. Qin Pingon then jumped into the river and Pei Qian jumped in without saying anything. After that, a whirlpool appeared in the middle of the river. The spiritual energy on the surface of the river made Zhou Xian feel uncomfortable. The whirlpool wrapped Qin Pingon and Pei Qian in it. It suddenly appeared and disappeared, leaving Zhou Xian with a blurry figure of a short girl. It was said that the Tongyi continent was only one of the 9 great continents in this vast world. The world was vast. How big was it? Cultivators were incredibly powerful. Earlier, Zhou Xian was a little depressed. He was like a rich gentleman who suddenly entered the capital and found that he couldn't buy anything with the money in his pocket. He was still a little disappointed. However, Zhou Xian cleaned up these thoughts very quickly. Instead, he was filled with a heroic spirit and fighting spirit. Zhou Xian might be all smiles all day long, following Qin Pingon everywhere. However, he had not wasted a single moment in the past few days when his martial arts cultivation had been advancing bravely and ferociously. The other three were not inferior to Zhou Xian. Wei Xian was carefully examining the world, seeing the world in detail. Sui Yuyu was in seclusion in the carriage, comprehending the sword. Lu Baixiang was a genius, skilled in zither, chess, calligraphy and painting. This was the most intangible advantage of Zhou Lian, Lu Baixiang and the other three. Without exception, they were all once invincible in the world. As pure martial artists, their state of mind was almost flawless, and they were most worthy of the word pure. Between the four of them there was a secret competition. The bottleneck of the 7th level depended on who broke through it first. As long as they entered the golden body of martial artists, the 8th level of the Imperial Wind Realm and the peak of the 9th mountain were no big barriers to them. It was just a matter of time. Zhou Lian looked up at the sky and began to return along the path he came from. He weighed a pebble in his hand, gently rubbing it. The pebble was constantly blown away by the wind by the riverside. Other than the bottleneck of the martial way, the four of them were naturally dissatisfied with their own shackles. Wei Xian was the founding emperor of the Nanyuan kingdom, Lu Baixiang was the founder of the demon sect, and Sui Yuyu was a female sword immortal who even wanted to break the rules of the blessed land. To say that the four of them were wholeheartedly convinced by the young man holding the 4 scrolls and were willing to work like cattle or horses, not to mention Chen Pingon, even the child called Pei Qian wouldn't believe it. However, the four of them had a deep impression of Chen Pingon after the incident at the inn. Zhou Lian clenched the pebble in his hand and muttered to himself, looking at Chen Pingon's natural attitude now, Lu Baixiang should be the first to reveal the truth. Is that why the two of them are so close and relaxed? After Zhong Kuei finished drawing the stunning sword suppression talisman, he left the buried river with his teacher one after the other. The fate of the mountains and rivers of the Baiyu Manor gradually stabilized. The young female servant brought Pei Qian back to the main hall. Previously, Pei Qian was at the projector wall. She had just thrown the buried river spirit back to the projector wall when she saw the chaotic scene of the incense burning and the churning of the river water. It was as if the river water would gush out of the stone wall and flood the manor in the next moment. Pei Qian was shocked and clamored to return to Chen Pingon's side to stay. The water ghost servant girl who was wrongfully buried in the river many years ago was chased out of the manor by the water deity's power. Pei Qian was left standing alone at the projector wall, wailing until her throat was hoarse. Now that she had returned to the main hall, Pei Qian's face was still streaked with tears. She stood timidly at the threshold, not daring to enter. She still had some eyesight. She knew that Chen Pingon was discussing business with someone. If she had caused trouble again and angered Chen Pingon, Zhong Kuei had interceded for her last time. This time no one would speak up for her. Chen Pingon turned his head and asked, "What's wrong?" Pei Qian ran into the main hall like a wisp of smoke and sat on the chair beside Chen Pingon. She sat upright and said with a bit of grievance and guilt, "I just returned the water to the projector wall. I don't know the reason, but the earth shook and the mountains shook. Chen Pingon, I really didn't do it on purpose. You mustn't be angry." Chen Pingon flicked Pei Qian's forehead and said with a smile, "You still know how to be afraid?" When Pei Qian saw this, she was relieved. That frightening phenomenon most likely had nothing to do with her. With a boost of confidence, she immediately straightened her back. The fragrance of the wine on the table assailed her nostrils. She was really hungry. Besides, she had seen many supernatural beings. In the past, Pei Qian had heard the storytellers under the bridge tell those supernatural stories in the Lotus Flower Blessed Land. They always talked about how a cup of wine and a peach in the underwater dragon palace and the immortal mansion could increase one's lifespan after eating. She asked tentatively, "Can I have a sip of wine?" Chen Pingon glared at her. Pei Qian immediately pretended to be enlightened and said, "I'm still young. Why would I drink wine? Chen Pingon, you should drink more." The water goddess, who was straightforward by nature, was amused by this mischievous little girl. "There are still many 100-year-old water flower wine in the residence. I'll give you a jar later. As for whether Chen Pingon snatches it away to drink or leave some for you, I don't care." Staying by Chen Pingon's side, Pei Qian was not afraid of anything. She said in an old-fashioned manner, "If you really want to give me wine, I'll have to thank you. However, I'm still young and can't drink wine. Otherwise it will affect my learning. Next time we'll come to your house as guests." When we can drink wine, don't be stingy. Otherwise, you'll be letting down your identity as an immortal. The water goddess clicked her tongue in wonder. She carefully sized up Pei Qian's features. The more she looked, the more moved she was. She said to Qin Pingon half-truthfully, "What a spirited little girl. Why don't you let her stay in the roaming jade manor? I'll help you take care of her. In the future she'll take over the position of the buried river goddess of the roaming jade manor. I promise to teach her everything and refine 2 magic treasures for her. In at most 200 years, she'll become the most powerful water goddess in the Great Spring Dynasty." Pei Qian stood up in a panic and said angrily, "Don't talk nonsense. I still have to go to the Dragon Spring County of the Aquarius continent to help my family put up spring couplets." Qin Pingon tactfully rejected the water goddess's suggestion. If he did not bring her along, he would not be at ease. The water goddess did not insist. However, she was not joking when she said those words just now. If Pei Qian, who she had taken a fancy to, really stayed in the roaming jade manor, she would really do her best to let the little girl inherit the buried river deity position. She would also do her best to forge and refine 2 magic treasures. Even if it went against her nature and she had to feign civility with the Great Spring Dynasty and the Great Spring Academy, she would still win the title of Palace for the roaming jade manor. Then she would be free to slaughter the great demon that had been causing mischief in the river for 200 years. Even if she had to sacrifice herself, it would still be a merit that would benefit the 900,000 people on both sides of the river. It would be worthy of the sage's teachings that she had read from the Sage of Literature's books. As for why she, the water goddess, had such an affinity with Pei Qian, it was even more difficult to understand. As a long-established deity that oversaw a region of land and water, the buried river deity had great fortune. Otherwise, she would not have been able to comprehend a celestial mantra that was the foundation of the 5 upper realms from a stone tablet that no one cared about. Just now, she had carefully used the deity's qi observation technique. If she did not look, she would not know. However, when she looked, she was shocked. She was already considered to be one of the best in the world who was lucky enough to have the golden form. The dark and thin little girl in front of her was even more outstanding than her. She was a first-class deity. In layman's terms, it was a pity that she was not a deity that enjoyed the incense. The so-called golden form was a bit similar to the innate sword embryo of the sword cultivator. The Buddha of Buddhism was blessed by nature. When he cultivated on a certain correct path, he would make rapid progress. People with the golden form were mostly born thin and small, but their bones were extremely hard. In the world there was a technique called Jinliang. It focused on how much a person's backbone was. The golden form was the most important kind in the world. Their temperament was tough, easy to be impatient and decisive in killing. Especially in the 5 elements, the golden form was solemn and dignified. Therefore they were born to be officials and generals. It was just that the water goddess's eyesight was very good, but it was still not good enough. Pei Qian's qualifications were outstanding and had long been beyond the scope of the 5 elements. Therefore when Zhou Xian saw Pei Qian, he also felt that the little girl was a martial arts genius. Even Yao Jinji, who had previously bought the copper coins, thought that the little girl might be a genius in divination. As long as he followed her to study divination, he could get twice the result with half the effort. Only the gentleman Zhong Kuei had a more comprehensive and far-reaching view. It was a pity that Pei Qian met Qin Pingon, who did not reason with her. As for practicing martial arts or cultivating the Tao, Pei Qian did not even think about it. This little girl was now trekking through mountains and rivers with Qin Pingon. As long as she could have a talisman worth an entire mansion pasted on her forehead, she would be overjoyed and would not feel tired walking. This was probably what it meant by, everything has its weakness. No matter if Pei Qian followed Zhu Lian to practice martial arts or stayed in the Jade Turing Manor to become the next buried river deity, no matter how high her achievements were, there was no hope that she would be grateful to Zhu Lian and the water goddess. Perhaps one day there would be a conflict and she would be slapped to death by Pei Qian. After that, she would feel that it was natural. You guys have angered me and I am more capable than you. If I don't kill you, am I supposed to stay by your side and be an eyesore? It was just that when it came to Qin Pingon, Pei Qian's thoughts were completely different and could be said to be unique. However, the 2 of them were only fated to be in this mountain and were completely unaware of it. The water goddess waved her hand and the maidservant silently retreated. Only then did the water goddess ask, Qin Pingon, I am a straightforward person and you are even more so. Otherwise, Zhong Kue would not have interacted with you in such a manner. Then shall I speak my mind? Qin Pingon nodded. Please speak your mind, water goddess. The water goddess's expression was solemn, as if she was preparing her words and had something important to discuss. Qin Pingon did not know why. Logically speaking, Zhong Kue had already helped to settle the matter of upgrading the manor to the palace, so there should not be any difficulties in the Jade Turing manor. However, since she was so solemn, Qin Pingon waited quietly for her to continue. She asked slowly, Qin Pingon, you've met the Sage of Literature. Then, is the Sage of Literature a lofty mountain that people look up to? Is the Sage of Literature so eloquent that every word he utters is worthy of admiration? Is it because after listening to those profound and simple truths of the great Tao, one would have the thought that we juniors should just kowtow to him? Opposite the table, the water goddess was in high spirits. Fortunately, Qin Pingon did not drink. Otherwise, he would have spat out a mouthful of wine on the spot. Pei Qian did not know who the Sage of Literature that the water goddess was talking about was, but from her tone, it seemed like Qin Pingon knew that rather powerful old man. She felt honored and crossed her arms in pride. Qin Pingon drank a mouthful of the 100-year-old waterflower wine, of the Jade Turing manor in the blade-strengthening gourd. He hesitated for a moment and could not bear to destroy the mighty image of the Sage of Literature in the water goddess's heart. He chose and said, Old Sir is naturally very knowledgeable and has an extremely good temper. He treats others kindly and never puts on airs. When he is outside he is very approachable. How could he not be approachable? He was small and had traveled the world. He looked like a poor old scholar. It was more appropriate to replace approachable with ordinary looks. He was even worse than Zhong Kue at the inn. He liked to abduct people to drink. When he drank he liked to pretend to be drunk and go back on his word. However, Qin Pingon could not bear to tell the water goddess the truth. He was afraid that if she was not careful her Tao heart would really collapse. This time the water goddess did not need to drink from the big white bowl. She picked up the jar of wine and took a big gulp. The Sage of Literature is indeed as I thought. Oh the heavens! He is extremely knowledgeable, but he also bemoans the state of the universe and sympathizes with mankind. He walks in the mortal world, is amiable and treats the world well. Back then, the Sage of Literature was only ranked 4th in the Confucian Temple in the Central Plains. He was not allowed to accompany the Saint Master. How preposterous! The water goddess chattered non-stop and kept defending the Sage of Literature that she respected greatly. Qin Pingon did not reply, but he thought of many true scholars and people who yearned to be scholars. Mr. Qi's husband, Mr. Qi, the lotus flower blessed land, Zhong Qiu, who looked like Mr. Qi, Qin Pingon, and the child Chao Qinglang, who looked like him. Everything in the world, reasonable and unreasonable, will eventually land in one place. Where my heart is at ease is my home. Qin Pingon didn't say anything. He just drank the wine. The wine was so delicious that he thought of those wonderful people and things. The old elementary scholar Wen Xing's theory of order, Mr. Qi's not disappointed, Zhong Qiu's clear conscience and Chao Qinglong's hope. Qin Pingon would definitely not become a drunkard today. Perhaps as Alliance had said he would really become a wine immortal. One was talking to himself while the other was thinking to himself. They both drank and did not need anyone to persuade them. The so-called cellar storage of the water flower wine of the Azure Turing Manor was hidden in the river Essence. After 100 years, it would naturally age and become sweet. It was easy to drink, but the after-effects were not small. The water goddess was really drunk. She sat cross-legged on the chair and shook her head. She said that she envied Qin Pingon to death. He had seen the Sage of Literature and was so familiar with the sage. He had achieved the great fulfillment in his life, but she did not have such luck. She sat on the altar every day. It seemed that the water goddess temple was filled with incense, which was even more exuberant than the Mirage City. However, there were so many selfish desires mixed in the incense. He did not like many of them. She wanted to ask the Sage of Literature face to face. The sages had said so many principles. There were so many statues of gods in the Confucian temple. There were so many scholars who had read the books of the sages. Why was the world still so unbearable? It always made people more and more disappointed, making her dislike the human world more and more. In the end, the water goddess counted with her fingers and said the classics in the books of the old scholar Wen Sheng. She complained that the people of the world were not willing to learn such a good principle. Was it because the old scholar Wen Sheng was too knowledgeable that the people of the world could not touch it? In the end, she scratched her head with both hands and was at a loss. Pei Qian rolled his eyes. All right, I shouldn't drink alcohol in the future. If all women become crazy like this imperial concubine after drinking alcohol, it would be too laughable. There was one thing that was good about Qin Pingon when he drank. Before he was drunk to death, his eyes would always be brighter as he drank. He looked completely new and his eyebrows would be raised. It was as if his fist technique was no longer restrained but released. It was as if the lethargy of his youth was suppressed by the pressure of the wine. However, this did not mean that Qin Pingon was becoming more and more sober as he drank. It was just that when he was drunk he would not be able to suppress his nature. Before drinking he would be cautious. For example, he would always cover the surface of a bronze mirror with both hands or a lamp in a shabby room with both hands. He did not want others to see it. After drinking, he would release his hands and let out a bright light. Qin Pingon placed the blade-strengthening gourd heavily on the table and said loudly, "Why is old Mr. Wensheng's knowledge too high? Isn't it useful? It's very useful. I want to tell you that this theory is applicable everywhere. Good people can learn it, evil people can learn it, emperors can learn it, commoners can learn it, immortals on the mountain can learn it, demons and ghosts can learn it, and even the gods of the mountains and rivers can learn it. As for whether you are willing to apply it or not, that's a matter for after you learn it. Learning this knowledge first is beneficial." Qin Pingon subconsciously sat up straight and imitated the gentleman Zhong Kue. He also imitated Mr. Qi, who was teaching in the school. After learning the true knowledge of the world, one will have the source of living water in one's heart. I feel that old Mr's knowledge, the word, order, is great knowledge. True knowledge can be learned by everyone. Do you want to learn it? The water goddess's eyes were in a daze. She slammed the table and said, "I'll learn it if you say it." Qin Pingon leaned forward slightly and wrote the word, order, on the table with his finger. The purpose of this knowledge is the word, order. Apart from the order of etiquette and rules, there is a huge river that benefits the common people. I, Qin Pingon, don't know much. I'll only say what I know and what I'm not wrong. Now I'll use the content that old Mr. told me that night to tell you the meaning of the order. Qin Pingon recounted the opening content of the old master's discussion of the Tao that night in detail. Fortunately, Qin Pingon had a good memory. Even though he was drunk, he did not make a mistake. The first chapter was divided into order. Everything in the world had a sequence of events. He could not skip any link. He could only choose what he wanted to talk about. Otherwise, everything in the world would never be able to tell right from wrong. Otherwise, there would only be positions and no right or wrong. It would be as if everyone in the world was pitiful and hateful. How could he really be reasonable? Could it be that he could only rely on his fists to speak after he could not reason with them? That would be ridiculous. The second chapter was about judging big and small. There were big and small differences between right and wrong. He had to use the good techniques of the legalists and the techniques of the Taoists. The third chapter was about determining good and evil. Using etiquette and rules as the basic yardstick, combining local customs and people's morals, he had to determine good and evil. The fourth chapter was about combining knowledge and action. If one was wrong, he had to correct it. Qin Pingon took 2 hours to explain the contents of these 4 chapters in detail. This knowledge of order is the best knowledge. However, it is extremely difficult to start and act according to the purpose of this knowledge. I don't know why old Mr. Wenxing advised me to drink. I don't know why he cut down the Rainmaster's statue and flattened the Flood Dragon ravine without reason. I also don't know why Zhong Kue, a gentleman, is not like a gentleman of the academy. I don't know why the old monk of the Temple of Heart said that the world owes good people. I don't know why the old Taoist brought me to see the blessed land of lotus blossoms. Good people are rarely rewarded while evil people are rarely punished. Qin Pingon wanted to combine knowledge and handling matters. However, he would often start to doubt himself as he spoke. He told the water goddess, who was listening attentively across the table, that Qin Pingon still felt that the principles he had figured out were still too small. especially when it came to the complicated good and evil as well as the fine details of people's hearts. He was far from being qualified to make final conclusions. Qin Pingan sat there and talked to himself most of the time. Another 2 hours passed. Time slowly flowed by like the river outside the Green Turing Manor. The water goddess had already stood up and stood respectfully. She bowed slightly like a student listening to the teachings of a teacher. She engraved it in her heart and did not dare to miss a single word. Pei Qian seemed to have heard it, but she also seemed to be absent-minded. She lay on the table with her face pressed against the table. She looked at Qin Pingan, who had spoken so many principles in one breath. In her memory, other than the battle with Chao Qinglang on the street outside the alley, he had fought the imperial tutor, the great demon Dingying, and Qin Pingan without much words. After leaving the blessed land of lotus blossoms, he had killed the big green water buffalo with one strike near the Jin Huang residence at the border of the northern Jin kingdom. On the second floor of the inn, he had asked to search his conscience and killed the arrogant and despotic young duke with 3 punches. Qin Pingan said that he did not understand many things in the past. Actually, the little girl Pei Qian did not understand either. Why was it that Qin Pingan, who was reasonable and kind to everyone in the world, was the only one who treated her badly and had the worst temper towards her? She still felt that staying by his side, even if she was scolded and beaten, she still felt that she didn't feel wronged. She felt at ease and felt that she could do whatever the guy beside her wanted her to do. She did not need to think too much about anything. Of course, she still felt very irritated and troublesome. However, these emotions were much better than when she was alone in the capital of the Nanyuan kingdom like a little lonely ghost, drifting here and there year after year. She always felt that one day she would freeze to death or starve to death. It was probably because of tonight's situation that Qin Pingan would still say what she approved of the most. What he said might not be the most reasonable and right. Qin Pingan would see all kinds of good people in the world. Pei Qian only wanted to see all kinds of evil people in the world. In the Green Turing Manor, the 3 golden words on the plaque were dazzling and overflowing with golden light. The water ghosts in the manor were shocked and surprised to find that the entire manor was filled with faint golden light flowing like water. The water of the buried river outside the Green Turing Manor was sparkling. Under the moonlight it was especially bright. Many water ghosts who had died unjustly could not help but swim from the gloomy bottom of the river to the surface. Then, bathed in the moonlight, they dissipated one after another as if they had been freed. In the water god temple on the buried river, the good men and women who were waiting outside to burn incense for the first time in the morning burst into an uproar. It turned out that the vague image of the water god's golden body in the temple suddenly rose from the ground. It was dozens of feet tall and looked down on the world. The 2 words golden body on the clay statue became more and more true to its name. It was majestic and awe-inspiring. In the depths of the buried river, the great demon that was only a hair's breadth away from the golden elixir realm was hiding in a nest at the bottom of the river. It should have been the most comfortable, but at this moment, it felt as if it was in a pot of oil and was extremely tormented. It had no choice but to rush out of its nest. It roared loudly and stirred up huge waves, escaping frantically upstream along the buried river. Every time it wanted to go ashore to commit murder, the riverbeds on both sides were like cages, causing it to run into walls everywhere. It was forced to run around in the deepest part of the river, unable to harm the people on both sides of the river. The sky was slightly brightening. In the hall of the Green Turing Manor, the water god's sleeves fluttered. Golden light flowed all over her body, especially in her chest. There was a golden pill that was spinning, illuminating the entire hall with a golden light that far surpassed the candlelight. There was a saying in the book, "If you hear the Tao in the morning, you can die in the evening." She had never thought that she would have such good fortune, to hear the Tao in the night and form the golden elixir in the morning. The water god bowed to the ground and was deeply grateful to the young man in front of her. Her face was already filled with tears as she cried tears of joy. "Since you are the direct disciple of Master Wensheng, why did you lie to me?" 7. 347. After the water god finished speaking, there was no answer for a long time. She looked up and did not know whether to laugh or cry. The little teacher had actually fallen asleep while sitting. There was only a slight snoring sound. She smiled knowingly. The little teacher's freedom and relief did not seem to be very particular, but in her eyes he was not inferior to the human heroes who could kill people in 10 steps and travel 1,000 miles without leaving a trace. The river god thought for a moment and was about to carry Qin Pingon to the residence to rest. Pei Qian was facing a great enemy. She hurriedly protected Qin Pingon and asked, "What are you doing?" The water god rolled her eyes and said, "Do you want him to sleep here until late in the morning? He has to have a comfortable bed to lie on. Otherwise, how can my green Turing manor treat guests?" Pei Qian acknowledged and reminded, "Then be careful. Don't wake my father up." At the same time, Pei Qian carefully hung the blade-strengthening gourd on Qin Pingon's waist. If she lost the wine pot, she would probably be beaten to death by Qin Pingon or scolded to death. There was no choice. In Qin Pingon's heart, she was the most worthless. The water god did not argue with her youngest daughter about the way she addressed him. She could naturally tell at a glance that little teacher Qin was definitely not related to the little girl by blood. As for why the old and the little girl would travel the pugilistic world together, it was probably fate. Fate met and separated. Fate came and went. It was the most wonderful thing. Just like tonight, who would have thought that Qin Pingon, who was visiting the Green Turing Manor for the first time, would bring her such a great opportunity? One had to know that on the path of the divine path, one could only rely on the accumulation of incense. Compared to qi refinement warriors and pure martial artists, it was harder to improve. Think about it, for the gods of the mountains and rivers to advance, other than the imperial court's conferment and the emperor's decree to use the destiny of a country in exchange for the ascension of a god, they could only collect the incense essence from the good men and women in the ancestral temple bit by bit. The water god's movements were gentle as she carried the young man who had the best alcohol tolerance in the world. He was not heavy, and she did not use her divine ability to shrink the ground into an inch to directly go to the small courtyard. Instead, she carried Qin Pingon and walked step by step. For the impatient river god, this was unprecedented patience. He was very curious. How could such a young man have so much knowledge in his stomach? How could he be regarded as the successor of the Wuxia in Qijingchun? At that time he should still be a young man. If he was really a young man, how good was his background and how good his talent? Could it be that he was the reincarnation of the legendary god, the proud son of heaven who was born with knowledge? However, thinking about it, she felt that something was amiss. The Wuxia had seen all kinds of geniuses. He should not be as tacky as her. Pei Qian walked beside the water god and kept looking up at her expression. Seeing that the owner of the mansion was smiling strangely, the little girl finally could not help but ask, "Don't tell me you like my father?" The water god shook her head and said gently, "No, I don't like him and I don't think he's worthy. If I have to choose a scholar from the world to be my husband, I would probably prefer that sloppy gentleman. Only by marrying such a man can I live. It's difficult for someone like young Master Qin." If she fell in love with Qin Pingon, Pei Qian would be angry. However, when she heard that the river god said that she did not like him, she was even angrier. She blurted out, "Are you blind?" The water god turned around and looked at the angry little girl. She smiled and said, "Oh, could it be that all the women in the world have to like Qin Pingon to not be blind?" Pei Qian snorted coldly with an arrogant expression that said, "You woman, your hair is long and your knowledge is short. I'm not going to waste my breath on you." The water god was already in a good mood. When she saw Pei Qian's expression, she laughed out loud. Pei Qian, who felt that she had underestimated him, became even angrier. "What are you laughing at? My father is your benefactor and I'm his daughter. I'm your little benefactor. Show some respect." The water god's footsteps were light as she asked softly, "Why don't I give you a gift of gratitude?" Pei Qian's eyes lit up, but they quickly dimmed. She said weakly, "Forget it. You can give it to Qin Pingon yourself. I don't dare to accept any gifts. Otherwise, when he wakes up, he will definitely despise me for not having any upbringing and etiquette. If my good intentions are treated as ill intent, why should I bother? Don't you think so?" The water god could not help but laugh. She finally held back her laughter and said seriously, "It's fine. I have something precious to give to Qin Pingon. As for you, since you're Qin Pingon's daughter as half an elder, it's not too much for me to give you something for the first time. Even if you hide it secretly and don't let Qin Pingon discover it, it's actually not too much. It's not a big deal." Pei Qian was slightly tempted, but she quickly sneered and said, Why don't you know that I don't do bad things? I'm very bad. If I obtain some extremely powerful immortal treasure or learn an impressive immortal spell technique, I'll kill whoever I don't like. Even Qin Pingon can't stop me. However, if Qin Pingon can't defeat me, I'll take care of his face. I'll only kill when I'm alone. Compared to that scoundrel surnamed Zhu, that old thing, and that ugly woman named Right Hand, who always has a sullen face, I'm killing people faster. It's just like how I usually eat when I'm hungry. In the blink of an eye, Qin Pingon will give me a big bowl of white rice. The more the little girl spoke, the happier she became. The water god was shaken to the core. It was only at that moment that she realized what a little freak Qin Pingon had brought along. She made killing sound as if it was eating. Furthermore, it was not the kind of words that ignorant children like to pretend to be terrifying. The water god's expression changed as she observed Pei Qian carefully again. Pei Qian suddenly said angrily, "Goddess Water God, you're really evil. You repay kindness with ingratitude. Are you deliberately tricking me? Do you want Qin Pingon to see that I've made a huge mistake and chase me out of the house? Then you can take the opportunity to be a good person and take me in. You want me to be a maidservant who serves tea and water to you in the Green Turing manner?" The water god remained silent. As she carried the sleeping Qin Pingon, she lowered her head and sized up the tanned and petite girl. She deliberately made her gaze turn cold. She deliberately concealed it and revealed it. She smiled and asked, "Is that how you look at me?" Indeed, Pei Qian immediately took a step back and pretended to smile casually. "Water god, I'm just joking with you." The water god understood. This little girl who had a golden heavenly appearance definitely had a powerful background. Furthermore, there was almost no need to hope to control her personality. For some reason, the water god recalled that when Pei Qian had brought water over, Qin Pingon had said something softly. The little girl had immediately returned and placed the water essence back. Furthermore, she seemed to be following her heart and did not have any intention of disobeying him. The water god finally figured out something. Then she praised the young man behind her in her heart. Pei Qian was amused. "You were scaring me just now." The water god was a little helpless. Does this little girl really have a sharp intuition that can see through the ups and downs of people's hearts? If someone were to spend time with her day and night, how tiring would it be? After sending Qin Pingon to the most elegant courtyard in the Green Turing manor, the door to the courtyard opened automatically. After placing him on the luxurious bed, Pei Qian shouted and moved aside. She helped Qin Pingon take off his boots and cover him with a blanket. Only then did she sit by the bed and stare at the water god. The latter smiled and said, "You have a place to sleep. I'll bring you there now." Pei Qian shook her head vigorously and said, "I have to keep watch for my father and guard against bad people." The water god joked, "All right, stop trying to flatter me. Qin Pingon is already asleep." Pei Qian was skeptical. He turned around and looked at Qin Pingon. Only then did he stand up and say with a smile, "Then take me to sleep for a while. I'm so sleepy. However, you must remember to greet me immediately when my father wakes up. We still have to hurry on our way. We agreed to catch up with the group after dawn. My father has always kept his word." The water god was completely convinced by this little rascal. After leaving the house with Pei Qian, she asked curiously, "Large group? What's going on?" Pei Qian hesitated for a moment and roughly explained the situation of the Yao family's team. The water god nodded. "No problem. Sleep in peace for 4 hours. When the time comes, I'll send you to the upper reaches of the buried river just like last night." Only then did Pei Qian feel relieved. He followed the extremely rich short woman to her residence. It was in a nearby courtyard. Although he was picky and had a look of disdain on his face, he was already envious in his heart. He thought to himself that when he had a lot of money in the future, he would definitely have such a huge residence. Such a luxurious and imposing house. He also wanted to use gold and silver to pave the floor. Then he would paste the yellow paper talisman in the house. After settling down Qin Pingon and the mischievous little girl, Green Jade Immortal Gate opened. Water Goddess arrived outside Green Turing Manor's entrance in a single step. She looked up at the plaque and fell into a daze. She took another step back and instantly arrived at the Water God Temple where her golden body was enshrined. There was still about 15 minutes before the door opened to welcome the devotees. She strode into the main hall. Previously, when she formed the Golden Core realm, there was a natural phenomenon. It caused the hundreds of devotees outside the door to bow their heads and worship with extreme sincerity. She also sensed it in the distant green jade immortal gate and gained some understanding of the divine Tao's incense. The clay statue of the golden body on the altar in the main hall had already returned to its original state. It no longer emitted divine light that shone on the river. The statue's appearance was actually only 40 to 50% similar to her actual appearance. Moreover, the statue's woman had a graceful figure. Her sleeves fluttered and her lines were agile. She was like a deity wearing heavenly clothes. She had always felt that it was not her at all. She had overly beautified her description and beauty. However, this was the rule of the mountain and river deities and the statues in the ancestral temple. The earliest temple attendant was a woman who was hell-bent on being saved by her from drowning. She gave up her wealthy status in the secular world and became a temple attendant in the water god temple. She worked for 50 years and slowly turned from a young woman to a white-haired old woman. Because she did not have the talent for cultivation, she only lived to the age of 80 before passing away. It was this temple attendant who was diligent and reluctantly traveled everywhere to help her gather believers. Year after year she opened a porridge shop to help the people. On her deathbed, the old woman held the water god's slender hand that was like fine jade and laughed hoarsely. The goddess was still so beautiful. The golden statue's craftsmanship was not good enough and could not compare to 1,000th of the goddess's looks. In the end, the old woman's eyes were filled with tears as she asked the water god a question. It was only 4 words. Has it disappeared? Before the water god could give an answer, the old woman had already passed away. When she was young, her husband was a merchant and often went out. She couldn't stand the loneliness and hooked up with another man. After her affair was exposed, she colluded with another man and killed her husband. Later, she successfully remarried and seized all of her ex-husband's property. She bullied and humiliated him. After a few years of happiness, they met because of bad karma and separated because of bad karma. During a spring outing, she was beaten half to death by a fickle man and thrown into a river. Only then was he saved by her, who was a small water god who was buried in a temple in the river. With all these things, the water god could not solve her doubts. It was not until she read Master Wen Xing's moral essay that human nature was evil and was taught to be good that the buried river god came to a sudden realization. As the buried river god, she could use incense to illuminate people's hearts. Originally, she hated the ugliness of people's hearts and would even reject the curling incense. She always felt that every time she let people's wishes come true, she would have an additional trace of evil karma. After that, her state of mind began to change. She ruled the buried river and suppressed it with her might to intimidate evil thoughts. At the same time, she joined forces with several city gods on both sides of the river to appear several times. She also prayed to the imperial court for rain and spared no effort to use her supernatural powers. Even if her cultivation was weakened and her golden body dimmed, she had to strive to grant all requests. Regardless of whether the incense was good or greedy, at least she had to make herself have a clear conscience. However, after hundreds of years, there would always be a time when her patience was exhausted. She began to walk into the water god temple less and less. She became more and more fond of staying in the bayou manor that refused guests. She wholeheartedly relied on the immortal's incantation to refine one weapon after another in order to pass the boring life of a god. There was an even more important inside story. It was because the incantation passed down from ancient times could not only be used to refine weapons, it could also refine the water of the buried river and even refine incense in the human world. It was truly a great supernatural power of immortals that could be used to refine everything. She originally thought that since the young lady named Pei Qian was fated to come here and had such good qualifications, it might be the will of the heavens that Pei Qian could inherit her deity position and this supreme incantation. Unfortunately, it seemed that this was not the case. He could only wait. The inheritance of deity position was the same as the qi cultivator taking in a disciple. It was never a small matter. If one was not careful, not only would the disciple suffer a disaster, the master would also be implicated and die. Otherwise, she would teach an ingrate who was not familiar with the teachings and betrayed the teachings, deceiving the master and destroying the ancestors. For example, the master Wen Xing that she admired the most. How knowledgeable was he? Didn't he still teach a Cui Dong? The morning sun shone into the main hall through the window. The water goddess retracted her gaze and sighed softly. The old woman in charge of the temple stood at the door. Her wrinkled old face was filled with tears of excitement and joy. It was truly a piece of great news. The water goddess had ascended the deity position. Naturally, everyone in the temple buried by the river would follow her. From now on, not only would the river demon have to tuck its tail between its legs and not dare to stir up trouble, but everyone from the provincial governor's mansion, the county governor's mansion, and the county yamen would probably have to change into a more respectful expression. Even the arrogant provincial governor who thought that he was her benefactor might have to be more polite to her in the future. The old temple attendant asked nervously, "Your Highness, the Lord City God, the Earth Lord, and some small river Hebo near the buried river have all rushed over to congratulate Your Highness. They know Your Highness's temper, so they don't dare to disturb the Bayou Manor. They have all prepared valuable gifts and are waiting outside the temple. Will you see them or not? If you're tired, I can help to reject them. They won't dare to say anything." The water goddess said indifferently, "I still have some time. Let's meet them." Protecting the fate of the mountains and rivers and educating 900,000 people in the area isn't something that our water goddess temple can do. We need to work together. The old woman was extremely surprised. She didn't know why the mischievous water goddess had changed her personality. However, it was still a good thing. She immediately turned around to pass down the order. As long as the water goddess was willing to put in some effort to recruit the gods of the mountains and rivers, the buried river temple would definitely be able to respond to her call and become the #1 great spring water goddess. Ever since the first female temple attendant died, the buried river temple had been replaced one after another. However, she didn't have any feelings. Coming and going, life and death, it was just like that. At this moment, the water goddess who was alone seemed to be talking to an old friend. She smiled and said, "I heard that there are 2 families in the Mirage City who are the best at creating deity statues. The Zhang family is known to be short and beautiful, adding to their elegance. The Chao family is known to be floating in the air like an immortal. Which one do you think is more suitable for me? Which family's craftsman would you prefer?" The corners of her mouth curled up and she smiled. She waved her hand and said, "You don't have to think about it. Whichever family has a big mouth and offers a high price, pick them. Now we don't have to worry about money." At dawn at the Riverside Post House, the old General Yao Zhen found that Qin Pingon didn't appear for breakfast and felt a little strange. Zhou Xian smiled and explained that the young master hadn't returned from his travels. Last night he suddenly had an idea to visit the buried river temple. The old general might as well hurry on his way. The young master would definitely follow. Yao Zhen laughed and said that this guy was really not loyal. If he had known, he would have dragged him along last night. What was a delay of 1 or 2 days? Julien didn't say anything more. He smiled and left, sitting at the same table with Lu Baixiang and the other 2. Lu Baixiang looked at him. Julien shook his head and smiled. "Don't ask me. The young master didn't ask me to follow at that time. He only said to return as soon as possible and asked me to inform the post house." Wei Xian just lowered his head and ate the porridge, his chopsticks flying. Whether it was sitting posture or eating, Sui Yuyu was the most unique of the 4 retainers. Even the most simple-minded of the Yao family retainers felt that this beautiful woman with a sword on her back was definitely not an ordinary person. She wasn't a retainer that any young master of the great spring aristocratic family could have. Lu Baixiang frowned. Julien smiled. "What, you don't trust me? Even if I have that kind of thought, do I have the ability?" Seeing that Lu Baixiang wasn't willing to talk to him, Julien's smile deepened. The Taoist master and disciple sitting in the corner, Yin Miaofeng and Xiao Yuanran, looked at each other and didn't say anything. But in the lake of their hearts, each of them had a voice. Xiao Yuanran drank a bowl of porridge and asked telepathically, "Could the phenomenon in the latter half of the night at the buried river temple have something to do with this person?" Yin Miaofeng answered, "Maybe. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be possible. After all, the reaction of the water goddess was the great phenomenon of forming a Jindan. Even the gentleman Zhong Kue might not have the ability to help her. But this Mr. Qin of unknown origin really can't be judged by common sense. We don't need to pay attention to him. As long as he doesn't cause any trouble, we can already report to the Great Spring Lu family. Regardless of whether the Bio manor ascends to the imperial palace or not, it is already fortunate that there is a gentleman from the academy supporting it. Now that the buried river deity has advanced through his own ability, we can actually talk about our visit last night and benefit from it. Perhaps I can help you get some benefits. Xiao Yuanran nodded. He glanced at the Yao girl who had put on the veil hat again and didn't say anything else. Although Yao Xianji and Yao Lingji were the direct descendants of the Yao family and were highly regarded, they still didn't have the qualifications to sit at the same table as their grandfather, Yao Zhen. The 3 seats were occupied by old soldiers who had followed Yao Zhen for most of their lives, regardless of rank. Yao Zhen took it as a matter of course, and the 3 old soldiers also didn't feel that there was anything wrong. Yao Xinji blinked at Yao Lingji and pouted. Yao Lingji asked, "Do what?" Yao Xinji lowered his voice. "Do you think Mr. Qin met some blind guy and went on a killing spree to kill demons? Think about it, Mr. Qin used his own strength to defeat the demons within hundreds of miles of the buried river. They were all crying like ghosts and howling like wolves. Isn't this scene very heroic?" Yao Lingji said unhappily, "Are you still asleep? Do you like to dream during the day?" Yao Xinji raised his eyebrows. "You think Mr. Qin can't do it?" Yao Lingji said, "I don't think there are so many demons in the buried river. After all, there is the water deity temple suppressing it." Yao Xinji laughed heartily. "Didn't I say so? You actually believe that young Master Qin has such capabilities?" Yao Lingji frowned. "Eat your porridge." Yao Xinji smiled happily. "Today's porridge is especially delicious." Which young man didn't admire a true hero? Qin Pingon suddenly woke up. He sat up on the bed, sweating profusely. After thinking about it carefully, he felt slightly more at ease. In his memory, he only talked about the order of old Mr. Wensheng, and did not talk much about the fight between the 3rd and 4th places. He also did not talk much about Mr. Qi. However, even so, when he saw the goddess of the river-bearing god later, he still had to remind her. If they were to chat behind closed doors, they could speak and act without restraint, but if they were to open the door, they should not talk about this matter anymore. Otherwise, Qin Pingon would have left and returned to the Aquarius continent long ago, but the water goddess would not be able to move from the green Turing manor and the golden body of the ancestral temple. Glancing at the pair of boots under the bed, he was stunned. The boots were placed with the tips facing inwards. Qin Pingon shook his head. "Fine, are you afraid that I don't know that you helped me take off the boots?" He was really clever. Why didn't she spend more time on her studies? After leaving the house, Qin Pingon stood in the middle of the courtyard. It was about the end of the 7 o'clock in the morning. The Yao family's entourage should have already set off. He and Pei Qian needed to hurry on with their journey. Not to mention the 300-li buried river route to the courier station, they had already been delayed for more than 2 hours. But after drinking the 100-year-old waterflower wine last night, he felt refreshed. His body had more or less recovered from the battle at the inn, and his state of mind was more relaxed. It was like an old house that had accumulated too many miscellaneous items. Even if the owner treated them as treasures, but if he tidied them up one day, it would definitely be more pleasing to the eye. At the entrance to the courtyard stood a young female servant. It was the water ghost of the mansion that had led Pei Qian to see the projector wall last night. She smiled sweetly at Qin Pingon. "Qin Gongzi, Nyang Yang wants me to wait here. Once Gongzi wakes up, I will lead you to the hall where you drank last night." Qin Pingon smiled and walked over quickly. He asked, "The little girl I brought with me?" The servant girl pursed her lips and smiled. She carefully worded her words and explained, "That young lady woke up earlier. She slept for less than 2 hours before waking up. Then I brought her around Bayou Manor. The young lady is lively and cheerful. Everyone in the manor likes her very much." Qin Pingon hesitated for a moment, but still asked directly, "She didn't ask for anything from Bayou Manor, right?" The servant girl quickly shook her head. No, she really didn't. She also didn't know how to lie." Qin Pingon said helplessly, "What did she ask for? If it's too valuable, we won't take it away. If it's something ordinary, I can pay for it." The servant girl said nervously, "She only asked for some paper and brushes that Bayou Manor bought from the marketplace. She said that from today onwards she will learn how to draw talismans. She also said that she will return the money to Bayou Manor sooner or later." "Young Master Qin, it's just some ordinary paper and brushes. It's really worthless. Please don't blame the young lady. Why don't you take it as a gift from me to the young lady? Young master, you don't know that I haven't dealt with people for many years. I'm very happy that the young lady is willing to talk to me. It's just like when I was still alive during the New Year. Qin Pingon smiled. Then I'll take it as a gift from you. But when the time comes, I'll ask her to thank you. The servant girl smiled and curtsied sideways. Young master is very understanding. I hope you can visit Baiyu Manor often in the future. When she saw Pei Qian, she smiled brightly. Qin Pingon asked, don't you have anything you want to say? Pei Qian glared at the female ghost behind Qin Pingon. She resentfully took out a small writing brush made of bunny hair from her sleeve. Then she lifted her coat. It turned out that she had hidden a large stack of rice paper close to her body. She quickly said, I've told Sister Xianxia that I borrowed this brush and paper from Baiyu Manor. I'll definitely return the money in the future. But I was afraid that you wouldn't agree, so I hid it. Qin Pingon asked, even if you earn money in the future, do you know how far Tongyi continent is from Aquarius continent? How are you going to return it in the future? If you let a mortal fairy help you send it, you can buy a house in Nanyuan Kingdom's capital with that money. Are you sure you can earn so much money? Pei Qian was at a loss. Qin Pingon sneered. Maybe you know this, so you're willing to return the money? Pei Qian smiled awkwardly. Her gaze wandered, but she didn't dare to look at Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon stretched out his hand. Pei Qian said with a sad face, don't hit my head, don't pull my ears, hit anywhere else. Qin Pingon laughed angrily, keep the brush and paper. This sister said that she gave it to you as a parting gift. Pei Qian passed the brush and paper to Qin Pingon. She looked at the beautiful female ghost who was covering her mouth and laughing. She had a grateful expression. Sister Xianxia, you're such a good person. No, you're such a good ghost. You should be the water goddess. Qin Pingon kept the item in the blade's strengthening gourd and glanced at Pei Qian. Pei Qian immediately woke up and bowed to thank the servant girl. The two of them and the female ghost came to the main hall. The water goddess had been waiting for a long time. Compared to the carefree and heroic buried river deity from before, she finally had the bearing of the water goddess today. She changed into a brocade robe that was similar to the imperial court's titled Madam. After the maidservant Xianxia left, the water god went straight to the point. She said solemnly, Qin Pingon, the kindness of a drop of water will be repaid with a gushing spring. What's more, this kindness is greater than the heavens. I have to give you something or else I'll feel uneasy. I've thought about it for a while. There's nothing in the Jade Turing Manor that can catch your eye. The weapons that I've refined myself are passable in terms of quality, but these two magical weapons are my natal items, so I can't give them to you. As for the rest of the weapons, their quality isn't high enough. Speaking of which, even if I give you everything, it's still not enough to repay your kindness. Therefore, I want to give you the immortal refining incantation on the rain prayer tablet outside the ancestral temple. The water goddess took out a jade slip. I hope that after you memorize this Tao incantation, you'd better destroy it immediately. It's not that I'm stingy, but what's recorded on the tablet is related to the foundation of an ancient immortal's Tao. It's a great opportunity in karma. It might not be a good thing if it's leaked out easily. Once it can't bear it, it'll be a disaster. Without another word, Qin Pingon nodded and took it with a smile, keeping it in Flying Sword 15. The water goddess said in surprise, aren't you going to refuse and be polite with me? If you exchange gifts, it'll show your true feelings. Qin Pingon held back his laughter. To tell you the truth, I really do need a top-notch refining incantation. Back then, I inexplicably wandered the night as a Yin spirit. Once the thought came to my mind, I went straight to your water goddess temple. The opportunity that Zhong Kui mentioned should be this. If I don't take it, I'll be punished. The water goddess scratched her head. That's the logic, but I keep feeling that something's missing. If you reject it righteously and say that you're a gentleman and don't ask for anything in return, I'll cry, throw a tantrum and insist on giving it to you. You'll have no choice but to accept it. In the end, the host and the guest will part happily. How interesting would that be? Qin Pingon smiled and did not say anything. After that, the water goddess brought the two of them to the buried river. She still used the previous mystical ability to send the two of them to the vicinity of the post house upstream of the buried river. The mountains and rivers moved in a single thought. This was one of the divine Tao spells that Qi refinement cultivators were most envious of. The other should be that as long as a god was in his own ancestral temple, he would have an additional power similar to the scholarly sage presiding over the academy and the perfected one in the Taoist temple. The water goddess probably did not want to part too quickly. She brought them to the gate of the Green Turing Manor. As they approached the gate, she suddenly asked, "Qin Pingon, do you have the works and manuals of the Sage of Literature? It's best if it's the kind that the Sage of Literature personally gives you. Don't worry, I won't openly enshrine it in the Water Goddess Temple. That would be too reckless. I'll secretly hide it in the Green Turing Manor and put it together with the memorial tablet that I secretly engraved. This is one of my greatest wishes and also my utilitarian heart. Now that I've taken a huge step forward in my divine Tao and my cultivation has skyrocketed, from now on, I need to truly read the Sage of Literature's moral knowledge and bring the dead book to life. My intuition tells me that once I succeed I'll be able to improve even further. Perhaps even the Great Spring Dynasty's 5 Great Mountains main temple is inferior to my Buried River temple." Seeing that Qin Pingon was silent, the water goddess stopped and revealed a pleading expression for the first time. "Qin Pingon, I'm begging you." Qin Pingon pondered for a long time. "The old mister gave me an introductory Confucian book, but it's not his work." The water goddess's face was filled with surprise. "As long as it's a book that has passed through the hands of the Sage of Literature, it's fine. I'm not stupid. There must be the true meaning of the great Tao in the book." In Qin Pingon's mind he recalled the short woman he had met for the first time. She carried a saber and a sword on her back and held an iron spear that was about twice her height. She fought the river demons at the bottom of the river valiantly. He also recalled the words she had said to him and Zhong Kue when she appeared outside the water god temple. From the beginning to the end she was not arrogant at all. She was so neutral and peaceful that she did not look like a god. Instead she was a true scholar. Qin Pingon sighed and turned to the little girl. "Pei Qian, you should have memorized the book I asked you to read repeatedly. Why don't you give it to the water goddess?" The water goddess was stunned. He actually asked in a questioning tone. A scene that left the water goddess even more confused appeared. Pei Qian bit her lips and refused to speak, much less nod. Qin Pingon took off the blade's strengthening gourd and took a sip of wine. The water goddess gritted her teeth and said, "My Green Turing Manor actually has a treasure to guard the manor. It's extremely rare and is definitely not inferior to the Immortal's incantation. As long as you're willing to give me the book, I'll return the favor." Then she smiled at Pei Qian. "Apart from repaying Qin Pingon, I'll also give you something good. I don't dare to say that it's priceless, but it's a top-notch rare treasure." However, Pei Qian only stood in place without saying a word or nodding. Her 2 small hands clenched the corner of her shirt tightly. She was afraid that Qin Pingon would be angry at her and hate her even more. However, she was also afraid that Qin Pingon would nod and agree to the water goddess's request. At that moment, Qin Pingon put away the blade's strengthening gourd and bent down. He actually smiled at Pei Qian and rubbed her head. "If you're unwilling, forget it." Pei Qian hugged Qin Pingon and started crying. Qin Pingon did not know what she was thinking and why she was crying. He smiled helplessly at the water goddess. "I'm sorry, but after I return to the Aquarius continent, I'll try my best to find one for you. When the time comes I'll send it to you. As for repaying me, there's no need." The water goddess sighed. She looked at Qin Pingon and then at Pei Qian. She wrung her hands and lamented, "That's the only way." They came to the side of the buried river. Qin Pingon carried Pei Qian and jumped into the water. The water goddess waved her sleeves and the strange whirlpool that Zhou Xian had seen previously appeared in the buried river. In the next moment she, Qin Pingon and Pei Qian were already standing in the buried river 300 li away. One of them floated while the other stepped onto the shore. The water goddess stood by the shore. Qin Pingon bade farewell and left. After walking for a distance he probably said something to Pei Qian. The crying little girl turned her head and waved goodbye to the water goddess. The water goddess smiled and waved back. They walked further and further away. Pei Qian, who was behind him, was still sobbing. Qin Pingon laughed. "You didn't do anything wrong, what are you crying for?" The little girl leaned her head against Qin Pingon. "I'm sorry." Qin Pingon. The little girl was heartbroken. "You're right, I'm just a money loser." Qin Pingon laughed angrily. What nonsense are you talking about? Remember to study hard in the future, you have to be diligent. Pei Qian sniffled and nodded his head. Qin Pingon said in annoyance, Don't wipe your snot on me. Pei Qian leaned back and helped to wipe the tears and snot on Qin Pingon's back. He laughed. Heh. Until the big and small figures disappeared into the distance. The water goddess laughed heartily. As expected, this is the direct disciple of Master Wen Sheng. Qin Pingon had originally planned to give her the book. If he heard that there was a precious treasure that could be exchanged, how many people in the world would really care about the wishes of a little girl beside them? After she stopped smiling, her expression was solemn. She bowed in the direction where Qin Pingon had left. Indeed, there was a hierarchy in learning the Tao. Last night they sat and discussed the Tao. Today they started to do it. This was the combination of knowledge and action. Qin Pingon was truly a teacher, a real teacher. "348. The Yao family was experienced in doing things. There were people waiting for Qin Pingon at the inn. Zhou Xian was among them. The young scout Yao Xianxia even shamelessly stayed behind. Qin Pingon apologized to the two old soldiers of the Yao family. The old soldiers laughed heartily. One of them quickly waved his hand and said that young Master Qin was too polite. He was treating himself as an outsider. He could not accept this. The way Yao Xianxia looked at Qin Pingon was like looking at a general who had returned victorious from the battlefield. Qin Pingon was a little confused. A group of people rode on horseback to catch up with the main group. Pei Qian and Qin Pingon rode on the same horse. The little girl was very happy. The old general Yao Zhen had already let the carriage slow down. Soon Qin Pingon saw the figures of the group. After a period of rest and recuperation, and with the help of a prince's miraculous medicine, Yao Zhen's injuries from the assassin were almost completely healed. Today the horses slowed down for the journey to the north. After obtaining Yao Jinji's permission, he left the carriage and began to ride. In the end, he was an old man who had spent most of his life fighting on horseback. When he was young, he was already used to the rapid march of long-distance attacks. He would not fall off even if he slept on horseback. Today he was riding side by side with Qin Pingon. The scenery along the way was pleasant. His little benefactor also chatted with him about the scenery of the temple by the buried river. Yao Zhen's spirit was very good and his laughter was hearty. Qin Pingon wanted the old general to help him ask the government for a geomancy map of the buried river basin. Yao Zhen agreed without asking. Pei Qian had already rushed Qin Pingon to the carriage. Once again he was in the same room as Sui Yu. The latter sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. His sword was held horizontally across his knees. Pei Qian had always disliked this cold woman. She looked at everyone as if they owed her dozens of taels of silver. Who was she trying to show her sour face to? Be careful, she might become an old woman next year. Before entering the carriage, Pei Qian had asked Qin Pingon for the small regular script writing brush and rice paper. She sat in the corner and opened the cotton bag by herself. She carefully placed her new belongings inside. From the bottom of the bag she took out a heavily wrinkled book. She glanced at the pair of boots in the bag. They were bought not long ago, but they were covered in mud. She stuck out her tongue and quickly put the bag, not daring to let others see it. Lying down, Pei Qian held the book. She flipped and flipped it over for a long time. She finally put it on her face and fell into a deep sleep. Sound. Before falling asleep, the little girl thought about what that fellow had said. He wanted her to study hard in the future and not just memorize books with her strength. He thought about it. Today was too tiring. She would talk about it tomorrow. She would do it tomorrow. She was so happy that she almost laughed out loud when she thought of the saying, "Tomorrow brings on tomorrow, and there are so many tomorrows." Therefore the little girl slept especially soundly today. Sui Yu opened her long and narrow peach blossom eyes and gently exhaled. She quickly raised her hand and gently waved it, instantly shattering the aura. The four people in the picture scroll, except for the taciturn Wei Xian who was the first to come out of the picture scroll cage, the other three came to this vast world on the same day. Zhou Xian had taken the extreme path of external martial arts. Only when he had reached the peak of martial arts did he switch from external martial arts to internal martial arts. Otherwise, this martial madman who had been killed by Ding Ying would not have wanted to kill the other 9 great grandmasters alone. In that tragic chaotic battle, the most terrifying thing about Zhou Xian was that the more seriously injured he was, the more powerful his killing power was. Although Ding Ying was lucky enough to survive to the end and obtain the lotus crown on Zhou Lian's head, Ding Ying, who was known as the first person in history, had never mentioned the Battle of Nanyuan Kingdom to anyone. Perhaps there was a great mystery behind it. Lu Baixiang was extremely talented. He learned everything quickly and well. Therefore, on the path of martial arts he could accept hundreds of rivers into the sea. This was roughly the same as Ding Ying, the first person in the later generation of Lotus Flower-blessed land. However, Lu Baixiang's ambition or aspiration was not as crazy and pure as Ding Ying's. Therefore, when he founded the Devil Sect, he was still alone. He liked to wander around, so he was surrounded. Only in that battle he participated in the bloody encirclement and fell into a state of decline. Deep in his heart, there was a trace of admiration for Lu Baixiang. As for the one thing that was destined not to remain in Jianghu, it was that in that great battle, the two people who fought to the death the most were both fairies from famous sects who adored Lu Baixiang. They probably had the mentality of dying for love. Wei Xian's martial arts was the rarest. He was born to be a match for 10,000 people on the battlefield. He was good at dealing with encirclement and killing situations. In history, there was almost no record of this Nanyuan kingdom's founding emperor catching and killing people. And she, Sui Yuyu, whether it was talent or temperament, was actually more like a cultivator of the vast world. She was not a pure martial artist who longed for some end. Although Sui Yuyu had been in the abbot's land recently, her real sight was still not the human world but the heavens. She was now trying out an unconventional swordsmanship. In Lotus Flower-blessed land, where the spiritual energy was thin, it could only be a pavilion in the sky. In the vast world it had great potential. The current step was somewhat similar to a martial artist's filling the sea, but she was different. She was fanning the flames between her waist and ribs. She made a sword furnace and nurtured a breath of sword aura, imitating a pure martial artist's breath of vital energy. It was like a fire dragon, patrolling everywhere. Once Sui Yuyu succeeded, not only would she cultivate her body and spirit, she would also cultivate a wisp of sword aura into a sword embryo. It was almost the embryonic form of a sword cultivator's life-flying sword. And now, Sui Yuyu had no chance to come into contact with anything related to sword cultivation. Sui Yuyu's talent in swordsmanship could be imagined. These days she only heard some private discussions in the border army of the Yao family. It was the heroic feat of the Yao family's benefactor, Qin Pingon, as an assassin. Among them they mentioned the elegance of sword cultivation, the fierce and powerful killing power, the mysterious appearance of flying swords, which made her fascinated. This was good. Lotus Flower-blessed land was too small to accommodate her sword. This world was big enough. One day she must go to the highest place to use her sword. Sui Yuyu continued to close her eyes. When it came to cultivation she would never lose to anyone. Her opponents were never Wei Xian and the other two. Outside the carriage the sound of horse hooves could be heard. The great Quan dynasty was at the peak of its prosperity. Along the way many children in the countryside would stop to watch. The couples in the village were not afraid, only curious. Qin Pingon rode the horse, looking at the people of the great Quan dynasty. Back then, when he brought along the little boy in green and the little girl in pink to pass through the border during the snowstorm, he once met an elite border army scout from Li dynasty. The scout was well-trained and extremely capable. After reading his customs clearance document, he jokingly suggested that they go to Beacon Fire to seek shelter from the wind and snow. Qin Pingon did not have a good impression of Emperor Dali, King Song Jiangqiang and his neighbor Song Jisin. But because of that encounter, Qin Pingon did not have any prejudice against the Dali dynasty. That day at dusk the team stayed in a big inn near the city. The inn was very elegant and there was a small garden with green bamboos. That night, Yao Zhen personally delivered a map to Qin Pingon. At that time, Qin Pingon was carefully examining the jade slip in his room. Pei Qian was yawning across the table with a demon suppression pagoda talisman pasted on her forehead. Her reason was that she had heard that it was easy for there to be female ghosts in the bamboo forest. When the wind blew, the leaves rustled, and she always felt that there would be female ghosts floating around the bamboo forest. After Yao Zhen knocked on the door, Pei Qian immediately ran to open the door. When the old general saw the talisman on her forehead, when the little girl asked the reason, she laughed and said that there was no need to be afraid. Even if there were ghosts in the bamboo forest, the soldiers of the Yao family were all full of yang energy. It was the ghosts that should be afraid of them. Pei Qian said, "Oh, take off the talisman?" She put it on the table and went to sleep in her room. Yao Zhen gestured with his hand indicating for Qin Pingon to sit down and talk. When the two of them sat down, Qin Pingon naturally had to thank them. The map was something that the imperial court had always prohibited from flowing into the public. It was even stricter than weapons like bows and crossbows. Yao Zhen smiled. "It's not a big deal." The local provincial governor agreed very readily. "As an official, you don't have to care too much about this kind of thing. Don't think that you owe me a big favor." Speaking of which, when Governor Liu first saw me, he was very uneasy. He had no choice. He has a relative who works in the Ministry of War. Didn't he fall into my hands? When he heard that I wanted a map, you don't know how his expression was then. It was as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Qin Pingon smiled. "Then I won't stand on ceremony?" Yao Zhen pointed at Qin Pingon. I just don't understand. After 2 battles, life and death are the most important thing. Benefactor is such a straightforward person. Why is it that when it comes to daily interactions, you're so unstraightforward and unheroic?" Qin Pingon was speechless. Yao Zhen said softly, "That grandson of mine, Yao Xianji, is shy and doesn't dare to open his mouth. He begged me to tell you that he wants you to give him some pointers in martial arts. What do you think?" Qin Pingon thought carefully. "If it's just a friendly exchange of pointers, I don't mind. But if Yao Xianji wants to gain something, I recommend him to look for Wei Xian. I'll help him greet Wei Xian." Yao Zhen said in all seriousness, "That kid just wanted to be polite." Qin Pingon said helplessly, "Then I'll spar with him tomorrow." Yao Zhen stroked his beard and smiled. "After that I'll have him look for Wei Xian." Qin Pingon nodded. "I'll go talk to Wei Xian later. In this way I'll be able to accept this geomancy map with a clear conscience. After all, the pointers of experts like us can't be bought with money." Yao Zhen slapped the table and laughed. "That's right. You're so shameless now, just like me when I was young. No wonder we hit it off." Qin Pingon smiled bitterly and shook his head. Yao Zhen came in high spirits and left in high spirits. Qin Pingon opened up the geomancy map and took out the water word seal from the Fengtsuan item. He exhaled lightly and stamped it heavily on the buried river deity temple and the roaming jade manor. Only then did he keep the water word seal and the geomancy map. He continued to browse the densely packed words on the jade scroll. The palm-sized jade scroll had more than 5,000 words carved on both sides. The front side was the main text of the immortal artifact refining technique, while the back side was the water deity's annotations and insights. Although on the surface, it was just an incantation for refining artifacts, it was actually talking about the great Tao of the 5 elements. The content of the words was clean and exquisite, and the purpose was lofty. As the water deity had comprehended it from a rain prayer tablet, she used the water element as the beginning to explain the general context. Water, the 5 organs, the kidneys, the 5 senses, the 5 fingers, the 5 liquids, the 5 sounds, the 5 consciousnesses, the 5 fears, the 5 worships, and the main god, the black tortoise of the north. The meridians were clear and the acupoints involved were involved. As for how to refine them, the water deity had a detailed explanation on the back of the jade scroll. She could be said to have told Qin Pingon everything she knew. She even told Qin Pingon clearly on the back of the jade scroll that this immortal artifact refining technique could refine the golden body and incense flame. Qin Pingon was shocked to the core. Only then did he know that the words, "a drop of water from a golden bottle in the sky," on the tablet had a deep meaning. It said that after the cultivation of the incantation was completed, it was equivalent to the effect of melting the entire golden core into water essence, moistening the internal organs. The flying thread in the sky was the relay road that connected the meridians in the human body. As for the 4 days in the turning into the 4 cool days sweeping away the heat of the world, it was also related to the Taoist heavens. The 4 floors of the Beko Keikyung building could help cultivators subdue their inner demons with 4 different Taoist techniques. This was no longer an unorthodox method, but the most orthodox method of Taoism. This was simply the path to heaven that all earth immortals of the nascent soul stage dreamed of. Walking on it might not necessarily be successful, but it was equivalent to building 4 bridges in the sky for earth immortals, giving them 4 extra chances to ensure that they would not go astray. They could even go back the way they came. Furthermore, during their cultivation, it could also benefit their body and spirit. Who would not be envious of such benefits? No wonder the water goddess said that this art could be refined by all things. She deduced that even if it was an immortal cave abode with the word sect, this art would be a treasure unique to the sect master. Qin Pingon closed his eyes and silently recited the 5,000 words in his heart. He made up his mind not to take out the jade slip easily in the future. For some reason, Qin Pingon held the jade slip in his hand and felt cool all over. His entire body felt comfortable. The injuries from the battle at the inn were recovering at an extremely fast speed. Qin Pingon opened his eyes and realized that it was a little strange. However, Qin Pingon could not recognize what kind of beautiful jade the jade slip was. He thought that he could ask Wei Pai when he reached Luopa Mountain in the future. In the latter half of the night, a wave of water vapor suddenly filled the post house and enveloped it. The white fog made Yin Miaofeng and Xiao Yuanran forcefully interrupt their meditation. At the same time, they walked out of the house and went to the garden. Qin Pingon also stopped the sword furnace and opened the window to jump out. Soon, under the urgent reminders of a few cultivators who followed the army, the Yao family of the post house got up and put on their clothes. The old soldiers wore armor and held weapons in their hands, waiting for battle. Zhou Lian's house was pitch black, but the hunchbacked old man had been circling the table silently. His steps were very particular. Sui Yu sat cross-legged on the bed, opened his eyes and closed them again. Wei Xian lay straight on the bed. His hands were clenched and placed on his abdomen. He did not move at all. Lu Baixiang came to the window and stopped. At the bamboo forest, Yin Miaofeng and Xiao Yuanran were relieved to see the uninvited guest. Taoist Bao Zhen smiled and cupped his fists to congratulate her. The water goddess has completed her golden body. Congratulations. The person standing in front of them had a short stature. She wore an unusually beautiful noble attire. She was the buried river deity who rushed over from the roaming jade mansion. From now on, even if the master of the Golden Peak Temple came here and saw the buried river deity whose cultivation had skyrocketed, he could no longer look down on her. It had to be known that in the buried river, especially near the roaming jade mansion and the water goddess temple, this short woman was equivalent to the strength of an earth immortal of the nascent soul realm. The water goddess smiled and said, "Last time my roaming jade mansion did not treat you well and was very rude. This time, other than a private matter, I also want to invite Jinren Yin to my mansion as a guest. I apologize to Jinren Yin and Jinren Little Xiao." Taoist Bao Zhen was really flattered. Firstly, her cultivation was different from the past. Even if she was here, she could be considered half a nascent soul realm big shot. Secondly, the roaming jade mansion had already established a relationship with the sage to be Zhong Kue. Even if she ignored the Lu family of the Great Spring, the imperial court could only pinch their nose and accept it. Thirdly, the upper echelons of the Great Spring knew the bad temper of the buried river deity. She was willing to express her attitude. Yin Miaofeng was just one of the Lu family's consecrators in the Dragon Gate realm. How could he not be surprised? Even the arrogant Xiao Yuanran had a sincere smile on his face. Qin Pingon came to the side of the master and disciple and greeted them first before looking at the water goddess. Yin Miaofeng and Xiao Yuanran left tactfully. At the same time, they told the old soldiers of the Yao family and the cultivators accompanying the army not to be so vigilant. Yin Miaofeng took the opportunity to expose the identity of the buried river deity. Yao Zhen smiled and cupped his fists at the water goddess from afar. There were many rumors about the buried river deity at the border. Naturally, it was very suitable for the old general's temper. The water goddess cupped her fists at Yao Zhen and returned the greeting. She said something straightforward that made people not know whether to laugh or cry. "When the general retires and returns to the border, you must come to my roaming jade mansion to drink as much as you want." Yao Xianji and Yao Lingji rolled their eyes almost at the same time. Yao Jinji wore a curtain hat and stood beside Yao Zhen. She was slender and elegant. Finally, the water goddess flipped her wrist and a jar of wine appeared. She threw it to Qin Pingon and told him telepathically, "Keep that jade scroll carefully. The jade scroll itself is a good thing. Otherwise, it would have been blown to pieces by those great Tao words long ago." Following that, the water goddess did not hide her words and everyone could hear her. She laughed heartily and said, Along the way I've been thinking about it and almost wanted to repay your kindness with my body. Fortunately I held back. I drank half of this jar of waterflower wine when I came. Originally I wanted to boost my courage. I didn't expect that after entering the post house, I was still timid and couldn't say those embarrassing words. Qin Pingon, don't you feel a little regretful that you're missing a beautiful woman? Ah, there's more than half a jar of wine left. Use it to drown your sorrows. This was the water deity. She came and left in a hurry. Qin Pingon stood on the spot and held the wine jar. He felt that it was not right to drink the wine but not to drink it. Yao Zhen laughed in schadenfreude. After Yao Xinji was dumbstruck, he stretched out his hands and gave Qin Pingon 2 thumbs up. Pei Qian stood in the distance in a daze. Qin Pingon kept a straight face and brought Pei Qian back to his residence. When the two of them separated, Qin Pingon said seriously, "In the future, if you see a girl with the surname Ning, you are not allowed to tell anyone about what happened tonight." Pei Qian blinked his eyes. What if I accidentally let it slip? Qin Pingon said in a deep voice, "After I'm beaten half to death, I'll beat you half to death. Do you understand?" Pei Qian immediately said in a clear voice, "Understood. I've read books and now I'm unyielding. I won't say it even if I'm beaten to death." They returned to their rooms. Qin Pingon wiped the sweat off his forehead. Finally he laughed. He no longer practiced the sword furnace stance and laid on the table. He took out the small whetstone and engraved it with the beautiful word, naive, and the cute word, Ning Yao. "Miss Ning, I'm fine." Along the way they walked for a long time and encountered many people and things. "I miss you a little." "No, I miss you a lot." What? "349. 10,000 Words Chapter. A short woman in a noble dress appeared out of thin air on the bank of the buried river and walked slowly. With the rapid rise of her cultivation, the goddess of the buried river became more adept at controlling the water transportation on both sides of the river. She was like a general who was expanding the territory. The buried river was a large river that almost traversed half of the Great Spring Empire. Previously, she relied on the refined weapons to barely maintain the power of the buried river. It was already difficult for her to deal with a river demon that had not reached the Jindan realm. If she suddenly promoted the Azure Mansion to the Azure Palace, the Great Spring Imperial Court would not be willing to give up part of the fate of the nation to Qintianjian cultivators to bring it to the Water God Temple. This was also one of the reasons why the Water God was unwilling to agree. Once the plaque of the mansion was changed to the Azure Palace, everyone would be envious and covetous. Perhaps the 2 plaques of the Gong Mansion would be burned as firewood one day. She was naturally forthright and irritable. That was true. However, she was able to guard the buried river for hundreds of years and firmly grasped the opportunities in her hands. Naturally, she was not a fool. She squatted down and scooped up a handful of water from the buried river. Under the moonlight, the water rippled slightly in her palm. Compared to the past, the spiritual aura was much more abundant. In front of the post house, many of the Water God Temple could not withstand the essence of incense and flowed backward into the ancestral temple. The originally silver-white essence of incense turned pale gold and floated toward the clay golden body in the main hall. The golden body was not a gold-plated craftsmanship of a sculptor, but the foundation of the divine path of a god of mountains and rivers. It was a manifestation of the great Tao. The pale gold incense slowly bathed the golden body of the god on the altar. In the divine path it was known as drawing gold. There were only 2 situations where such a phenomenon would occur. One was when a Qintianjian cultivator carried the emperor's decree and acted according to the decree. He used an imperial brush to draw the golden body of a certain god. Most of the time it was just enlightening. The other was when the Confucian sage pointed at the golden body. These Confucian sages must be at least the masters of the 72 academies. Apart from the buried river divine temple receiving such a great fortune, the Green Turing Manor was even more blessed by the rising water fate. Auspicious clouds gathered to form a canopy. It could almost be considered a paradise for cultivation. This move was regarded as a title bestowal. He was truly recognized by the orthodox heaven and earth. No matter how magnanimous River Goddess was, she knew that this unexpected favor was not inferior to the first time Chen Xiaofu taught her. At the post house she had joked that she would devote herself to him. The reason for this was because she really didn't know how to repay him. The jade slip itself was actually the so-called treasure of the Green Turing Manor. In ancient times, the buried river used to be the main branch of one of the three great blasphemy rivers of the Tongye continent. After that, the sea changed into mulberry fields, the river changed its course, accumulated silt, blocked, and other unforeseen events. The rule of the great blasphemy became smaller and smaller. In the end, there was only one section left, which was the buried river. The predecessor of the Green Turing Manor was the ruins of the River Blasphemy Dragon Palace. The jade slip was the most precious treasure she found in the dilapidated Dragon Palace. Its color did not change even after 10,000 years. It was the essence of the river water that condensed into a substance. It was also the manifestation of the water fate of the heaven and earth. It was then refined into a jade slip by the old Dragon King. Presumably, in the distant years of the Dragon Palace, this jade slip was also a treasure that the Dragon King loved so much that he could not bear to part with it. She wanted Qin Pingon to immediately destroy the jade slip after he memorized the immortal Tao formula. In fact, she had the intention of teasing him. Unless Qin Pingon was an immortal of the upper five realms, he would not have the ability to destroy the jade slip. However, if he refined it into his natal item, he would possess the Tao formula of ascending to immortality in a single step. She believed that as long as Qin Pingon was diligent, there was a high chance of success. She took a step into the buried river and walked on the surface of the water, like a goddess in a supernatural novel. The only flaw was that the river demon must have colluded with a nearby mountain god. It went ashore and hid in a certain mountain fate, disappearing without a trace. The water goddess fell backward and laid on the surface of the buried river, drifting downstream with the current. The drowned water ghosts in the river followed the water goddess at the bottom of the river and floated towards the water god temple. She suddenly covered her face with her hands, looking as if she didn't have the face to see anyone. How can a virgin say such shameful words? Fortunately, she quickly regained her fighting spirit. She sat up and said excitedly, "Quickly get someone to go to the Mirage City to hire a craftsman to reconstruct the statue. Clothes make the man, makeup makes the god." The curve of the statue's chest can be a little exaggerated. The legs can also be a little longer. Some of the water ghosts wandering at the bottom of the river who had gained intelligence really widened their horizons. There was actually such an interesting water goddess in the world. On the Yao family's journey north, they encountered many things that made them not know whether to laugh or cry. A slightly famous Jianghu hero brought an 8 treasures exquisite spear made of fine iron and came over, saying that he wanted to have a taste of the Yao family's spear that shook the border. This person called for his friends and more than 10 horses whizzed over and stopped on the official road. He sat high on the horse's back and waved his spear in a fancy manner. It couldn't be said that his skills were mediocre. As a second or third-rate martial artist, he still had dozens of years of practice. It was just that the skills of these martial artists were naturally not on the same level as the Yao family's spear. The latter could determine life and death in the blink of an eye. At that time, Yao Zhen was sitting in the carriage and reading military books. He only felt that it was funny and didn't lower himself to the level of these Jianghu heroes who wanted to be famous. Under Yao Jingji's order, the Yao family's cavalry silently took off their light crossbows, scaring the group of people who immediately fled off the official road. When the Yao family's troops were far away, they chattered endlessly, complaining that the Yao family's cavalry was embroidered pillows with an undeserved reputation and that they didn't even have the confidence to compare their spear skills. In the end, this group of people was arrested by the provincial capital's government on the same day, and they ate a solid meal in prison. Later, there was a young wild cultivator in his early 20s from the lower 5 realms who tried to become the Yao family's army consecrator. However, he didn't dare to be rash. He clearly explained his background and appropriately bragged about his immortal spells. Then he squatted outside the post house where he stayed, nibbling on dry biscuits and drinking inferior wine, waiting for his punishment. Yao Zhen asked someone to give him 100 taels of silver. The wild cultivator's face flushed red, but he still took the silver before leaving. As they got closer and closer to the Mirage City, the news that Yao Zhen was about to be appointed as the Minister of War spread like wildfire and spread throughout the imperial court. Another down-and-out military cultivator who was in the prime of his life and had a tall and sturdy figure, blocked the way and said that as long as someone from the Yao family could beat him, he would immediately get lost. Then Xiao Yuanran showed his skills and he got lost. What really aroused the curiosity of the Yao family's troops were the two strange incidents where the mountain god waded into the river and the water god went up the mountain. However, these two mountain gods were far inferior to the mountain god who buried the river. They were the most inferior local gods. The mountain god governed the territory within a radius of 100 miles, while the water god was in charge of a river of 200 miles. The two sides were adjacent to each other and their relationship wasn't harmonious. However, in the past they were only small fights and curses at the border of the mountains and rivers. Recently, because a big pilgrim changed his sect from the mountain god temple to the water god temple, it was related to who would get the 100,000 taels of silver every year. The little mountain god asked a local god under his command to secretly persuade the pilgrim to change his mind. Unexpectedly, the local god was beaten up by the river god. In a fit of anger, the mountain god directly crossed the border and waded into the river. He used two big axes to hit the river, causing monstrous waves to rise in the river for more than 10 miles. The common people were shocked. How could the water god lose face like this? He carried the river and went up the mountain to the mountain god temple. At that time, the Yao family's team was just near the river bank. The two consecrators and the Yao family's accompanying cultivators protected Yao Zhen and the third Yao as they went to watch the show. Qin Pingon followed them and only Pei Qian and Zhu Lian followed beside him. Then they saw the scene of river god beating up the mountain god temple. Both sides fought fiercely. The mountain god took advantage of the terrain and pushed river god back into the water. River god once again controlled the murky river water, and the more he fought, the fiercer he became. They fought back and forth and each used their supernatural powers. The beautiful mountain was flooded into a mess and countless towering trees were broken and collapsed. Outside the battlefield, the local god and mountain elf spirits on the mountain, the shrimp soldiers, crab generals and water ghost servants on the river waved their flags and shouted. They all shouted themselves hoarse and they looked more tired than fighting in the battlefield. They also competed with each other. Big red drums were set up by the river to cheer for their master river god. The drums were like thunder, and a flag that was dozens of feet tall was quickly brought out from the mountain and waved with all its strength. Xiao Yuanran stood beside Yao Jinji and explained the inside story of the mountain god to her. His words were humorous, and the young girl Yao Lingji listened with great interest. However, she did not know what her sister Yao Jinji was thinking. Pei Qian was busy picking up the lively river fishes by the river bank. This was much easier than fishing by herself. This farce was interrupted by a pale-faced Lord Xingwang. He came with the wind, hovered in the air and scolded the two gods. This Lord Xingwang was wearing an official uniform specially made by the Ministry of Rites of Daquan. The front and back of the uniform were the same as the official's uniform in the world of the living. The specific rank was the pattern. However, Lord Xingwang's uniform was all black, which meant that he was the monarch of the human world and walked in the underworld to restrain the ghosts and spirits that appeared at night. Compared to the obscene temples that were scattered all over the world, Lord Xingwang needed to be conferred by the imperial court. Moreover, there was almost no improper situation. Any family that ruled the country would naturally have the easiest control over Lord Xingwang, who had to be rooted in the city. Moreover, Lord Xingwang was naturally loyal to the imperial court. Qin Pingon looked at the commotion in the mountains and rivers and his state of mind was calm. Compared to his experience in Longquan town and what he had seen and heard in his two travels, the scene in front of him was ultimately just a small commotion. It could not be said to be laughable, but it was very difficult to climb his hometown's cloud-covering mountain again and see the magnificent river for the first time. Zhu Lian stood beside Qin Pingon. Among the four retainers, the Yao family had a deep impression of this person. This was because compared to the other three, this stooped old man was really too much like a retainer. In addition, they had heard about the performance of the four people in the fight at the inn. They vaguely knew that the beautiful woman with the sword on her back was a sword master, the dignified Mr. Liu was a master of the saber, and the silent Wei Xian blocked the attack of the imperial family's qi cultivators. As for this little old man with a kind expression, his attacks were the most ferocious. When the battle ended, the ground around the old man was standing was filled with broken limbs and bones. Zhou Xian did not look at Qin Pingan. Many times one did not need to look at a person's heart. Zhou Xian was more and more curious about that Longquan County and the Longquan Grotto heaven before it. What kind of hidden dragons and crouching tigers were there that could make such a young Qin Pingan seem to have seen the great winds and great waves of the human world, and it was difficult for his state of mind to rise and fall. He was young and unperturbed. It was inevitable that he was lethargic and shrewd. However, Zhou Xian did not think so. Qin Pingan, who was kind to others, gave him a vague feeling as if in the depths of the ancient well of his state of mind, there was vaguely an evil dragon swimming at the bottom of the water, and its shadow was everywhere. It was just that this unknown dragon was probably tightly bound to the bottom of the well by etiquette and rules, the distinction between good and evil and so on. It could not even float to the surface of the water and stick its head out. Zhou Xian did not dare to speculate about other things, but he was sure of one thing. In the depths of Qin Pingan's heart, there must be one or two great obsessions that he could not let go of. This time, Lord Xingwang was in a bad mood, and he wanted to flatten the River Earl Temple and the Mountain Deity Temple by stepping on the clouds for hundreds of miles to mediate the fight. The matter of the mountain and river deities overstepping their boundaries without permission was extremely sensitive. Once it was reported to the capital's Ministry of Rites, Lord Xingwang, who was sitting at home and causing trouble from the heavens, would not end up any better than the two idiots who did not know the severity of the matter. Lord Xingwang sent away the two trembling bastards who returned home. When he saw the group of Yao family people by the river, he used the aura viewing technique. With just one glance, he felt that it was somewhat dazzling. He was shocked and immediately wanted to descend to check it out. However, those people were domineering and lawless. Two cultivators directly pulled out their swords and pointed them at him, saying that he could not get close, or else it would be regarded as an assassination. Lord Xingwang was so angry that he almost wanted to call back the two subordinate deities. Fortunately, after eating incense for hundreds of years, he still had some patience. In the end, he only firmly remembered those unfamiliar faces and returned to the city with a gloomy face. On the way back to the main group, Yao Zhen came to Yao Jingji's side and asked softly, "Why are you so unreasonable?" Yao Jingji said helplessly, "Along the way, it's inevitable that there will be social interactions and toasts. However, if it involves Xingwang and deities, it's not clear. Grandfather doesn't want to be impeached by the 6 imperial censors before entering Mirage City, right? Even if His Majesty treats it as a joke from the officialdom to the marketplace, there is bound to be a storm of evil in the capital. Then who doesn't like to watch a good show? Aren't we here to watch a good show? Would we care about the rights and wrongs of the two deities?" Yao Zhen understood immediately and deeply agreed with him. The old general felt that it was a pity. If Yao Jingji was a man, he would be relieved to stay at the border. Pei Qian picked up a lot of river fish, but in the end Qin Pingan was unwilling to accept them. She could only pick up the fish by their tails and throw them into the river one by one. She was so tired that she was sweating profusely. When they arrived at Riding Crane City, which was both a prefecture and a prefecture, they were only a short distance away from Great Quan's capital. This prefecture had a long history, and its name came from the legend that a cultivator had ascended here on a crane. There was a small mountain in the prefecture and the scenery was ordinary. However, because it was the place where the cultivator ascended, every year, countless scholars and poets would come here to tour. Around the small mountain were residences bought by the nobles of the capital, and every inch of land was worth an inch of gold. The Xingwang from before should be in this city, but Yao Zhen was not afraid of a prefecture's Xingwang. The Minister of Rites, who controlled the promotion and demotion of a country's Xingwang, had the same rank and salary as him. Furthermore, Great Quan respected martial arts, and the Minister of War was not an empty position. Otherwise, he would not have become the #1 position for all the generals to retire. He still stayed at the post house, which was the rule of the imperial court. The post house in the city took up a lot of space and it was not inferior to the residences of nobles. In order to welcome Yao Zhen, the trusted aides of the provincial governor and prefectural governor went to the post house several times, almost emptying the entire place. At this point, Yao Zhen could only accept it and pretend that he did not know anything. When the water was too clear, there would be no fish. This was especially true in the officialdom. Normally speaking, the imperial court could accommodate loyal officials, corrupt officials and many fence-sitters. However, it could not accommodate someone who seemed to be a moral saint. It was like there was a demon-revealing mirror hanging high in the imperial court, revealing all the flaws of the pillars of the country. The old general was filled with emotions. These were the words that his granddaughter Yao Jinji had said when she was 14 or 15. Sometimes Yao Zhen would laugh at himself. Could it be that all the life experience he had accumulated over the years had been fed to the warhorses like horse grass? Luckily there was still Qin Pingon in the group. During this trip to the north, Yao Zhen liked to chat with this young man. Qin Pingon had followed their agreement and sparred with Yao Xianji, giving him some pointers. Yao Xianji treated Qin Pingon's words as a guide. When he went back to find his grandfather to talk, he was very sad and said that he had spent his entire life training in martial arts like a dog. Yao Zhen then asked him if his so-called lifetime was a few decades. Yao Xianji was speechless, which amused Yao Jinji, who was brewing tea. Although Yao Jinji had never won against Lu Baixiang in chess, she could be considered a national expert in tea. In the harsh sandstorm at the border, how could the Yao family, whose men and women had been valiant for generations, raise such a beautiful girl? Yao Xianji suddenly said, "Sister Jinji, I don't like that Xiao Yuan ran. I like Qin Pingon." Yao Jinji smiled and said, "Whether you like him or not, what does that have to do with me?" Yao Xianji wanted to say something, but Yao Jinji glared at him, scaring him into swallowing his words back into his stomach. Yao Zhen's smile did not have the demeanor of a family head. Yao Jinji said casually, "Grandfather, if nothing unexpected happens, the imperial court will send a secret envoy to Riding Crane City soon. At that time it won't be too late for grandfather to laugh." Yao Zhen could not laugh anymore. He had been soaked in the red vat of officialdom for dozens of years. Each and every one of them had cultivated to become old fox spirits in the government. It was really a headache for him to play with their cunning minds. Qin Pingon was practicing the six-step stance in his room, holding the sword in the air, closing his eyes to visualize each sword cultivator's style. There was a bamboo tube on the table. The bamboo was ordinary green bamboo, which was casually chopped from a bamboo forest on a green mountain along the way. Qin Pingon wanted to carve a brush holder as a parting gift for old General Yao. Pei Qian ran over and said that she wanted to go out for a stroll. Qin Pingon told her to ask Lu Baixiang if he was willing to take her out. If not, then she had to stay in the room and study. Previously, Qin Pingon gave her a second Confucian classic, and Pei Qian memorized it thoroughly. There was one time when she came to Qin Pingon's room with a face full of joy, saying that she could really recite it backwards. Qin Pingon picked up the book and let her try. Unexpectedly, she really did recite more than 1,000 words without missing a word. Then Qin Pingon pulled her ear and told her to go back to the room to reflect on her mistakes. He only said that she had to study hard and she treated it as nothing? At that time, Pei Qian angrily returned to her room. She stood on the chair and looked down at the broken book on the table. She pinched her chin and frowned. Study hard. What was the meaning of this? He did not study hard enough. In order to memorize a book backwards, she spent an incense stick's worth of time. She squatted down and looked at the name of the sage who wrote this bullshit book. He remembered it. When she mastered the sword and fist techniques, she would definitely beat this old bastard until he cried for his father and mother. She stood up again and blindly pondered for a long time, but she still couldn't think of an answer. She jumped down from the chair and picked up the mountain staff that she had relied on for a long time and practiced a crazy staff technique. After she finished practicing, she threw away the mountain staff. She suddenly felt that she was closer to being the #1 expert in the world. Only then did her mood improve. She threw herself on the bed and fell asleep. Today, after she received Qin Pingon's promise, she eagerly went to find Lu Baixiang, who she secretly gave the nickname Xiao Bai. However, Lu Baixiang was playing chess with Sui Yiyu and said that he would wait for him for an hour. Pei Qian turned her head and looked at Wei Xian, who was sitting at the side. He didn't understand chess and was just waiting for the winner to be decided. She was about to speak when Wei Xian suddenly said, "Let's go," and stood up. Pei Qian suddenly understood. The two of them left the hotel together to go shopping. Pei Qian smiled and asked, "Old Wei, do you have money on you?" Among the four of them, Pei Qian was the least afraid of Wei Xian. He called him Old Wei, and Wei Xian also never showed a bad face. In fact, he didn't care at all. Wei Xian was silent. Pei Qian grumbled, then what's the point of going to the streets? We can't even afford to buy anything beautiful or delicious. Wei Xian suddenly said, I have some money. Pei Qian frowned, where did you get it? Did you steal it? Give me half and I won't tell Chen Pingon. Wei Xian said, I taught the inn's little cripple a set of fist techniques and earned some money. Recently I taught Yao Xian the fist stance and earned more than 10 taels. Pei Qian's face was full of envy. Old Wei, you can earn big money wherever you go. I admire you for this. Pei Qian put his hands behind his back and walked with his chest puffed out. Soon he clicked his tongue and said, but Old Wei, you still cheated little cripple of his money. That's not kind of you. You might as well cheat Jianyang. She really has money in her pocket. What a pity, Old Wei, you don't look likable. You're not as young and handsome as my father. Old Wei, you were born with such an ugly appearance. Do you blame your parents? A dignified emperor said this to a young girl. How could Wei Xian be indifferent? The short man said with a straight face, back then when the court painters painted my portrait, they all praised me for my heroic appearance. I think they were telling the truth. Pei Qian was shocked. Old Wei, are you blind or do they have eyes on their butts? Wei Xian continued to meditate in silence. There was no night ban in Crane Rider City. There were countless rich people in the city who were willing to spend a lot of money. After leaving the post house and turning into a street, the two of them walked in the bustling crowd. Pei Qian didn't have a single coin in his pocket, but his aura was like that of a rich man. This wasn't strange. She was able to fool a large group of people her age in a strange place like Hu town. They all thought she was a princess living among the common people. In the end, she was able to deceive a group of shrewd and slippery constables who respectfully escorted her back to the inn. Pei Qian suddenly asked, Old Wei, I always feel that the girl who doesn't dare to meet people every day looks at my father strangely. Wei Xian said indifferently, the emperor is scheming. Pei Qian was confused. What are you talking about? Wei Xian didn't say anything. Pei Qian didn't want to get to the bottom of it. He swallowed his saliva and said with a smile, Old Wei, can you buy me a candy man? Wei Xian shook his head. Pei Qian said angrily, Old Wei, why are you so stingy? Wei Xian smiled for the first time. I don't have Qin Pingan's ability and patience. I can't raise you well. Pei Qian was confused and said pitifully, then I'll borrow money from you to buy a candy man? Wei Xian nodded, according to the 30% interest. Pei Qian frowned, although I know the 30% interest rule, I think it's better to forget about it. If you don't want to eat, then don't eat. You won't starve to death. Even though she said that, she ran to the front of a candy-blowing man's stall and rooted herself to the ground, refusing to move no matter what. Wei Xian couldn't just leave Pei Qian here alone. If he lost Pei Qian, someone like Qin Pingon would definitely beat him up. At the stall, the old man was skillfully blowing candy while the young children were drooling with their eyes wide open. Those who had an elder beside them were able to get their hands on a candy man of different shapes. Underneath the rectangular cabinet was a round wooden cage with a small charcoal stove inside. The old man was using a large ladle to pour the sticky golden sugar paste, which he spun around, and in a blink of an eye, all kinds of colored sugar figurines were produced. Wei Xian took out his money and bought 2 sticks. He stared at Wei Xian, who was holding 1 stick in each hand. Wei Xian passed it to Pei Qian. This is your reward. His tone was as if he had been bestowed with a large piece of land by an emperor. Pei Qian smiled. When I go back, I'll say good things about you in front of my father every day. I'm half a scholar now. Every word I say is as good as a nail. 1 big and 1 small, munching on the candy man, they didn't stand out in the sea of people. In the hotel, the winner was already decided on the chessboard. It was still Sui Yu who lost. Sui Yu didn't want to win in this game. Lu Baixiang was reviewing the chessboard alone in his room. He stared at the chessboard and twirled a free chess piece between his fingers. He pressed it against the table and gently slid it. In a room not too far away, Qin Pingon was carving a bamboo tube. He wanted to try to inscribe an entire essay of the sages on the outside of the brush tube. Fortunately, he had been carving words on bamboo slips all these years. Because he was familiar with them and also had the foundation of his youth, he didn't dare to say that the words he carved were full of spirit. But between the lines there was a sense of propriety. There wasn't an aggressive and forceful aura, but it was still as long as a stream. In the end there was still some meaning to it. Some people said that the cultivators of the lower 5 realms cultivated longevity, the cultivators of the middle 5 realms sought immortality, and the cultivators of the upper 5 realms walked the great Tao at an even higher level, almost never stopping for a moment. Qin Pingon didn't think there was anything wrong with this. He was busy and didn't waste his time. But occasionally he still needed to stop or slow down his pace. He needed to calm his heart and enjoy the scenery on the road of cultivation. This was the case for carving beautiful words on bamboo slips. This was also the case for personally making a brush tube that wasn't worth much but only had the heart. The night passed uneventfully. Qin Pingon stayed up all night and carved more than half of the brush tube. After sleeping for 4 hours he got up and continued to practice his fist stance. At the same time he also practiced his sword. Winter was coming. He didn't know if he was lucky enough to encounter the first heavy snow of the year at the ferry outside Mirage City. It was said that Mirage City in the heavy snow was like a fairyland. During breakfast, Qin Pingon learned that the Yao family's team was going to rest in Crane Riding City for 2 days, but he didn't care. Yao Xinji ran to Qin Pingon and said that everyone had agreed to visit the small mountain where the immortals rode cranes and ascended. Moreover, the provincial governor's mansion had already informed the courier station that regardless of whether old General Yao went there or not, the vicinity of the small mountain would be under martial law today. No one was allowed to climb the mountain. After meeting, Qin Pingon found that there were quite a few people. There were the 3 Yaos of the same generation: Xiao Yuanran, a Taoist priest wearing a green robe, and Sui Yuyu, who rarely showed his face in public. Wei Xian and Lu Baixiang chose to stay at the courier station. However, old General Yao didn't show up this time, which was a bit unusual. When he went out today, Qin Pingon had already changed into the golden wine robe of a higher grade, so he appeared in white. If one paid attention, they would notice that there was a white jade hairpin in his hair bun. In the Dali dynasty in the northernmost part of the Aquarius continent, the young men were tall and big. They were at least half a head taller than those in the old dragon city in the south. Moreover, it was common for 15 or 16-year-old men to marry and settle down in the countryside of the Aquarius continent. Only rich families and scholarly families would pay attention to 20 years of age. After Qin Pingon started practicing his fist stance, his height kept growing. Unknowingly, he already had the appearance of a proper young man. Behind him was the dark and skinny Pei Qian. As long as she was with Qin Pingon, she was not so afraid of Zhou Xian. The group went to the small mountain in the center of the city. When they passed by the martial temple in the state capital, they saw a strange person. Something strange happened. It was a tall and strong young man with blood stains on his body. He barged into the martial temple and was quickly thrown out of the gate by the martial temple's attendant. The civil and martial temples in the state capital were not places where random people could cause trouble. After the young man was thrown out of the gate, he kowtowed towards the martial temple, banging his head loudly, begging the martial temple. The attendant was a tall and skinny old man. He stood at the top of the stairs and spoke sternly to the young man. "How can the blade of the martial temple's saint be tainted by ordinary people? Seeing that you are young and ignorant, I will not pursue the matter of you barging into the martial temple. Quickly leave, don't be delusional." So it was a young man who barged into the martial temple, wanting to borrow the blade of the saint. The young man kowtowed until his forehead was red and swollen, and there were already traces of blood. He raised his head and his face was filled with tears of despair. He said with a hoarse voice, "For the sake of the people of this county, Master wholeheartedly killed demons and evils. Now he is trapped in the fog of the forest and his life is at stake. After Master sent me out of the fog, he said that only by borrowing the long blade from the martial temple's master can I have a chance to kill the ferocious big demon that has been wreaking havoc. Master Priest Yu, I beg you, this is a virtuous deed, the martial saint won't be angry." The dignified old man sneered. "Whether the martial saint will be angry or not, is it up to you? According to the laws of the Great Spring, do you know what kind of punishment you will receive for using the weapon of a martial temple's saint without permission? Local officials will be removed from their posts on the spot. The prefect will be demoted by 1 rank, and the provincial governor will be fined 3 years of salary." The young man was heartbroken and he muttered, "There is a demon that harms people in this place. It's fine if the officials don't care, but now even the martial saint isn't willing to care? The old man seemed to be speaking sternly and his eyes were cold, but he was actually sighing in his heart. Young man, how can things in this world be so simple? Zhou Xian raised his eyelids and glanced at Qin Pingon who was standing in front of him. Qin Pingon was about to lift his foot, but Xiao Yuanran had already walked out in large strides. Qin Pingon quietly stopped moving. Xiao Yuanran came to the young man's side, squatted down and asked, "Where is your master trapped? Do you know the demon's cultivation level?" The young man answered one by one. Xiao Yuanran reached out to help the young man up and grabbed his shoulder, smiling, "I'm going to save your master and help him get rid of the demon." Xiao Yuanran turned his head and looked at Yao Jinji who was wearing a veil hat and said apologetically, "Miss Yao, I'm afraid I can't go to the small mountain." Yao Lingji nodded lightly and her face couldn't be seen clearly. Xiao Yuanran grabbed Xiao Yuanran and ran away, leaping onto the roof ridge in the distance. After a few light touches he disappeared without a trace. Yao Xinji was impressed and her impression of Xiao Yuanran, this young consecrator of the Great Spring, became better. Pei Qian had been looking at Xiao Yuanran with narrowed eyes. She tilted her head and was speechless. With this incident, the subsequent trip up the mountain was not very interesting. Moreover, the small mountain was indeed too small and there was nothing special about it. Only Sui Yuyu with his sword on his back, stood at the top of the mountain, looking up at the sky with a burning gaze. Qin Pingon, other than feeling a little regretful that the scenery here was ordinary, did not reveal much emotion. The great spring mountain god waded through the water god ascended the mountain, and the young man in Riding Crane City borrowed a knife from the martial temple, but in the end they were just insignificant splashes. The Great Fu Academy went to meet up with the Lord of Taiping Mountain, and worked together to stop the great demon of the 12th realm from escaping into the sea. The gentleman Zhong Kue going to the gate of Taiping Mountain was also not a small matter. Other than the other two gentlemen, 3 sages and more than 20 disciples of the Great Fu Academy, there were more scholars from the Wenyuan Academy, which was further south, who came to Taiping Mountain. There were more than 50 of them. Unfortunately, there was only one old gentleman leading them, and the rest of the disciples were far inferior to the Great Fu Academy. This was the awkward part of the Wenyuan Academy. The academy was not famous, and was the least talented among the 4 major academies of the Tongye continent. There were often rumors on the mountain that the Wenyuan Academy would be stripped of its title as one of the 72 academies. This was because this academy had not produced a new gentleman for close to 100 years. The 3 mountain lords of the academy also did not have many works of sages. The people of the world did not travel to the Wenyuan Academy for the sages, but for the countless books in the Wenyuan Pavilion. When Zhong Kue arrived at the gate of Taiping Mountain, he followed his teacher's instructions and told all the disciples of the Great Fu Academy to listen to the arrangements of the Taoist of Taiping Mountain, and not to act on their own. Although there were disasters everywhere, the Taoist of Taiping Mountain, regardless of their seniority, did not panic. They made decisions in an orderly manner, and groups of qi cultivators went down the mountain to suppress the demons. There were casualties, and those who died in battle were mostly Taoist of Taiping Mountain. This made the qi cultivators of the 2 major academies and many immortal abodes respect them, and they cooperated more sincerely. In between the battles, the people who came from all over the world but had a common enemy talked the most about the outer sect odd job young man from the Fuji sect, who became famous overnight. It was said that he was taken in as the last disciple of the Fuji sect, and was given a half-immortal weapon that was once refined by the Taoist partner of the sect for 100 years. If the young man did not see through the conspiracy of the 12th state demon and had to take action in advance, the consequences would be unimaginable. Most of the demons in the well of Taiping Mountain that suppressed the demons would not have escaped, but all of them would have seen the light of day again. Especially the demons at the bottom whose cultivation was at least in the nascent soul realm. In the recent 10 days, demons who had been lurking in various places constantly surfaced and wreaked havoc. These demons were mostly in the Dragon Gate realm and the Golden Elixir realm, and were extremely difficult to suppress. The Taoist of Taiping Mountain did not dare to be careless. Almost all the Taoist of Taiping Mountain went out to help. Only the gentleman Zhong Kue chose to stay in Taiping Mountain. No one had any objections. Zhong Kuei had killed the most enemies during their journey to slay demons and devils. Moreover, he did not blindly protect the disciples of the academy. For several times when he had gone down the mountain to fight, he had actively joined the qi cultivators of other sects on the mountain. Therefore, the Earth Immortal of Nascent Soul Realm, who was originally in charge of the overall situation of Mount Taiping, told Zhong Kuei with a smile before he went down the mountain that he would entrust the mountain gate to Mr. Zhong temporarily. The Earth Immortal of the Nascent Soul Realm secretly revealed to Zhong Kuei that the founder of Taiping Mountain would soon return, and might even bring back the Crown Princess Huang Ting from the Lotus Flower-blessed land. Zhong Kuei laughed and said that it would be better if he came back as soon as possible, so that he would not have to watch over the well every day. After that, Zhong Kuei would patrol the bottom of the well alone every day. Late one night, just as he walked out of the well, he saw a big demon that he had heard of but had never seen before. In fact, even many senior Taoists of Taiping Mountain had never seen this big demon that cultivated in Taiping Mountain, let alone Zhong Kuei, who was an outsider. It was a white ape with a sword on its back, dressed in black. It was as tall as an adult man, but the white ape with a very high cultivation state did not transform into a human shape, and always maintained its original appearance. Although the old ape was a big demon that was famous in the Tongye continent, it was also the guardian of Taiping Mountain. Not to mention the years that the old ape had cultivated, it had been guarding the gate of Taiping Mountain for 3,000 years. The old ape was even older than the founder of Taiping Mountain, who had left the mountain and was the only surviving founder. The construction of the well prison was the work of the founder of Taiping Mountain. But in the long years after that, the guarding of the well prison was handed over to this white ape, who was fond of carrying a sword on his back and rarely showed up in the world. In history, there were only a few times when the big demons escaped. Without exception, it was the white ape who took care of them all by himself. He handled everything neatly. Even many earthly immortals in Taiping Mountain had never heard of him. During the chaos, the old ape, a sword cultivator in the Jade primitive realm, was in closed-door training, trying to break the bottleneck of the immortal realm. Unexpectedly, the old ape came out after only 3 to 5 years of closed-door training. Could it be that he knew what was going on outside and had to show up in advance? The autumn wind was chilly and the forest was silent. Even if the old ape just stood there, he was like a lofty mountain. Zhong Kuei was still wearing the green robe he wore at the inn by the Great Spring. He asked, "It's you, right?" The white ape with a sword on its back did not speak. He only answered with the rainbow-like sword energy rising from his back. 7. 350. The readers who repeatedly subscribed to the 349 chapters yesterday have been refunded with double the amount in the form of vouchers. I still have to apologize to everyone. The updates in the middle and early part of the month were a mess. However, I still worked hard and managed to update nearly 140,000 words in the end. I have to praise myself. In life, there would always be a few storms. It was as if the heavens were reminding people that they were living under someone else's roof and had to lower their heads obediently. For example, Qin Pingon met Kai Xianxia in front of his house in Mud Bottle Alley. He met the original owner of the Robe Golden Wine in Flood Dragon Gully. He accidentally entered the depths of the lotus flowers and was surrounded by a group of grandmasters. It depended on whether he could endure it or not. If he could, it would be fine after the rain. If he couldn't, he could only be like a martial artist shouting that he would still be a man after 18 years. The master led the way, but the cultivation depended on the person. That was the case for Zhong Kuei today. Before today, Zhong Kuei's cultivation was too good, too fast, and too amazing. He left everyone in the dust on the Great Tao, making all the Confucian scholars in the Tongyi continent unable to catch up to him. But today the white ape appeared. A mortal enemy. Compared to Mr. Zhong Kuei, the mountain master of the Dafu Academy had to intercept the great demon hiding near the Fusho sect. This went against the mountain master's original intention. Zhong Kuei's current situation could be said to be a place of certain death. The white ape's eyes were indifferent as he looked at the young scholar who was seen as having a chance to become the Grand Chancellor of a certain academy. Zhong Kuei took a deep breath. Even if he had not broken through the bottleneck of the immortal realm, even if he was not a demon that was known for its innately strong physique, The white ape in front of him with an ancient sword on his back was also a true unpolished Jade Realm sword cultivator. If Qi refinement warriors were the most rebellious thieves in the world, daring to challenge the cycle of life and death of the heavenly Tao, then sword cultivators were undoubtedly the most unreasonable existence among Qi refinement warriors. A gentleman would not give up his jade without a reason. The first strike of the white ape's unsheathed sword turned the protective jade pendant that the Dafu Academy had given to each gentleman into dust. Between the gentleman and the great demon, after the jade pendant containing the true meaning of the Confucian sage's essay was shattered, hundreds of golden characters slowly disappeared into the mortal world like a golden rain. In the blink of an eye, Zhong Kuei retreated to the edge of a well several hundred feet away. His sleeves fluttered in the autumn wind. His two small sleeves were filled with the vigorous aura of an autumn soldier on the battlefield. The prison well on Taiping Mountain was a building that looked like a huge well. There was a staircase that led downwards in the wall of the well. The staircase spiraled downwards, giving off a gloomy and cold aura, like a bottomless pit that led straight to the underworld. As long as the cultivators of the lower 5 realms approached the well prison, they would be disturbed by the evil qi accumulated in the well prison for countless years and their bodies would be eroded. The Taoist apprentices of Taiping Mountain had a special training session, which was to sit and breathe near the well prison to strengthen their bodies. It was extremely painful. The reason why the female Taoist Huang Ting was regarded as a talented Taoist jade was that she approached the well prison with her senior brothers and sisters for the first time. When everyone was struggling to prevent the evil qi from entering their residence of qi, she did not notice anything strange and sneaked to the edge of the well prison. If it were not for the old Taoist of Taiping Mountain who was responsible for watching the younger generation's training, who hurried to grab the little girl's collar, Huang Ting might have already entered the well prison when she was 9 years old. After that, Huang Ting fought with the seniors of Taiping Mountain. Finally, when she was 11 years old, she successfully entered the well prison. However, she almost died in the depths of the well prison. She could not go down or out and fainted. In the end, she was thrown out of the well prison by a white ape in black. The old ape walked slowly and leisurely until he reached the edge of the well prison. The unsheathed ancient sword qi was so heavy that it could not be seen clearly. After the sword broke the jade pendant that was equivalent to an upper-grade magic weapon, the flying sword was no longer on Taiping Mountain. A white rainbow could be vaguely seen in the distance. It was as fast as lightning, like a slender white snake slithering on a large black screen. As a result, the mountain guarding formation of Taiping Mountain, which was about to be affected, suddenly stopped operating and showed an unusual disorder. Zhong Kuei could not successfully control the formation to suppress the demon. When the founder was on his way to the Lotus Flower Blessed Land to bring Huang Ting back, the master went to the fuming sect to stop the demon of the 12th realm. Before the earth immortal of Yuanying, who was in charge of the affairs of Taiping Mountain, went down the mountain, he gave the central control of the mountain guarding formation to Zhong Kuei, an outsider, without reservation. It was not because he was a gentleman of the Dafu Academy, but because he trusted Zhong Kuei. In fact, this kind of behavior was highly suspected of overstepping and was likely to reveal the secrets of Taiping Mountain. However, no one in Taiping Mountain objected to it. There was once a saint who said that the Taoist of Taiping Mountain was full of ancient chivalry. He was indeed worthy of this praise. However, as the saying goes, virtue is 1 foot tall and the devil is 10 feet tall. This white ape was indeed worthy of being the guardian of Taiping Mountain for 3,000 years. It could even make the formation temporarily stop. Zhong Kuei looked dignified and silently read a sage's article in his heart. The autumn wind in his sleeves was of a higher quality than the wind of flipping books that one could not get. When Zhong Kuei was not yet 20 years old, he had become a sage of the academy. Due to his unrestrained behavior, he had a bad reputation in the Fu Academy and was not liked by many old-fashioned old teachers. If not for the Hill Master's doting and protection, he would have been stripped of his title of sage and become a sage and gentleman of the academy. However, this was not something that could be done once and for all. Every few years there would be a major examination. Zhong Kuei was drunk and slept for 3 days and 3 nights. He actually missed the examination. The older teachers of the Fu Academy either did not like Zhong Kuei's carefree behavior, were angry at his squandering of his talent, or had the original intention of being given a great responsibility and suffering. All the sages and gentlemen jointly wrote a letter asking the hill master to strip Zhou Xian of his status as a sage. In the end, it was snowing heavily in winter. Zhou Xian walked barefoot in the snow and loudly read a moral article written by a saint. He also looked up at the sky and asked the saint about the doubts in the article. In the end, Zhou Xian asked and answered his own questions with a self-satisfied expression. When Zhou Xian stopped, a gust of autumn wind in the cold winter carried the word kindness, praised by the saint himself, and resounded throughout the Fu Academy. The autumn wind entered his sleeves. That day Zhou Xian became a gentleman. No one dared to question him. It was said that when the saints created words, ghosts cried and gods wept. Words indeed had their own power. At least it was especially so for the disciples of the Fu Academy. The most powerful manifestation was the natal characters of the sages in the cultured and orthodox Confucian temples. These great sages had been standing high above the altar for countless years and were worshipped by the people. Their literary veins were endless and their incense was eternal. However, even the saints in the orthodox Confucian temples were only left with 4, not to mention the Holy Master in the middle and the 5 accompanying him. The rest of the saints only had one natal word. There was only one exception in the world. Qi Jing Chun of the Cliff Academy. Chun and Jing were the natal words of this person. Moreover, these 2 words were extremely big. Then, there were the masters of the Confucian academies and the gentlemen of the Confucian academies. Their mouths contained the heavenly law and were full of righteousness, which resonated with the heavens and earth. Then there were the sages who recited poems and attracted strong winds. They could make people shrivel up to their bones and disperse the souls of ghosts and otherworldly items. Only the white ape with a scabbard on its back stood in front of the well. It didn't say anything and only extended 3 fingers. Probably meant to say that it only needed 3 moves to kill Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian didn't say anything. He didn't want to argue. The jade pendant that symbolized the status of a gentleman had already transmitted the situation back to the academy. It was as if a snow-white waterfall had appeared all around Zhou Xian. The white waterfall was made up of dazzling characters that were as small as the size of a fly. It was as if huge pages of ancient books were erected beside the well prison on Mount Taiping. The evil spirit emitted from the well prison was forcefully suppressed. The demons and ghosts suppressed in the well became ferocious and roared. Countless iron chains vibrated violently under the well prison, like thunder exploding. The white ape looked around. Mount Taiping actually had 2 mountain guarding arrays, one inside and one outside, the other bright and dark. The previous one was the mountain guarding array that everyone in the Tongye continent knew about. Once it was activated, a mirror would rise to the sky like a bright moon. The light would shine on Mount Taiping, making it impossible for demons and ghosts to hide. Being in the light, not only would one's cultivation be suppressed, but the demons and ghosts would also be suppressed. Those with shallow cultivation, such as those below the earth immortal realm, would be killed instantly. However, what the white ape was really afraid of was not the array that had been tampered with, but the real trump card of Mount Taiping. The bright moon mirror was enough to intimidate half of the continent. Outsiders couldn't figure out its real use. Its existence was just to help Mount Taiping find its opponents. That was all. In the Tongye continent, who was the 3rd largest sect after Tongye sect and Yugui sect. For thousands of years, the cultivators of Tongye continent said that the sect master's Taoist companions were from the upper 5 realms. However, no matter how much outsiders flattered and praised them, the sect master never admitted that they were the 3rd in Tongye continent. Regarding this debate, the sect master of Fuji sect only talked about it once. He laughed and said that if the sect master moved to the small place in the north, the Aquarius continent, it wouldn't be difficult to fight for the first place. The white rainbow that wandered outside Mount Taiping once again broke through a layer of invisible qi of mountains and rivers. It surged and fell from the sky, falling directly on Zhou Xian's head. The waterfall-like pages slanted and flowed backward, forming a semicircular snow-white array around and above Zhou Xian's head. The tip of the long sword collided with the waterfall, bursting out countless electric sparks. The falling speed of the long sword was slowed down a little, but the qi of heaven and earth in the waterfall was rapidly dissipating. Even though the sparks were only sparks, They had already destroyed the towering ancient trees, pavilions and residences of immortals near the well prison of Taiping Mountain. Countless birds and beasts were running away, shrieking and shrieking. Zhong Kui ignored the ancient sword that would break the waterfall sooner or later. Instead he stared at the unmoving big demon. The white ape looked calm and there was a hint of playfulness at the corner of its mouth. It was obviously waiting to see what the academy gentleman, who was a must-kill, had up his sleeve. The sword above Zhong Kui's head was only its second sword. It was not easy for demons to cultivate. It was even more difficult to become a sword cultivator. Therefore, all the sword cultivator big demons in the upper 5 realms were, without exception, worthy of the title of Lord in the Wilderness. The sword cultivator demons in the middle 5 realms had all kinds of special treatment in the wilderness. They were almost equal to the disciples of the academy in the vast world. Even if it was a legitimate revenge or an attack, the sword cultivator in the middle 5 realms could be exempted from death once. Those who did not abide by the rules and wantonly killed sword cultivators would be severely punished once they were discovered, no matter how high their status was. There were dead bodies hidden in my walls. The chi cultivators in the vast world might not be aware of the horror of a sword cultivator big demon. After all, although there were many demons, real big demons were rare. However, at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, a sword cultivator big demon was difficult to deal with. Countless human sword cultivators had sacrificed their lives to experience their terrifying killing power and bloody means. The reason why Alliance was so powerful and had so many admirers and supporters at the Great Wall of Sword Chi was that Alliance had been practicing his swordsmanship at the Great Wall of Sword Chi for 100 years. He was invincible against sword cultivator big demons in the upper 5 realms. Not only had he never been defeated, but he had also chased his opponents for tens of thousands of miles and even killed them on the spot. Therefore, when Alliance ascended and left the vast world to fight with the second brother of Tao in the strange place where the otherworldly demons ran rampant, the chi cultivators in the vast world felt that Alliance would be defeated honorably. On the other hand, most of the demons in the wilderness believed that the swordsman Alliance, who would not be satisfied even if he died 10,000 times, would defeat the real invincible. The demons respected and worshipped the strongest. Even if they hated Alliance, who called himself the swordsman, to the core, a peak big demon suggested that after Alliance died in battle, he could be buried in the wilderness with a sword as a tombstone. The entire wilderness, a barbarian land that was regarded as silent by the vast world, actually took this suggestion as a matter of course. The hundreds of Taoist priests who stayed on Mount Peace did not stand aside. Almost all of them were the lowest-ranking Taoist priests in the mountain sect. Many of them were young Taoist children with pale faces but determined eyes. However, Zhong Kui said sternly, "Retreat. Don't throw your lives away." Although an old golden core cultivator among the Taoist priests had recognized the old ape's identity, he still blocked Zhong Kui's and the others' reasoning with a single sentence. "We, the Taoist priests of Mount Peace, slay demons. There's no reason for us to die in front of others." The white ape did not even look at the golden core cultivator. He casually punched and the fist aura shattered the body of a golden core earth immortal in the eyes of the secular world. Repaying kindness with kindness, one would die without regrets. The Taoist priests of Mount Peace were like that. Zhong Kui was even more so. With a wave of his sleeves, 2 gusts of autumn wind swept up the Taoist priests of Mount Peace and tossed them into the distance. The white ape ignored them and allowed Zhong Kui to toss the Taoist priests out of the battlefield. One Zhong Kui was equivalent to an entire Mount Peace. The white ape's heart stirred. The unsheathed ancient sword accelerated its descent. Zhong Kui quietly pinched a green talisman between his fingers. The sage's manuscript was engraved with a small snow cone with the words, "With spirit." It was Zhong Kui's original sword-suppressing talisman. The moment the long sword broke through the waterfall, the green sword-suppressing talisman appeared above Zhong Kui's head. Like a banished immortal falling into a blessed land, the ancient sword disappeared completely. Even the white ape, who had refined it for 1,000 years, could not sense it. The 2 protective arrays of Taiping Mountain were like bright mirrors rising to the sky. They were used to illuminate demons and search for devils. Even a cultivator in the pure jade realm could be trapped for a moment, and the real killing move would follow. They were the 4 imitations of the ancient fairy swords that the founder of Taiping Mountain, who was in the divinity realm, had made with all his manpower, material and financial resources. Although they were imitations, each of them was a half-immortal weapon. After the 4 swords were combined into a formation, they were even more powerful and could be compared with a real immortal weapon of slaughter. However, the sword on the white ape's back happened to be one of the 4 swords. As the guardian consecrator of Mount Peace, he had not only hunted down the demon magnates who had escaped from the well prison for 3,000 years, but he had also snuck down the mountain countless times to kill the enemy, earning countless merits. In the end, 1,000 years ago, the Lord of Mount Peace stood his ground and bestowed one of the ancient swords to the white ape, who had already made outstanding contributions. Although the white ape could not completely control the 4 swords formation, it was too easy for him to take advantage of the loopholes. If an ordinary earth immortal was forced to hold the formation in an emergency, the white ape was confident that the 4 swords would betray him. The ancient sword that was both a sword and a natal item was gone. The white ape narrowed his eyes slightly and twitched the corner of his mouth. His movement was subtle, but it was full of a bloody aura. Xianxia put one hand behind his back and held the small snow cone in the other. He stood in front of a desk and began to write the first word, saint. The second word, human. The third word, have. The fourth word, cloud. He wrote very quickly. Every word under the small snow cone hovered in front of Xianxia with great momentum. On Mount Peace, the wind was blowing and the clouds were surging. The white ape gently shook his head. It flashed away. The white ape held the knife with both hands and swept across most of the well mouth of the well prison, heading straight for Xianxia. He swept away. He did not give any hope to the young gentleman from the academy. It was not that the white ape could not deal with Xianxia after he finished writing. After all, when he came out of isolation, he was already a sword cultivator in the immortal realm. It had deliberately suppressed its realm for 500 years. Unless Xianxia in the nascent soul realm was the reincarnation of the Taoist ancestor or Buddhist ancestor, how could Xianxia survive with the unpolished jade realm and the chasm between the middle and upper 5 realms? If Xianxia could control 2 protective formations of Mount Peace at the same time, it would be a different story. Unfortunately, unless the sect master or the ancestral master personally came to take care of these 2 formations, the white ape would treat them as nothing. However, it would be very troublesome if he stayed in Mount Peace for a while longer. Really big trouble. When the white ape gently landed where Xianxia was standing, Xianxia was cut in half at the waist 100 feet away. The 2 halves of his body were dripping with blood. The 4 golden words and the small snow cone had been destroyed. A dignified and righteous golden elixir was long gone. An extremely high-ranking nascent soul had also dissipated. This was the result of a 12th realm sword cultivator going all out. The white ape reached out and pulled out a cracked green talisman from the void. He rubbed his fingers and grabbed the ancient sword that had broken free from its cage and put it back into the scabbard on his back. The white ape glanced at the green-robed scholar who could not be saved even by immortals and finally spoke with a hoarse voice. This was the first time he spoke. He said slowly, "It can be considered a generous sacrifice." He looked up into the distance and stomped his foot. The entire Mount Peace shook as he leaped to the peak of Mount Peace. With a turn he flew towards the south. After the tremor of the mountain, the bottom of the well prison seemed to have lost its restraints. The murderous aura that filled the entire well suddenly rose. The demons that had been suppressed in the well prison for countless years laughed out loud after experiencing a brief moment of shock and confusion. The evil spirits who wanted to slaughter the entire Peace Mountain were about to rush out of the well prison. However, their imposing aura suddenly stagnated and they started to hesitate. It turned out, a speck of light appeared in the north of Mount Peace. Then there was the sound of rolling thunder. The sea of clouds was smashed into pieces. The mountain shook again. A tall and white-haired old man in a Taoist robe landed beside Xianxia's body. His face was full of grief and guilt. A golden body Dharma form rose from the ground, almost as tall as the Taiping mountain. It raised one arm high and a full moon jade plate rose from the top of the mountain. It was held in the hand of an old Taoist who was as tall as a mountain, and shone it toward the south. At the same time he shook his sleeve and 3 sword lights rose from the east, south and west of Mount Peace. They eventually stopped beside the golden figure. This Taoist was the ancestor uncle of the current master of Mount Peace. Back then, his senior brother insisted on giving one of the fairy swords to the white ape. He was the one who opposed it the most. Because of this, the two of them were strangers. What's more, there was an outsider who was of the same seniority as their senior brother who openly mocked him for being jealous of a beast's good fortune. The immortal realm ancestral master of Peace Mountain held the moonlight mirror, which seemed to be as bright as the moon in the sky. After looking around for a while, he finally caught sight of the fleeing white ape that was thousands of miles away. The voice of a golden body technique crosstalk exploded like thunder. "You ungrateful old bastard. I'm going to tear you into pieces." The words were the law. The 3 fairy swords of Mount Peace, 3 rays of light that illuminated thousands of miles as bright as day, pierced through the sky and chased after the white ape that was desperately trying to escape to the south. The white ape with the sword on its back was really decisive. It reached out and took out one of the 4 swords on its back and drove it towards one of the green rays of light. It only hoped that the 3 swords of Mount Peace would pause for a moment. The ancestor of Mount Peace was even more ruthless. He actually let the 2 ancestral swords burn together and exploded into a mass of shocking light in the sky. The old Taoist still did not hesitate to control the other 2 swords. One of the swords directly pierced through the white ape that could not avoid it no matter how it changed its route. However, the white ape did not let the sword pierce through its head. Instead, it pierced through its back. This forced the white ape to reveal its 1,000-feet-tall Dharma form. Its feet stomped heavily on the mountains and rivers while its hands held the second ancient sword tightly. The giant ape's hands were badly mutilated. Its huge body kept slipping backward. In the end, it could not hold on to the ancient sword anymore. It broke free from its restraint and pierced through its heart. The giant white ape that was severely injured twice could no longer maintain its Dharma form. It reverted to its human size and continued to escape to the south with all its strength. Before the giant ape's form disappeared, it sneered, "Don't you want to save Zhou Xian? You still have a chance. Do you want to save people or kill demons? Killing demons means killing people." After the big demon ran for hundreds of miles, its body was pierced twice by the 2 ancient swords that finally revealed their true forms because it was too far away from Mount Peace. The old Taoist heaved a sigh. He had already tried to forcefully change and weaken the fate of Peace Mountain and move the Dharma form of the entire Peace Mountain a few hundred miles forward just to maintain the power of the 2 remaining celestial swords. However, if he did that, the scholar beside the prison well on the mountainside would lose his last chance of survival. After all, after he had used the golden body Dharma form, his real body had remained where he was to help Zhou Xian gather the remaining souls and try to reverse the universe and bring him back to life. This was an act that defied the natural order and would incur the wrath of Fengdu from the underworld. As long as the fate of Peace Mountain moved, Fengdu might take the opportunity to invade and directly take away the few remaining souls of Zhou Xian. The medicine of the countryside and the farmer's wife, that was why that old bastard said that killing demons was killing people. Not completely destroying Zhou Xian's primordial spirit was probably part of the white ape's plan. Near the prison well, a wandering soul appeared in front of the old Taoist. It was the scholar in green with a pale face, Zhou Xian. The old Taoist said in a low voice, "Mount Peace has let you down, Mr. Zhou. I have no face to face the Dafu Academy." With the seniority of the old Taoist in the celestial realm, whether it was in the sect of Mount Peace or the entire Tongyi continent, he was the immortal in the clouds who stood at the peak of the mountain. The old Taoist addressed the young Zhou Xian as Mr. Zhou, which was a great recognition. However, the person was already dead and there was only a weak soul that could disappear at any time. What was the point? However, the actions of the ancestor of Mount Peace were indeed worthy of the title of immortal in Taoism. Zhou Xian's soul smiled and shook his head. His lips moved slightly but no words were spoken. However, the old Taoist naturally knew the content of his words. "Don't feel guilty, immortal. I deserve this. I can't escape it. If not in Mount Peace, it will be in the Dafu Academy or anywhere in the Tongyi continent." Beside the well prison there was a young female Taoist priest. Her lips were pursed and blood seeped out. She was Huang Ting, or rather Fan Wan'er and Tong Qingqing from the Jing Xinzhai, who had to stay in the lotus flower blessed land for 60 years. She was angrier than anyone else in the entire Mount Peace. The white ape with the sword on its back was one of her lucky chances on the path of cultivation. It taught her the sword-carrying technique that was not recorded in the sect. It was engraved in her heart and she even brought it to the lotus flower-blessed land. Therefore there was a saying in the Jianghu, there are two fan wana whether you carry the sword or not. The old ape had brought her to the depths of the well prison time and time again to sharpen her sword heart and help her cultivate. She wanted to kill it with her own hands and ask it if it regretted betraying Mount Peace. As for why it chose to betray Mount Peace, Huang Ting would not ask. She was not willing to ask. When Zhong Kuei's real body died, a huge black vortex appeared on the peak of Mount Peace. A huge figure with an emperor's crown on its head was vaguely looking down at Mount Peace coldly. Zhong Kuei's soul looked up and smiled bitterly. The old Taoist originally wanted to withdraw his golden avatar. Without saying anything, the avatar bent its knees slightly and jumped up high. Its hands directly shattered the vortex. However, the old Taoist's golden avatar also collapsed and shattered. The price was unimaginably huge. Zhong Kuei was just about to speak. The old Taoist waved his hand and smiled. When it comes to cultivation, realms and whatnot are nothing. In the end, it's about making yourself feel good. After saying that, the old Taoist looked a little lonely. This Mr. Zhong, not to mention the great future of being a sage-to-be or the Grand Chancellor, just with his temperament, a person with such a gentleman's demeanor should not die so prematurely. Huang Ting turned her head and spat out a mouthful of blood. She said to the old Taoist, "Grandmaster, I want to go down the mountain." The old Taoist nodded. "Before the white ape dies, you Huang Ting are not allowed to return to the mountain. You can either bring its head back or just die outside. You can borrow the two mountain-suppressing ancient swords for 60 years. After that, you can hunt down the white ape with your own ability." Huang Ting said in a deep voice, "Huang Ting of Taiping Mountain accepts the Grandmaster's decree." The young woman turned into a flowing rainbow and headed south. The Grandmaster of Taiping Mountain was not a person who could speak eloquently. Moreover, he felt guilty and kept silent. Zhong Kuei also felt guilty deep in his heart. The old Taoist suddenly looked surprised. There were two gusts of wind near the well prison. They slowly drifted towards Zhong Kuei's soul and lingered around. Not only that, there was a small brush. It was crystal clear and was not a material object. It floated in front of Zhong Kuei. There was also a bright red robe that looked like an ancient official's robe. It floated down from the place where the vortex dissipated. Zhong Kuei looked at the small snow cone. He hesitated for a moment and gently held it in his hand. The bright red official's robe was draped over Zhong Kuei's body. Two gusts of autumn wind rushed into the sleeves of the official's robe. At the same time, under the well prison, the demons and ghosts that were as obedient as chickens and dogs in the market not only obediently retreated to the prison, but also suddenly, they involuntarily retreated until there was no place to retreat. Zhong Kuei thought of the prophecy. It was no longer the green-robed scholar, but the soul of Zhong Kuei in a red robe. He murmured, "Before Zhong Kuei goes down the mountain, all ghosts in the world are fearless." He turned his head and looked at the well prison. He blurted out, "Just kowtow." Countless kowtows were heard in the well prison. The old Taoist smiled while stroking his beard. It seemed that falling from the immortal realm back to the unpolished jade realm was not in vain. Zhong Kuei seemed to have understood something and was speechless for a long time. Finally, he said, "Old Shinran, I have something to help you with." The old Taoist nodded and said, "As long as you don't want me to kowtow to you, it's fine." Zhong Kuei laughed and finally bowed. "Although I'm a ghost, I'm still the Taiping Mountain Shinran." The old Taoist was slightly surprised. Then he laughed heartily and said, "This flattery is great." Late at night, Qin Pingon felt irritated for no reason. He went to the courtyard outside the post house to practice his swordsmanship. However, he could not calm down. He suddenly looked up. An imperceptible ripple appeared in the sky far away. Qin Pingon took a few steps back. Flying sword number 1 and sword number 15 had already flown out of the blade's strengthening gourd. Qin Pingon heaved a sigh of relief. It was the gentleman Zhong Kuei in a strange red robe. Beside him was a white-haired old Taoist. The old Taoist looked at Qin Pingon and nodded with a smile. Then he said to Zhong Kuei softly, "You guys talk. Tell me when you're done. I need to take you away quickly. You can't walk in the human world for too long." Qin Pingon's heart tightened. Zhong Kuei smiled and said, "Don't ask anything. Let me tell you." Zhong Kui gave a brief account of the Battle of Taiping Mountain as if he were an outsider. His account was not thrilling at all. Instead, it was boring. Moreover, his face was full of smiles. He talked about how he was unable to defeat the white ape monster and was killed by 2 swords and a knife. He became a lonely ghost and could not be a gentleman of the academy in the future. What nonsense was that? Qin Pingon said angrily. That's it? Dead. He pointed at Zhong Kui's nose and said, from a human to a ghost? Aren't you a gentleman of the academy? Can't your yin and yang spirits leave your body? In the end, Qin Pingon's voice became lower and lower. He looked absent-minded and asked softly, how did you die? At this point, Qin Pingon was already speechless. His mind flashed by and finally stopped at a scene. There was an unruly man squatting on the surface of the river. He thought that the female ghost was beautiful. He pulled her hair and wanted to see her. How could the people in his mind all die? Qin Pingon subconsciously took off the blade's strengthening gourd and silently put it back on his waist. The little snow cone hovered in front of Zhong Kui. It was obvious that it had merged with Zhong Kui's soul. Zhong Kui said carefully, Qin Pingon, let me tell you in advance. I'm not being unkind. I deliberately want to take your little snow cone. It's up to you whether you want to beat or scold me. Qin Pingon asked, a gentleman's word. What do you mean after that? Zhong Kui said guiltily, can't go back on my word? Qin Pingon sat on the stool beside the stone table. Zhong Kui scratched his head and sat beside him. Qin Pingon said, you're dead now. You're no longer a gentleman. Zhong Kui felt even more guilty. Qin Pingon raised his head and looked at Zhong Kui. He said slowly, but I'll keep my promise to others. It's the same for Mr. Qi and you. Zhong Kui was confused. Huh. Qin Pingon's eyes were red. He said slowly, if I say I'll lend it to you, I'll lend it to you. A year is a loan. 100 years or 1,000 years is still a loan. Zhong Kui was silent. Qin Pingon finally asked, if 1,000 years is not enough, how about 10,000 years? Zhong Kui nodded slightly. He stood up. Qin Pingon followed. Zhong Kui smiled brightly again. Tongyi Continent, Ghost Zhong Kui. Have a friend. His name is Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon stared at him. He then smiled and said, Aquarius Continent, Swordsman Qin Pingon. I know an upright gentleman. His name is Zhong Kui. In the distance, the ancestor of Peace Mountain stroked his beard and nodded. He praised, 800 years or 1,000 years later we meet again tonight. Is this a good story? https://. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.